Pleasant morning to you and welcome to the Guyana National Stadium. It's day 3 action in the crucial round 4 match. Guyana Jaguars against the Jamaica Scorpions. And the game is interestingly poised in this West Indies Championship match. At bed yesterday, the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings, 50 for the loss of 3. Just a slim lead of 47 in this low-scoring encounter so far. The Guyana Jaguars bowled out on day number 2 for 190, taking a lead of just 3 runs on first innings, which means it's all to play for in the second innings. The Jamaica Scorpions were off to a flying start and a very good foundation being laid in the context of the game, 4-9 between Asad Furuddin and Captain John Campbell. But with a score on 49, John Campbell was dismissed leg before to Kevin Sinclair for 31, hitting 2 4s and 2 6s in the process. And then in the next over, night watchman Nicholson Gordon was leg before to Permaul for a single. It's 2 for 50 at that stage. And then 2 overs later, Asad Furuddin and Jermaine Blackwood were asked to bat it out until stumps. Blackwood, the very last delivery of the final over, looking for an almighty heave, looking perhaps a clear Providence, and hit that ball somewhere in Georgetown. Got the leading edge and was caught brilliantly by Raymond Reed for running back from extra cover. And he went without scoring to leave the Jamaica Scorpions in spot of butter, 50 for the loss of 3 after 14 overs in the second innings. Well, this morning we see Paul Palmer coming out to join Asad Furuddin as we begin the action on day number 3. Nice weather for cricket. First delivery from Sinclair from the southern end of the ground. We see Palmer forward and defense. 50 for a loss of 3, like I said. A slim lead of 47. In the context of the game, it can be a very healthy lead. My name is John Ramsey, welcoming you to action on day number 3, which promises to be another full and exciting day. Beaten outside the off stump is Paul Palmer as he stretches forward to Sinclair, the young Berbishan off spinner, operating with a slip, stealing it on, stealing it off. And this time Palmer forward and plays it into the onside, runs for him, and the Jamaica Scorpions are gone for 1, but good work in the outfield from mid-wicket in Chandrapal Hemraj allows the batsman to just settle on a single, and they're off this morning. Palmer opens his account with 1. Jamaica Scorpions 51 for the loss of 3 wickets. Those wickets, like I said, John Campbell leg before to Sinclair 31, Nicholson Gordon, the night watchman, leg before Permaul for 1, and Jermaine Blackwood, the test player, caught reefer both Permaul without scoring. Appeal for leg before as Furuddin gets his first delivery from Sinclair on day number 3, stretches forward, taking on the pad. Appeal for a leg before. Umpire Dayton Butler says not out. Clyde, good morning to you. I'll get your thoughts after this delivery as Sinclair comes in once again, just about 2 steps from behind the umpires and bowls outside the off stump to Furuddin. Good morning, Clyde. Another interesting day's play ahead of us.
Good morning to you, John. Good morning to listeners and viewers of the stream wherever you are.
As we see Sinclair again to Furuddin, Berbishan to Berbishan. Furuddin, of course, the local boy, stretches forward and plays it into the short cover region, and there's no score. So that's the end of the first over on day number 3. Jamaica Scorpions moving from 50 for 3 to 51 for 3 with Paul Palmer, the new batsman, on 1, and Asad Furuddin overnight on 13.
I think today is really set for an interesting day. When you look at the scores in the game so far, and Jamaica and the Scorpions in their second innings, and 50 odd, just about 48 runs in the lead, with 7 wickets in hand. It's going to be a very interesting game and a low-scoring game. I think if they're going to make a fight of it, they will have to bat until after tea, which would give them probably another 150, 160 runs or thereabout to make it a challenge in total for the Jaguars. It's not a pitch that I think has caused that much of a trouble where you can blast people out. It's been a patient pitch for the bowlers, and all the bowlers have bowled well on this track.
And we have good weather this morning.
Yes. I wonder why you said so far.
Yeah, because quite rapidly on the first and second days, we started with good weather, and then we had some interruption.
don't think we can expect much interruption, even if we have today.
So Permaul continues, started last evening, and he bowls the first delivery to Palmer. Palmer is back and plays it into the onside. Barnwell at straightest mid-wicket does the fielding. So Permaul overnight, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. Here he is, back of a length to Palmer. Palmer is forward and plays it into the onside again. Finds Barnwell at short mid-wicket. In the first innings, Palmer hung around for a while before holding out for 15. This time he gets a ball on the line of middle stump, turns it into the onside to the left of Barnwell, looking for the single, sent back by Footered. Much quicker delivery this time from Permaul. Palmer going back and playing it into the onside, looking for that gap between mid-wicket and that short fine leg region. There's a man, a deep backward square all the way on the boundary. So had he hit it with a little bit more force, perhaps we would have seen a single easily taken. Here is Permaul again, the tormentor so far, bowls to Palmer. Palmer's forward in defense, plays it on the onside of the pitch. Permaul skips around to his left and collects. Other than Permaul, we had Raymond Ray for 2 overs, none for 5. Niall Smith, 2 overs, none for 15. Started yesterday afternoon in the Jamaica Scorpions' second innings, as this one is squeezed out into the offside of the back foot from Palmer. And we get a single to Sinclair, who is that point region bordering on a cover, and he cannot prevent the single, so it's one more to Palmer. He doubles his score. He's now on to 2. Footed in, 13 is back on strike. 52 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sinclair sent down 5 overs as well. 2 maidens, 1 for 17. And like I said, a tormentor, the main architect of destruction in the first innings, and also we're seeing in the second innings so far. Permaul, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. Final delivery of his first over this morning, bowls to Footered. Footered is forward in defense and plays the back of the track for Footered to end another over. After 16 overs in the Jamaica Scorpions' second innings, they're 52 for the loss of 3.
Another good over from Virasamy Permaul. Not getting the ball to spin a lot, just probably getting his fingers warm on this pitch. But what was noticeable in that first over from Permaul is that the ball actually kept very low. And that could be some troubling thoughts for the Jaguars if the Scorpions can go on to get a decent score.
The beautiful game of cricket, Clyde, is so many things you have to take into consideration. Your opposition, the conditions, and it can change in so many formats. Short ball this time from Sinclair, the start of a new over. And Palmer hits it well through mid-wicket. There's a gap there. He went into his crease, Palmer, and hits it all along the ground for 4. He gets his first boundary in the second innings. He moves on to 6. And with that shot, the Scorpions 56 for a loss of 3.
And that's the thing I think the Scorpions has to do. They've got to try and keep scoring. There's no point in you staying out there and just blocking. And I think you've got to keep scoring. And I think once you keep scoring, there always seems to be, the pressure seems to change a little and go on to the opposition.
Let's see what Sinclair is going to do. He comes round the wicket to the left-handed Palmer. Palmer stretches forward, and the outside edge is beaten, goes by into the gloves of Bramble. Still to come for the Scorpions, Nkrumah Bono, Dennis Smith, Pete Salmon, Dorval Green, Jamie Merchant, and Patrick Harty. Not necessarily in that order. As Palmer forward again to Sinclair and opens the face of the bat, runs it down to that gully region where Barnwell stands, next to the first step fielder in Leon Johnson. Palmer forward down the onside, driving down to mid-on, will not score as Chanderpaul, in fact, Niall Smith runs around to his right. So we have beautiful weather at the moment here at Providence, and I'm actually seeing just one spectator in this big stand so far to my right, as this one is played on the front foot from Palmer, driving towards cover, knocked down by Virasamy Permaul. So the spectators are not yet coming into the venue over the past 2 days, and now on day 3, Saturday, we expect much better attendance, but nothing yet to show. Palmer off the back foot punches this one into the body of Tazenarine Chanderpaul, who was under the helmet at that silly mid-off position, and it ends over number 2 for Sinclair this morning. At the end of it, the Jaguars looking for more success, none coming so far for the morning. 56 for 3, the Jamaica Scorpions. Palmer remains on 6, Footered in with him, 13.
And no surprise really this morning when Leon Johnson actually started with his two spinners. I think, yes, you would say that Smith has been very successful this year. But when you look at the pitch and look at the way how the afternoon went, and two left-handers at the crease as well, I think it's any surprise that Leon Johnson has actually started with two spinners.
Permaul starts a new over from the media center end and bowls to Footed in forward in defense, plays it down to Sinclair cover. So the most successful bowler this year for the Guyana Jaguars. He's been very much in the thick of things over the years throughout his career. Bowls to Footed in again. Footed in his forward, plays it back of the track for Permaul to field in his follow through. So in terms of regional wickets for Permaul, he's just gone past 450. This is his 98th match. What a career for the young Burbishan. Not young anymore, just 30, well, still 30
Still
years
young.
old. 30
Still
years
young.
old.
He's still young. And as far as spinners are concerned, spinners have made their debut at the age of, 39?
Here is
He's still a young man.
Permaul again, 94 on his back. This time it's whipped away, runs for Footed in. It's going to go down towards that backward square region. And Reefer from mid-wicket runs around to his left. Reefer perhaps saw that shot coming. He started to move before the shot was played. And because of that, awareness limits the batsman to one safe shot in the end. It was on the line of leg stump.
I think
whipped
Footed
away.
was actually looking to hit that much straighter though. And I think because he's so bent on defense, he didn't really move his feet. It's a delivery that he should have been probably looking to lose his feet, come out and hit straight.
He moves on to 14, the left-handed Footed in, as Palmer stretches forward in defense to the next delivery. And they scored 57 for the loss of 3. We're seeing our good friend to the far side of the field.
Birthday boy.
The birthday boy. 50 years old. You mentioned spinners begin their career late. Sean Devers, former off-spinner as well. This time it's played on the inside edge, not the shot he's looking for Palmer. And he gets a single down to mid-wicket. So one more to Palmer. He's now on to 7. Jamaica Scorpions making steady progress this morning. 58 for the loss of 3. Footed in remains on 14.
Happy birthday to Sean Devers. It's his 50th birthday. And, he's had a good career in terms of sports. He's covered sports for a very long time. And he has done a really good job for his newspaper now, in Kaichur News, and others where he has worked before as well.
Quite an illustrious career. I want to join in Clyde in saying happy birthday to my good friend Sean. We call him Sean DeVere. He's going to be very happy to know that he's been recognized as well for all that he has done in sport over the years. He's a player and started his career as a journalist, and he has had an illustrious career indeed. Start of a new over. Sinclair from the bottom end of the ground, the southern end, the players' pavilion is, bowls to Palmer. Palmer forward and drives to extra cover. He will remain on 7. Nice sunshine this morning. We must remind our listeners, because we know we had some stoppages for rain in the first 2 days. Palmer forward and opens the face of the bat. Permaul backward point does the fielding. Still 58 for 3. Back and across. This time Tabora jumps on him, Palmer, and handles it well. Just drop the bat down on it and no damage done. Good delivery from the young 20-year-old Sinclair from Rosehall in Berbice. And this time Sinclair on the line of middle stump, Palmer forward in defense. Just drops it in front of him. Vishal Singh at that silly mid-on region does the fielding with the helmet. Here is Sinclair again, passes umpire Butler. This time is driven back up the track of the front foot. Palmer looking for that gap between the bowler and mid-on. Good work to his own bowling from Sinclair. Umpire Butler moving out of the way very quickly. So here is Sinclair again, just outside the off stump again. That ball coming back with the arm into the gloves of the keeper as Palmer showing good technique, leaving it alone. And at the end of another over, maiden this time from Sinclair, Jamaica Scorpions remain 58 for 3, Palmer 7, Footed in 14.
And Sinclair continues to do what he does best, keep things very tight from one end. And it's a good support for Permaul as well, who comes in from the other end. Keep things tight, but he's a little bit more aggressive in terms of of taking wickets. He gets the ball to spin a little bit more, and he's a little bit more aggressive than young Sinclair. Young Sinclair gives me the impression there in that last over that he was trying to bang the ball into the pitch.
Perhaps looking and trying a bit too hard, you'd say?
Maybe he sees something in the pitch where the odd ball is bouncing and the odd one is keeping low as well. So he's trying to get results in that way.
Permaul starts a new over from the media center and bowls to put it in forward and opens the face of the bat, runs it down to that very short third man region. And Vishal Singh, silly mid off, runs around to collect. One more to put it in. Dealing in singles so far, put it in this morning. The second single this morning. He's now on to 15, 59 for the loss of 3. I trust you had a good night, Clydie. Restful, maybe?
Very
Very
early
restful.
one as well.
Friday night. Clyde Butt's taking an early night on an early Friday night.
That's the norm.
Here is Permaul again. Number 94 on his back. This time beating the pad. There's an appeal for a leg before. Perhaps just taking the flap of the pad on its way through. Palmer stretching forward, offering no shot. And the ball hitting the top of the pad, Clydie.
But I think he was playing a shot and the ball was bouncing. Turn and he was hit outside the off stump.
Permaul again. Getting some turn. Let's see what he's going to do now. Not a full delivery. Well bowled again to Permaul, but Palmer equal to the task. Forward opens the face of the bat and runs it down to that backward point region for a single. He moves on to 8. Contest heating up here, you would say, not because of the weather, but because of the action in the middle, quite gripping the first 14 minutes
This is
morning.
a better feel from Permaul as well. Using the man at backward point instead of the man at extra cover. Inviting both left-handers to hit him through the cover region.
Back goes Permaul with a dead bat and can't score. Here's Permaul again to foot it in on the front foot, drives back up the track to Permaul. And foot it in has been with the Jamaica Scorpions for a few seasons now. Has been a bit hot and cold, you would say, as he stretches forward to Permaul again and end the over. So that's another over completed from Permaul. Foot it in remains on 15. With him is Paul Palmer on 8. Jamaica Scorpions 60 for the loss of 3, enjoying a lead on second innings, 57 so far.
Yeah, and those are valuable runs in context of this game. It's been hard work for the batsman out in the middle. And I've actually said it, and I still think the pitch does not reflect the sort of scores that have been in this game. Yes, I'll admit it's a little slow, but we haven't seen a lot of deliveries do anything special, like bounce, turn, keep low, and things like that for stick up batsmen.
With us this morning, we have Inderjeet Prasad and Roderick Lovell. You'll hear from them later on and through the course of the day. Palmer forward, beaten outside the off stump to Sinclair at the start of a new over. There's a slip in Captain Leon Johnson. There's a gully as well for the left-handed Palmer. Steady mid on, steady mid off. Here is Sinclair. There's a sweep. Appeal for a leg before as well. That ball goes down to that short fine leg region. Umpire Butler moves away from his position at it, just behind the stumps, which indicates that he's not going to give a decision for leg before. And no signal as well coming. So bat from Palmer, but it was a very straight ball, and Palmer looking to bring out the broom.
Well, that was had a little bit of a danger in it as well, because I think that was fairly adjacent. Whether the angle would have taken it down the leg side, we'd never know.
Umpire Butler rules that it's not out, so this next delivery, tumbling save from Hemraj as Palmer drives to the cover. So Sinclair mixing it up so far in this over. Bowls to Palmer. Palmer's forward in defense, kills the spin nicely. Ball goes back up the track for Sinclair to field. Sinclair, number 43 on his back, his debut season for the Guyana Jaguars. Here he is again. Bowls, nice flight on that one. Bowls to Palmer. Palmer drives back up the track again. And Palmer looking to get on with things, looking to be very positive so far in his innings. He's on 10. Footed in on 15. Will play footed in like cricket. 62 for the loss of 3. Palmer again forward in defense. And this time the ball rolls up to mid-off. As the over comes to an end, Sinclair fields. So 62 for the loss of 3. The Jamaica Scorpions making steady progress, resuming overnight on 50 for 3. Footed in was 13. Palmer joined him. Palmer's now on to 10. Footed in remains on 15. And the lead now 59 as the over comes to an end.
Yeah, another good over from from the young man, bowling very flat, very tight, not giving the batsman any sort of room or width to free their arms, not really giving the ball any flight so that they come down and hit him over the top.
Permaul is going to continue. He's going to be bowling to Asad footed in with a hat on his head, that cap on his head. He gets delivery down the leg side. Offers no shot taken by wicketkeeper Bramble. So overnight, Clydie, we had some cricket in Australia, cricket in South Africa. Here is Permaul again down the leg side, footed in, looking to flick it away. Johnson from first slip runs around as the ball eludes Bramble, who half stopped it. And no damage done, sent back by Palmer. Score remains on 62 for a loss of 3. India and Australia women were playing a game. I fell asleep. Australia got 170 odd for a loss of about 3-4 wickets. And India, when I last opened my eyes, were going for those runs. Young Shafali Verma was really tearing into the attack. I'll get some updates on that one a bit later on. This time Permaul bowls to footed in is on the back foot in defense and plays it to very silly mid-on region in front of that silly mid-on fielder.
I actually watched some of the highlights of the previous couple of games with it's a tri-series, Australia, England and India last night. So
flight delivery from Permaul and beautiful drive from Asad footed in. He's going to get some runs, getting close to the extra cover boundary, into the boundary now. Save your legs, young Keon Joseph. And that one was over-pitched, nice flighted delivery, and footed in into the drive quite early, get the boundary he was looking for. He moves on to 19, 6-6 for a loss of 3.
That's a good-looking shot. I'm sure Permaul wouldn't mind that. I think he's actually bowling for that because he's got a silly point, a backward point on the man at mid-off. So that cover region is wide open, encouraging footed in to look to hit him through that area. And footed in accepted the challenge and played a lovely-looking shot.
Yes. Here's Permaul again. Bowls to footed in forward and plays to mid-wicket where Barnwell collects. 6-6. That lead 6-3, Clydie, increasing.
Yeah, but as we have seen in this game, wickets fall in clusters.
In bunches.
So, I don't think the Jaguars would be worried at this stage.
Permaul again to footed in gets the ball on the line of middle stump. Forward and plays it into the onside, collected by Tejan Chandapal at silly mid-on, and the score remains on 6-6 for 3 as the over comes to an end. Footed in remains on 19, 10 is Palmer.
And in cricket, you do get partnerships.
Yeah.
So I think this is expected. What they've got to do is keep on working, keep working hard, and we did see the Scorpions did that very well yesterday. Even when there was little partnership, they kept working hard, they kept rotating the bowlers, and Leon Johnson is known as a good captain. I think we will see him do that today if the batsmen is staying and they have partnerships. He's going to start rotating his bowlers, and he's going to ensure that the fielders keep alive in the field.
16-run partnership so far between Furadin and Palmer for the 4th wicket. As we see Sinclair with the ball in hand as he comes in now and bowls to Palmer. Palmer stands tall and stabs it out in front of him for Vishal Singh at steering it on to field. So that was a quicker one to start over number 23 in the Jamaica Scorpions second innings. Overnight, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 181 all out. Barbados Pride in reply 108 for 2. That's at Warner Park on the opening day. This time it's punched away down towards cover. Runs for Palmer. He's going to get a boundary. Beautiful shot off the back foot. A little bit of room given. It was a short delivery. Punched away nicely for 4. And the score races away now to 70. Palmer's on to 14.
A little bit of Wavell Hines in that shot. He just really went back and punched it nicely with a very straight bat past through the cover. Cover fielders dived but couldn't get near it, and it went all the way into the boundary for 4. Good looking shot.
67 now, that lead. And we're going to keep our eyes on that lead because the Jamaica Scorpions want to build on it. The Guyana Jaguars want to make sure it's kept as low as possible this time of ball. Keeping a bit low from Sinclair. Palmer equal to the task, stretching forward in defense. And the ball goes back up the track for Sinclair to field. Sinclair again, this time giving it a little bit of air, driven down towards mid-off. Reefer cannot hold it, and to even try to effect the run out, and the batsman scamper a single very quickly. Good running between the wickets as well. Palmer moves on to 15 with that single, 71 for 3.
I think both Palmer and Assad Furadin realizing that runs are important and runs are hard to come by. So every run you will have to try and take.
So Johnson making some adjustments as Footed comes to strike, bringing Barnwell into that gully region, and Footed stands tall, opens the face of the bat. Barnwell fields all along the ground. The ball rolls 71 for the loss of 3. In the other game, in the 4th round in the West Indies Championship matches, forward is Footed to another delivery from Sinclair. The overs completed 71 for the loss of 3. Footed remains on 15. Assad Footed on 19. Palmer on 15. The other game in the round, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 373 for 9 declared at Dominica, at the nice venue there in Dominica, and the Volcanoes in reply 71 for 2 at Stumps. Like I said again, Hurricanes 181 all out, Pride 108 for 2. Some good scores from the other venues, you would say.
It sounded like a rough day, really, in
Dominica,
Dominica, because they were going very well after the first. They were 200 and out for 2, wasn't it? Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So it must have been a hard day for scoring as well.
Roseau, Dominica. We welcome back cricket there after that hurricane a few years ago. Permaul started a new over, balls to Palmer. Ball jumps on him as he was playing forward towards mid-wicket and cannot add to his 15. And the other game that started a day late because of reasons we do not like to remember. The Pride replying to Hurricanes 181, closed on 108 for 2. This one was swept away by Palmer down the leg side. Straying was Permaul, and the ball taking the pad. 2 leg byes to the total, 73 now for the loss of 3. So that game a day late, but another low scoring encounter, 181, 108 for 2. Early days for the Pride yet, however. Here is Permaul again. The ball stretches forward, and there's the hit. There's an appeal for a leg before the ball taking the pad. As he stretches forward, Palmer, and not out says umpire Bassarat.
Well, I think he was way outside the off stump, and the ball, well, yes, it was turning back in, but it was bouncing as well. So I don't think there was any danger there for Palmer. The point was whether he had gotten an inside edge.
Put it into Palmer again. Palmer this time forward, kills the spin and plays it in front of him for Vishal Singh to field at City mid-off.
I was going to say before, another failure for Craig Bradford. He's not accustomed to failing that often at this level, is he?
It's been something that's been following him for quite some time as Permaul bowls to Palmer. And Palmer plays it into the onside. Cannot beat City mid-on in Chandapal. So the end of another over, 73 for the loss of 3 wickets. Palmer remains 15, Footed in 19.
Yeah, I'm saying Craig Bradford are not accustomed to see him field that regular in terms of regional cricket. He always seems to be getting runs, but maybe going through a little bit of a patch for some time now.
23-run partnership here between Palmer and Footed. And still so many cricket to come, so much cricket to come still. We have the final of the Under-19 World Cup tomorrow. It's an all-Asia affair with India, the defending champions, taking on Bangladesh. That should be a cracker.
India should be favourite.
Of course, defending champions. They've won the titles 4 times. First time for Bangladesh in the final. But once you're in that final, everything is even. All
That's
to play
true.
for.
And Bangladesh has played well in the World Cup this year.
Sinclair Sassanova bowls to Footed in, forward in defence.
And can you imagine what that would do for Bangladesh's cricket? Should their Under-19 win the World Cup, that would certainly be a big boost for them.
Bangladesh test side were bowled out by Pakistan for 200 odd, and then Pakistan overnight. There's an appeal for leg before given. Footed in tentatively forward to a ball that was straight, had some amount of pace from Sinclair, the off spinner, and the umpire Dayton Butler took some time, but then he raised that dreaded finger to say that Footed in, you're out. Leg before to Sinclair for 19. The Guyana Jaguars striking the Scorpions now 73 for the loss of 4.
Well, that was a delivery that was probably pitched just outside the off stump. Footed in was coming a long way forward. I think the only thing could have saved him there is when he was hit outside the line of the off stump. and the ball was angling in to him. Bit of a tough decision, but the umpire was in a good position, and he made the decision. He thought he was hitting line. The only question mark there for me was whether he was just hit slightly outside the off stump.
So if you were to send that upstairs, it will come back as umpire's call.
Maybe it would have.
So indeed, so put it in leg before to Kevin Sinclair for 19. 23-run partnership for the fourth wicket broken. The Jamaica Scorpions now 73 for the loss of 4. And the first wicket took some 28 minutes for the Jaguars to get. So the 23 runs this morning scored, and they took 28 minutes. So they're getting runs, and they're also batting time.
Well, I don't think time is the thing at this time. I think the thing here now is runs. I think you've got to try and keep scoring. There's still a lot of time in this game, and I think you've got to come out and look to score. You've got to be fairly positive. I'm not going to say you need to try and swipe, but you need to try and make sure that you keep rotating the strike, keep picking up those singles, put away the bad balls. So at the end of the day, if you're bowled out, there is a decent total for your bowlers to work with.
Sinclair has picked up his second wicket in this innings, now 2 for 29 in his 11th over, joining Permaul, who has 2 wickets under his belt in this second innings as well. The new batsman for the Jamaica Scorpions is the Nkrumah Bonner, right-handed batsman, and he gets a good first delivery. Welcome to the crease, Mr. Bonner. The ball hitting him in the region of the thigh, the inner thigh, and remained stuck in the thigh, in the pad.
Well, what he was trying to do is unbelievable. He was looking to cut a ball that was very close to him. Probably got the inside edge, and it went into his pads.
He goes back to Sinclair, who goes over the wicket to him, and this time turns it into the onside. Permaul, backward square, does the fielding, so he cannot score. Bonner. So Bonner, who had some runs in the first innings, he made 29. Had a good partnership with Blackwood. We'll need to bat again in the second innings to keep Jamaica Scorpions in front. This time he goes back to a good quick delivery again. Another straight delivery from Sinclair, and playing back when he should be forward, Clydie.
Definitely. One would think that was a delivery that he should be looking to come on the front foot too.
Here is Sinclair again. Bowls to Bonner. Bonner again back. This time he plays it into the onside. We get off the mark. The ball goes down towards square leg where Hemraj comes off the boundary and collects. So one more to Bonner. So successful over coming to an end for Kevin Sinclair, picking up his second wicket in the over. He now has 2 for 30. Palmer on 15. Bonner just gotten off the mark on 1. Jamaica Scorpions 74 now for 4. Clydie, it's been an interesting half-hour session so far. We have your thoughts, and then Inajit Prasad will join you.
Well, I think the Jaguars would be fairly happy with taking that wicket. Just on the stroke of the half hour. Both bowlers have been plugging away just on about the off stump, making the batsmen play. The batsmen have been looking to score, especially Palmer has been looking to score, and I think that's a good sign. Obviously on this pitch, you're going to get deliveries that are going to take you, that are going to keep low, probably going to bounce a little. It's a third pitch, it's a wearing pitch. I think when you're batting on such a pitch, you need to try and keep scoring, keep rotating the strike. Don't make the bowlers bowl to one batsman for 6 deliveries.
Hello, Clyde. Hello, listeners. And Veerasamy Permaul will continue from the northern end of the ground. He comes up now and bowls to Bonner. Onto the back foot again, Bonner. And beaten too. He wasn't comfortable at all at the last moment, just dropping the bat on it.
Bonner seems to be asleep. This looks very lackluster out there.
Yes,
he's going back to every delivery that he's faced so far.
Permaul bowls to Bonner. Back he goes, and this time he's slicing one down towards cover. Cannot pierce the offside field and has to stay there. Nkrumah Bonner. We saw him in the first innings, despite he made that 29. It was a real struggle. He was given 2 chances, dropped on 4 and then dropped on 17. Did not made use of that. And in the second innings here too, he's not looking comfortable at all. Permaul bowls to the right hand. He comes forward, opens the face. It comes down towards third man, and he will go back and complete too. Got it between the first slipper and the silly point, and he gets 2 runs. So Bonner with those 2, he now moves on to 3. and that will take the score into 7-6 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, that was a good delivery from Permaul, bringing him forward this time. Got the outer half of the bat and it went down to third man.
So the solitary slip, a silly point and a forward short leg bowls to Bonner. This time he's stretching forward, does the right thing, kills the spin, gets it out towards silly point. There is no run. So Leon Johnson, I think he has gotten his feel right this morning. He has employed that silly point, the presence of the man. Maybe one of the reasons why Bonner so often getting on the back foot, mindful of the man in front of the bat. That was beautifully bowled by Permaul, pitching on the line of the off stump and just moving away from the right-hander. Permaul, a very hard worker, and he has reaped the benefits for his country over the 13 years that he has represented Guyana. This is outside the line of the off stump. He allows it to go by Nkrumah Bonner, and there is no run. Permaul just throwing up the hand. He's going to take his cap from the umpire. He walks away. The over has been completed. Day number 3. The Scorpions, they're 7-6 for the loss of 4. Bonner is on 3. Paul Palmer has 15.
And well bowled by Permaul in that over, making sure he got Bonner to try and come on the front foot to him. Did beat him on a couple of occasions. I think Bonner just look a little lackadaisical out in the lackluster. I hope he would change that attitude and try and look to be fairly positive in this innings.
So here is Kevin Sinclair, right arm off spin, comes up, bowls to Palmer onto the back foot and strokes it down to Barnwell at short cover. There is no run. Well, he comes from a reggae country, so he should know something about dancing. Well, if he's dancing on the back foot all over the place. And this is Palmer. He's coming forward, gets a good delivery right on target, but Palmer is very contented to just step forward. Wasn't long forward to judge the length of the delivery very well. He's a very compact and stylish player, Paul Palmer. Sinclair bowls to Palmer, head right over the line of the delivery. Comes off from the bottom of the bat, goes down towards forward short leg. There is no run. Tejnarain Chandapal is in the way. Leon Johnson at first slip, a second slip. Vishal Singh, here is Sinclair, bowls to Palmer. He's coming forward there, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Well bowled.
Yes, he's certainly bowling very well to Palmer, getting the ball up in the right areas.
As we watch this delivery, right on target. He's coming forward, played back up the track. There is no run. As we watch Sinclair once again. So it's been all spin for the Jaguars this morning. Sinclair bowls to Palmer. Another tight delivery there. No width whatsoever. Very good over. The over has been completed. The score is 7-6 for the loss of 4. And John Ramsing has just popped some news for us. New Zealand against India. New Zealand won by 22 runs in the second one-day international. That game was played in Auckland. That's right. 273 for the loss of 8. India made 251. So congratulations to New Zealand. They've done well. They've beaten the powerhouse.
Yeah, and they've actually won the series. I think it's a 3-match series.
2-1.
So
In fact, 1 to play.
1-2 with 1 to play. So they've won that series. Maybe taking a little revenge from the drubbing they got in the T20. Well, I don't think it was a drubbing. I think the T20 competition in India was very competitive, actually. Yeah.
Was it T20? One international.
They had some T20s before as well.
Oh, yeah, right, in this series. I think you were referring to the World Cup.
No.
that was a very good delivery by Permaul once again, and worked away by Nkrumah Bonner down toward short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Here is Veerasamy Permaul once again. He comes up, bowls to Bonner, and outside the line of the off stump, off the back foot, this is hit away, down towards cover. There is no run. And New Zealand, when it comes to these World Championships, the World Cup, international cricket, when they compete, they always do well in the preliminaries and so on. Sorry for those fellas, never really make it big time in the finals.
Yeah, but they have done well. When you look at overall World Cup over the years, they have been a very consistent team. Yes, they haven't won the World Cup, but they have been in the last 2 finals of the 50 over World Cups.
So true. Outside the line of the off stump, he comes forward. There is no run. And Bangladesh against Pakistan, the first test. That match is being played in Rawalpindi. Day 2, Pakistan, they lead by 109 runs with 7 wickets remaining. in the first innings. This is a delivery that's worked away down towards mid-on. Reefer comes in, can't prevent the single. Bunner, he gets another run. They too, like I said, Pakistan lead by 109 runs, 7 wickets remaining in the first innings. 233 Bangladesh made in that first innings.
It's
Pakistan.
nice to see Test cricket back in Pakistan
Yes.
as well. So one only hopes that, everything would be all right, things would go well, and there may be more tours soon.
Yes, and Clyde,
in
two
Pakistan.
Pakistani getting centuries. Shan Masood, 100 and 143 not out. Babar Azam, stylish player, came to the West Indies. We were looking forward to see some of his artwork. Maybe came here not being in the best of form. We didn't see that in the CPL. But Babar Azam, he's a class player, isn't he?
He is. I think with the CPL, he came here with a lot of with repetition. But again, he's more a test player and probably a one-day international than a slugger. He's a stroke maker. He's a man who loves to work the ball around. And maybe just coming into the CPL did not suit his type of game.
So here is Kevin Sinclair once again from the southern end of the ground. He comes up and bowls to Bonner. That's a good delivery. And Bonner comes forward, plays down towards short mid-on. And once again, there is no run. Pakistan, one of the best teams in world cricket. They've produced so many outstanding players. Youth players as well. That's a good delivery. And Bonner comes forward, just dropping the bat on it, gets it out to Vishal Singh down at Silly Point, and there is no run. So Nkrumah Bonner, he can bat, showed a lot of promise, but somehow or the other, he isn't getting it right. No confidence he has shown so far. And this time he's coming forward, driving, looks much better on the front foot. It peels off the fingers of Sinclair and spills away down towards extra cover. They got the single. So one more to Bonner. That will take the score now on to 78. And we have the Under-19 ICC World Cup final. That's coming up tomorrow. And third place match actually is being played today. Abandon. That's between New Zealand and Pakistan. And that has to do with rain as well. So they're having lots of rain over there. Here is Sinclair, comes in, bowls to Palmer. He comes forward, explores the possibility of a single, turned down by his partner, and there is no run. So Roderick Lovell, former Guyana fast bowler, has joined me in the analyst chair. Good morning to you, Roddy.
Hi, good morning, Interjeet, and good morning to all those who have joined us on this commentary this Saturday morning.
Comes forward, plays out of short cover. There is no run. And what a beautiful morning it is.
Yes, glorious sunshine, beautiful day for cricket, and I think the players are welcoming it out in the middle.
Yes, and God bless Guyana. We can wake up and say, what a beautiful day. Many parts of the world, there are worries, bushfires, and invasion of bats, and different viruses that are affecting people. Here is Sinclair, comes in, bowls to Palmer. He comes forward, head right over the line of the delivery. The end of another economical over bowl by Kevin Sinclair. At the end of it, the score is kept on 78 for the loss of 4. Both, in fact, 15 to Palmer and 5 to Bonner. And Big Bash. That's the final, John? Yes, the Big Bash League final. The Sydney Sixers. They won by 19 runs. 116 for 5 they made off. Was a 12-12 encounter. That's right. And MS, they made 97 for 6. The target was 117. So congratulations to the Sydney Sixers winning the Big Bash League.
Yes, and I looked at it, and you would want to see the happy faces there. Came down. I think it wasn't all full 20 overs, but they made the most of what it was.
Yes, and this is played away into the onside field, and there is no run. Virasamy Permaul continued to wheel away his left arm spin from this end. In fact, Bonner did get the single, so he moves on by 1. He has gone on to 6, and this will take the score now on to 7-9 for the loss of 4. And sunshine streaming down. Look up into the heavens, no threat of rain whatsoever. Guyana and many other parts of the Caribbean enjoying real dry condition, maybe for sports, not the farmers at all.
Yes, well, that's true. The farmers may figure that they don't want this to last for long. But I think they had a fair share of rain also too in the G. So maybe a little sun now will help their crop too.
Yes, you like farming, Roddy?
It's always something I'm always fascinated by. I never get the courage to get into full-time farming, but having a little kitchen garden is something I always enjoyed, and looking forward to have my own little kitchen garden. I haven't gotten to that stage as yet, but it's something that always fascinates me.
Yes, I know Clyde Butts is someone who loves his little kitchen garden. Maybe he's going to motivate you at some time. This is short, outside the line of the off stump. He's defending. Palmer plays it down towards short cover, and there is no run. Scientists are saying the best food are the ones that you grow in your kitchen garden. And I know Clyde, he has his tubs and so on. He plants his spinach, his lettuce and celery and so on. And there is where he sweat out early in the morning.
Maybe I need to invite Clyde over by me into my backyard. I've got the tools, the fork. I have the forks and the soil, I have the space, so you could get a project starting. What do you say about that, Clive?
Here's a delivery. Down the track comes Palmer. Big swing and a miss, and Palmer's gone. A stump. Brilliant work by Bramble. Well, in fact, he's bowled. For one moment, I thought he was stumped. Came down the track, a rush of blood, and looking to hoist it over the media center. Made no contact. And it's sad to see him walk back to the pavilion. Was there a need for that, Roderick Lovell?
That was an irresponsible shot there coming from Paul Palmer there. You know your team situation is. I'm certain the team plan would have been, but probably to get at least a 200 out to make a fight out of it. You already lost footed in for the morning. You're 4 down, and you've been one of the most experienced batsmen within the team. And then to play a shot like that, I don't think that would go well with the management of the Jamaican Scorpion team.
Yes, should not. It was very, very reckless indeed. So they have lost their second wicket this morning. They are 7-9 for the loss of 5 now. And when you discount that 3 runs that the Jaguars had on first innings, they're 76. We saw yesterday afternoon Blackwood, atrocious shot. Played the 2 deliveries before, missed, and then he defended one, looked good when he came on the front foot, and then that final delivery, big swipe at it, he lost his wicket. Palmer didn't even learn from that, and he's one of the most experienced players out there.
And the thing is, and what you looked at, mostly in the second innings batting, the teams batted most time poorly in the second innings, and I wonder if this is some of concern for the various teams, making an effort to bat better in the second innings. When you see a score in the first innings, come second innings, it's totally different. We know you have to deal with the wicket deteriorating. The mental part of it has to come into play, and one would put on mostly into the mental part of it as the games go longer. 3rd day, 4th day, you saw the players have wilt away.
Yes, this is very poor cricket by the Scorpions. By no means we are putting anybody down, but this is reality. I think that's the job of the commentator to paint a true picture on what is happening out in the middle. So the new batsman out is the Grenadian, Dennis Smith. He's a little man. He's the wicket keeper in the side, and he's going to face up to the bowling of Virasamy Permaul. A slip, a forward short leg, and a silly point outside the line of the off stump. And he pulls the bat inside the line, allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. If they're not careful here, they might very well be bundled out before they got to that 100. They have lost 5 wickets, so the cream of the crop have departed so far for the Scorpions. Taking into consideration they made 187 in the first innings, I think that the thought should have been to surpass that 187. That looks a very remote possibility at this time. Permaul comes in, bowls to Smith onto the back foot again, and then works it away into the onside field, down towards mid-on. The end of a very successful over for Permaul. Dennis Smith is yet to score. Bonner is on 6. The Scorpions, they are 79 for 5.
Yes, and the true reflection of the way they batted, 79 for 5. If you looked at the 2 most experienced batsmen, the way they gotten out in the second innings, one argues a lot, but says a lot about the mentality on the approach towards the second innings. When you would bowl, you would have looked at the wicket and thinking that the spinners did a good job for you. That's the Jamaican Scorpions. You would expect that the Guyana Jaguars will come out with a plethora of spinners that you have the wily and the ever-proven Virasamy Permaul to contend with. This is where you have to collectively, decide that we're going to be prepared to come and counter what is thrown at us and get a good total, a good competitive second innings total.
This is outside the line of the off stump. But even that, look at the shot that Nkrumah Bonner played. Backing away, looking for room, and then slides it away down towards cover. He gets the single nevertheless. He now moves on to 7, takes the Scorpions on to 80 for the loss of 5. We aren't seeing the fight in this innings at all from the Scorpions. The Jaguars continue to maintain pressure. So they've been doing a pretty good job in the field so far. It's Kevin Sinclair. Now we see that Leon Johnson is moving the short backward square and is going to place him down at mid-wicket. So we're having a wide mid-on and a wide short mid-wicket as well. There's a deep backward square. Sinclair bowls to Smith. He comes forward, plays down towards short cover. There is no run. They can still take heart because these two can bat. Smith is a very good little batsman. As we watch, Sinclair comes in, bowls to Smith. He's getting a good delivery. He's beaten outside the line of the off stump. That one hustled onto him.
And it kept low also, but it wasn't taken cleanly by Bramble. Good bowling by Kevin Sinclair.
So, Kevin Sinclair, right arm off spinner, the man from Berbice, comes up and bowls and onto the back foot once again. Just pulling the bat inside the line at the last moment allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. So the preference here for many of these batsmen to play the spin is to bat deep in the crease, and it has caused the downfall of many on both sides. Here is Sinclair, comes in, bowls to Smith once again on the back foot. This one rushed him onto the back foot. It was quicker, Kevin Sinclair. And off spinner, you're expecting the off spinner just to slow the pace up a little, allow the ball to bite on the pitch, the grip on the turn. We haven't seen that. He comes in, bowls another quicker delivery, and this is ridden nicely down towards short fine leg. And Chandapal Hemraj runs away from deep backward square, sends the return in. Dennis Smith, he gets a single. He opens his account with 1. The over has come to an end. Scorpion in their second innings, they're 81 for the loss of 5.
Yes, and from the Scorpion standpoint, I think they would look to both Smith and Bonner now to put together, craft together a partnership. A partnership of war to get them back into this game here. So they know that, I'm certain they know that they have the target that they would feel comfortable defending in the second innings. So, but to get in there, you have to get sensible batting, good partnership. And as you alluded to earlier, the batsmen playing the spinners from the crease, this will give the spinners more confidence to bowl towards them. They have to be prepared to use the feet, prepared to take the singles, work the ball around, and we haven't seen that much from the Scorpions in their second innings.
No, we haven't seen that. There are now 2 slips for the right-handed Dennis Smith. And onto the back foot once again. Hurries onto the back foot too. And Permaul will love this approach by Dennis Smith. He's very experienced, Veerasamy Permaul. He has already taken 3 wickets in this second innings. As he begins to move in once again, comes up, bowls to Smith, and Smith onto the back foot. No problem then. The ball was outside the line of the off stump. It was slow through the air. He watched it onto the bat and drops it down into the turf. Picked up at second slip by Barnwell. Here is Permaul, left arm. Comes in round the wicket, bowls to Smith, and this is nicely tossed up, and he's looking for a big swing. He's wrapped on the pad, and that's plumb in front. Dennis Smith looks up at the umpire. Boy, you have to walk. I would have cannoned into the middle stump. Permaul gets his man. Another ridiculous shot we have seen here. Ball right up in the middle stump, looking to swing some way over backward square, and Smith has to walk back to the pavilion for 1.
That's poor. No, the ball was given the air. It was a quicker through the air. No, what you should have been looking to do is to play it down, look to play the ball straight. He went right across there, plumbing the crease there. Easy decision for umpire Basrat. Another one goes for the Scorpion, and the poor batting display we've seen in the second innings continues.
Yes, this is unacceptable. This is 4-day cricket. This is day number 3. There isn't any devil in the picture. The thought processes that goes through the mind of our batsman, I don't know. But none of them gave this slightest of indication that they want to stay there and stay there for a long time. And it's not a case where we haven't seen these fellas come together and score runs. We have seen them battle. We have seen them put together good partnership. I don't know. But what's actually going on? It has to do something with the mind?
It's all about, this is where the mental aspect comes into JIT, and we've seen the display there, you know, when you're in a situation, how do you combat it? And from what we have seen, we've seen some poor response in tight situation, and these are aspiring players who would want to go on to represent the West Indies at the international level. But what you've seen here, it doesn't augurs well in moving forward. It's just good tight bowling. The wicket, as you said, has no devil in it. It's just that the batsman just has to take their time, try to work it out, figure out what's going on. You know what is going to come at you. So you just have to be, we know you don't want to be bogged down. You still have to look to score, but you still have to curtail that. You have to, you're going to be positive. You need to know when to pick your battles.
So Dorval Green is the new batsman out in the middle. Here is Permaul. He comes in, bowls to Green, onto the back foot, taking on the pad, but this one was going down the leg side. Permaul was going up with the appeal, and Dorval Green, he's a nice little all-rounder. Just wondering why he's batting so low when the composition of the team could have been batting one place higher. As we watch Permaul comes in, bowls to Green. He's stretching forward and plays well. Reach the pitch of the delivery and strokes it away down towards Silly Point. Tejnarine Chandapal takes it on the pad, and the ball goes away into the onside. There is no run. Here is Permaul once again. He comes up, bowls to Green, and Green is stretching forward. Now, this is the way you need to play. He came forward, reached to the pitch of the ball, kills the spin, drops it away down towards short cover. The end of another successful over for Virasamy Permaul. He has picked up 4 wickets in the second innings. To go with his 4 in the first innings. The Scorpions are struggling badly. They're 81 for the loss of 6.
Yes, and what I've observed when the batsmen play the spin, in the G, I think most of them look to play the ball off the wicket, and which could be very detrimental to them. When you play in the spinners, you need to at least look from the time the ball delivery. You have to start calculating the length, and what you're going to do at the same time. But on this wicket, it's bad if you're going to play it off the wicket, because once you come back there, or the wicket keeps low, the ball comes through, you wouldn't have much time to play a shot.
And this is outside the line of the off stump. And look at the shot played by Bonner. That ball was wide outside the off stump, could have very well left alone. I know it's a sunny day. He's just hanging out the bat to dry. And this time onto the back foot once again. And like you rightly said, Roddy, they choose to play off the pitch to their own detriment. We aren't seeing the basic skills here by the Scorpions. He's coming forward, defending this time. Looks good to Bonner as he plays that defensive shot onto the front foot. But the mindset is to play on the back foot. So there is a slip and a forward short leg. Here is Kevin Sinclair, bowls to Bonner. This is flicked away. Good looking shot. Rolling the wrist nicely. Gets it out towards the backward square. Chandapal Hemraj comes in. Bonner, he gets another run with that single now. Bonner will move on to 8. And that will take the score on to 82 for the loss of 6. Dorval Green is the other man there. He's yet to score. He's in his 15th over, Kevin Sinclair. So he's been given a long bowl by his skipper, Leon Johnson. And he's asking Hemraj to go forward down towards the mid-wicket boundary. He was a little bit at backward square. Now he's gone towards mid-wicket. Here is Kevin Sinclair. He comes in, bowls to Green. He comes forward, plays down towards short cover. There is no run. And Sinclair takes his green cap. He walks away. Well, he has another delivery remaining there. It's good when the two umpires can communicate. We've seen it for the second time in the match. And there's still one delivery to go. Here is Sinclair. He comes in, bowls to Green. Green gets a good delivery. He's coming forward, plays defensively back up the track. There is no run. The over has now been completed. Scorpion in the second innings. They're 82 for the loss of 6.
And it's very rare you see a bowler with wanting to bowl 5 balls in the over into G as Sinclair there just now. Prepared to take his hat from the umpire after 5 balls. The only time you see that is when the over is not going, when things are not going your way. When so you get a few thumps in the over, you just pray for the over to finish. You think, and in Sinclair's case, he's bowling well, and I think you would want to bowl as much as possible deliveries to the batsman.
Yes, certainly. So Raymond Reefer, none for 5 from his 2 overs. Niall Smith, none for 15 from his 2 overs as well. Kevin Sinclair has picked up 2 for 33. Good figures. And Virasamy Permaul, he sent down 14 overs, 4 for 22. Splendid figures by Virasamy Permaul as he starts another over from the commentary box end, and still the pressure is being maintained by Leon Johnson. Forward short leg, silly point, slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a wide mid-off. And he's stretching long forward. Bonner, this time he looks good. Plays defensively. Back of the track, there is no run. Virasamy Permaul will be mindful of him stretching forward now with the silly point in position and the forward short leg. Here is Permaul, continues to bowl well, bowls outside the line of the off stump. And here's a drive by Bonner onto the front foot and spanking Tejnarain Chandapal in the process, maybe somewhere in the legs, and he's down on the turf. That's a hard blow.
Yes, he looked like he was hit somewhere in the ankle region, and that's an unprotected area where he was struck. It was a form drive from Bono. He has on the shin pad, but by turning his body towards, his back towards it, he exposes the area that wasn't protected.
So they're going to exchange position. That's Vishal Singh. He's moved away from forward short leg, and he has gone to silly point. And Tejnarain Chandapal has come to forward short leg, giving him some time to heal. Here is Permaul, comes in, bowls to Bonner. He's stretching forward, and the return comes in from the first slip position where that's Johnson is fielding. And Vishal Singh is very close in there at that silly point area. That's the reason why they call it silly point. It's a stupid position.
Yes, that'd be a silly person who would want to go and field in that position.
But you have to be brave. And he's there as we watch Permaul. It's a dangerous position to field. Comes up now and bowls to Bonner. And Bonner is coming forward there and beaten outside the line of the off stump. That was well bowled by Veerasamy Permaul.
Yes, one that took the pace a bit off, so the ball was given some bit flight, and it got time to grip on the wicket and turn and be the probing butt of Bonner coming forward there. Well bowled, Veerasamy Permaul.
Yes, and he continues to wheel away from this end, Veerasamy Permaul. Left arm orthodox. He comes up, bowls to Bonner. This is tossed up, and he's coming forward, driving down to Barnwell. Down at short cover, there is no run. The over has been completed. At the end of it, Jamaica, they're still 82 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, and a good force session, good force hour there for the Guyana Jaguars. The session where they got 3 wickets added to the 3 that they had overnight, so I think they're feeling pretty comfortable. They feel that they have this game by the scruff of the neck, and they just want to get out of 4 wickets of the Jamaican Scorpion in the quickest of fashion. I don't think from the Guyana Jaguars standpoint they would want to see themselves chasing anything above 150. The lower total they can get the remainder of the Scorpion wickets out, in their mind, it would be better for them chasing on this wicket. That once the spinners hold a line, we see what's happening, and with the batsmen being afraid to use their feet to the spinner in terms of coming forward or whether to go back, mostly reading the ball off the wickets. And I think it could spell some a dicey game. But so far, the Guyana Jaguars Guyana Jaguars game so far.
Yes, certainly it has been an hour that belonged to the Guyana Jaguars. Overnight, 50 for 3 Jamaica Scorpions with footed in, not out on 13. Yesterday afternoon, John Campbell went for 31. Gordon, the night watchman, made 1. And Blackwood, he didn't score. 50 for 3 overnight. Today, Azad footed in, LBW to Kevin Sinclair for 1973 for the loss of 4. The first wicket going down, 28 minutes of play. Paul Palmer, bowled by Permaul for 15, 79 for 5. And Dennis Smith, LBW of Permaul for 1. And it was 81 for the loss of 6. In the bowling department, we're just going to read through those figures for you in a while. Raymond Reefer, 2 overs, no maiden, 5 runs, no wicket. Niall Smith, 2 overs, no maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. Kevin Sinclair, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34. Veerasamy Permaul, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 22. So the spinners have accounted for all 6 wickets that have tumbled so far. Let me remind listeners that on the first day, Scorpions won the toss and batted. They scored 187, with Blackwood making 81. Permaul picking up 4 for 34. Jaguars replied with 190. Hemraj 38, Permaul 35. Merchant 3 for 37. Harty 3 for 30. The Jaguars leading by 3 runs. And Ruddy, while the players are refreshing themselves out in the middle, Scorpions did a fine job in the field, restricting the Jaguars to 190. But it all went downhill for them when they started their second innings.
Right. I think the second innings batting did not reflect the good work that they did in the first innings to restricting the Scorpion, just the Jaguars to just a 3-run lead. I think from at that point they should have told themselves, listen, we're in this game. This game can go either way, but let us put a good second innings total on the board and let the Jaguars who will be batting last on this wicket, come and get it. I think, but they haven't done themselves any justice from the way how they batted in the second innings. They look like they're in a hurry for the game to be over, but over not in their favor.
Yes, not at all. So John is showing me some results here. The fifth match, Australia Tri-Nation Women's T20 Series at Melbourne. Australia women against India women. The Australian women scored 173 for 5. And India ladies, they replied with 177 for 3 in 19.4 overs. Their target was 174. For the Australians, Gardner, she scored a spanking 93 off 57 balls with 11 fours and 3 sixes, and got support too from Lanning, who made 37, 22 balls and had 6 boundaries. And in the bowling department, Sharma, that's Dipti Sharma, had 2 for 27, a wicket apiece for Gaikwad and Yadav. And look at the India batting so far. There was consistency there. Shafali Verma, whom we saw here, a 16-year-old that came down, powerful striker, faced 28 balls and scored 49, 8 fours and 1 6. And Mandana, star player for India, made 55, 7 fours and 30 also by Rodriguez. She's a busybody, lovely, classy player. 5 boundaries in her 30 of 19 balls. And Kaur, that Hamarpreet Kaur not out on 20, and Dipti Sharma not out on 11. So congratulations to India for winning that. In the bowling department, there was a wicket apiece for Penny, Sculp, and also Carey. Thanks, John. Always on the ball, ensuring that we share to our listeners what is transpiring in the world of cricket, men, women, under 19, test cricket, you name them. One-day internationals as well. Fine job, John. This is a delivery that is tossed up, taken on the pad, and Dorval Green is coming forward. The ball goes away. Hands were up. There were oohs and ahs, but it was outside the line of the off stump, so there wasn't that confident appeal. Here is Sinclair once again. He comes in, bowls to Green, and he's driving. That's a fluent cover drive down towards short cover, but the little man, Vishal Singh, is in the way. He feels nicely. There is no run. So the pressure has been maintained. Here is Sinclair, bowls to Green. He's coming forward, driving down towards wide mid-off. Now, Green should not be concerned here because there's still lots of time. The runs will come while he is there. They will definitely come. So he shouldn't be bothered with his few dot deliveries. As we watch Sinclair once again. From the southern end, he comes up, bowls to Green. He's coming forward very stylishly. Looks at number 3, plays it down towards short cover. The end of the over. At the end of the over, the Scorpions, they're 82 for the loss of 6. More from you, Roddy. And then it's going to be the voice of John Ramsing.
A good steady battle out there between Green and Kevin Sinclair just now. Green looked very positive in his approach. He was prepared to use his feet, come to the front foot, matter of fact, to combat what Kevin Sinclair had to offer. Played some good-looking drives, but unfortunately for him, the ball just went to the fielder, cover straight to the fielder. And so when the time Green came out, John, he looks very positive in his approach. He looks prepared to use his feet to be stretched forward, the way you should be batting on this type of wicket here. As I said, good morning and welcome to my good buddy, John Ramsing.
Good morning, Roddy. It's certainly a good morning indeed. Nice weather for cricket. Permaul starts a new over and bowls outside the off stump to Bonner. Bonner allows it to go outside the off stump and into the gloves of Bramble. Bramble with a helmet, keeping up, of course, to the spinner. Jamaica Scorpions in all sorts of trouble in their second innings. 82 now for the loss of 3. Here is Permaul to Bonner again. Bonner forward in defense. Back up the track. So the first hour, 32 runs scored, 3 wickets going down. Quite an eventful hour of play.
Well, a more dominating hour for the Guyana Jaguars, more or less to say.
Low scoring battle continues as Permaul bowls to Bonner. The right-handed batsman stretches forward and kills the spin. The man at silly point, Vishal Singh, does the field-in. It's a nice cloud passing across overhead. As Permaul passes umpire Bassarat, bowls outside the off stump again to Bonner. Bonner again stretches forward in defense. You've seen a steady procession of wickets. We had 3 last night, 3 this morning in the Jamaica Scorpions second innings. Permaul again. Bowls to Bonner. Bonner stretches forward again. And he remains on 8. Dorval Green yet to get off the mark. Campbell 31, Footed 19, Nicholson Gordon 1, Blackwood no score, Palmer 15, and Dennis Smith all back in the pavilion. Smith made 1 outside the off stump, spinning away just back of a length and not forcing the batsman into the shot. So that's another over completed, a maiden from Versame Permaul. And so far Permaul's over, figured 16 overs, 4 for 22, including 5 maidens. How well has he bowled?
6 maidens. Yes, that's excellent. And one would expect coming into the second innings this type of performance from Versame Permaul. He has shown it seasoning, gaming. Every time they play here, he always be the most time the trump card of the Guyana attack, bowling in the second innings on these wickets here. And I'm certain these are the things that the Jamaican Scorpion would have been cognizant of.
The seamers not picking up any wickets in this second innings. Raymond Ray for Niall Smith so far. It's 2 for 34 from Sinclair, who's going to come into the attack again. He's bowling this time. Continues from the southern end, where he started since this morning. Bowls to Green, and Green drives towards mid-off. Young Smith is in the way. Green yet to get off the mark. So it's a battle right now between the Scorpions and the Jaguars. Green in the first innings was not out on 16 when the Scorpions were all out for 187. Some adjustments being made now. So Permaul moving from that short fine leg region going down towards extra cover, and the man who was at backward point goes down towards that short fine leg region. So what do you make of that bowling feeling change?
Well, I could have seen it coming. Green was prepared to always to play on the front foot driving, and I think that the man is put there in his eye line.
So this time he plays into the onside, and he will get off the mark. Dorval Green. Straight, a quicker delivery from Sinclair and turn it to the onside of the front foot. And he moves to 1. He's now off the mark. 83 now for the loss of 6. And Kuma Bonner is back on strike. The man from St. Catherine in Jamaica. I'm sure you enjoy your time in Jamaica as well.
Yes, Jamaica is a wonderful place, especially when you're there to play sports.
This time back and across. Bonner. He's playing on the back foot to the spinner. And Sinclair not giving him a lot of room either outside the off stump and also bowling it very full. So going back to full delivery is not necessarily the best thing to go on this track. This time he's forward, hitting the pad, appeal for a leg before, not a says umpire Butler. That one perhaps definitely hitting outside off.
Yes, he was struck outside the off stump, quicker from Sinclair. And what I've noticed for the past couple of overs from the Jamaican Scorpion batsmen, they're prepared to play on the front foot, and they look much more comfortable whilst playing on the front foot, John.
Yeah, but Bonner has been going back as well, more often than not into the crease, playing from the back foot. Let's see what he's going to do now. Over the wicket is Sinclair, bowls to Bonner. Bonner opens the face of the bat, runs it past the first slip fielder in Johnson. Cleaned it by Permaul, and he will get a single to take his score now 1-9, 84 for the loss of 6 wickets. So they're making good progress, losing wickets as well, but that lead is now on to 81.
Yes, and I'm thinking that could they get another 50, 60 runs on this, and they probably could make a contest out of it. But it would call for smart batting, smart approach from the remaining batsmen to get them there.
We have seen an all-spin attack for the Jaguars this morning, so no possibility of that bowling bonus points for fast bowlers so far. As Sinclair bowls to Green, and Green is playing forward in defense, back up the track for Sinclair to field as the over is completed. 37 gone, 84 for the loss of 6. Jamaica Scorpions batting a second time here at Providence.
Yeah, a good tidy over from Kevin Sinclair there once again. Keep pecking away at the batsman. And as I said, jump back to the Scorpions batting now. We look at Bonner and Green's approach. Playing out to the spinners, they seems much more comfortable at this point. The balls would come. Now you will make the spinners have to adjust. When you come in the ball probably shorter, then you prepare to come on your back foot to pounce on it. But it just, as I said, it just called for smart approach.
Permaul continues. Bowls outside the off stump. Bonner standing tall off the back foot, opens the face of the bat, runs it down to backward point. Sinclair is in the way. Sinclair has been in the game where the ball has been following him apparently. So here is Permaul again. Runs away from us just about 2 or 3 steps and bowls to the right-handed batsman in Bonner. And the ball once again this time goes to backward point. And he will not score. I think because of the low scoring nature of the match, if the Guyana Jaguars should be chasing anything in the vicinity of 150, they'll be scratching their heads.
Yes, I doubt whether they would want it to get to that much, given the situation that they're in now.
4 wickets in hand for the Scorpions, 84 for the loss of 6. This one is punched away down towards point. Raymond Rifa is in the way. But the batting of the Jaguars as well, they did not really light up the National Stadium here in the first innings. As Permaul continues, balls. Well, the run the wicket is an appeal for like before from Permaul. Ball clearly headed down the leg, and also Vishal Singh at first slip. Johnson, in fact, at first slip, collected the ball and looking to throw down the stumps, but Bono was in his crease. The game is going to go down to an exciting finish. We want to see some people enjoying the game as well, Roddy. The East Bank of Demerara, where the Providence Stadium is located. It's busy, lots of traffic on that corridor, right near to the Demerara River, but not people coming into the ground. As Permaul bowls outside the off stump, Bono looking to go back and cut, got the under edge and fielded by backward point. Score remains at 84 for 6.
Yes, that one was quicker and flatter from Permaul outside the off stump. Bono looking to cut it. Ball took down edge and actually bobbled up to the first slip. It ricocheted off Leon Johnson at first slip.
Permaul again, flighted delivery this time. Forward in defense, well played, good technique from Bono. As the over comes, stone end, another over completed from Permaul. 17 overs for him now, 4 for 22 so far. And the score remains 84 for 6 after that maiden over. So Permaul continues to work away from this, the media center end, in the hot sun here at Providence, to make the Scorpions now enjoying a lead of 81 on second innings with 4 wickets in hand.
And you can see the effort from Bono now, and along with Dorval Green, the way they approach how they're playing, they're trying to, as I said before, play as much as possible on the front foot, and that's the way you should be playing on this wicket. Once you do that, you negate the wicket. Has no devil in it. It's not playing thing, but it's just called for your mental aspect of it to decide that you're going to bat long. And once you know you stay there bat long, John, the scoring opportunity must come along, and this is what is required now of both Dorval Green and Nkrumah Bono.
Again, we're going to see spin. Here is Sinclair. Start of a new over from him from the media center, from the place pavilion end. Balls to Green, and Green gets this delivery on middle stump, turns it into the onside from the front foot and will not score. Backward square in. Joseph comes in and collects. Campbell 31, footed in 19, Nicholson Gordon 1, Jeremy Blackwood no score, Palmer 15, Smith 1, all in the pavilion. And this time it's beating the keeper as well. It's going to go past the first slip. Johnson is after it and he's going to collect it in front of the boundary, and the batsman will complete leg byes. So 2 leg byes to the Jamaica Scorpions, taking the score now on to 86 for 6. But quicker delivery again from Sinclair.
Yes, and Bono was and Dorval Green was stretching out to the ball, flipped the top of the pad and balloons over the head of the keeper and run down for 2. And what you did saw there just now is a positive running between the wicket, because they know every run would matter, every run counts, and 2 leg byes.
At the end of the day, it's all about runs that win the game for the teams. On the middle stump this time, and Green on the front foot plays it into the onside. Barnwell at mid-wicket collects. Still to come, Jamie Merchant, Patrick Harty, Pete Salmon. So how much we'll get from those, still to be seen. The back this time into the crease, taking another pad and plays it back up the track. So Green that time went back into his crease, looking to play from the back foot. And got some amount of bat onto it and rolled back up the track. This time he's forward as the ball plays from outside off stump down towards extra cover. Permaul collects. Dead ball being signaled from umpire. What do you make of that, Roddy?
Maybe some field adjustment was being made. Somebody was saying something. But I saw the batsman was hurried to play. So I don't know if something was being said around the bat. But nevertheless, umpire Dayton Butler signaled dead ball.
So here he is now. Dorval Green, right-handed batsman, awaits the right-hand off spin of Sinclair. Sinclair goes, this high action of him goes to Green. Green is forward in defense again. And that short mid-off comes into play in Vishal Singh. So Green taking a long time to settle, and perhaps that's what happened. The bowler rushed him a few deliveries ago. So here is Sinclair again to Green. Green drives down towards long on. This time he'll get a single. Just stretching forward and nice wrist movement. And we get a single to take his score now on to 287 for the loss of 6. Bonner remains on 9. Scorpions now leading by 84.
And that was smart cricket just now from Dorval Green. I think he realized that the bowler in Kevin Sinclair is turning quick at his crease, and to get him, and he get him when he's not totally settled. So he took his time, just now walked away, make sure he settles to the bowler. Hey, you know you have to wait on me a bit, let me settle down here. And that was smart. And from that you could see the ball that was delivered thereafter was an easy one there for Green, and he struck it down to long on. And that's what they need to do, the batsman. You need to settle in, you need to not to be rushed. Your team is in a very deep hole or a spot of whatever you want to see. And you know a partnership here would do your team the world of good. So you have to pull all stops out, pull your experience out to see how far you could take it, how a partnership can be developed between the two current batsmen for the Jamaican Scorpions.
Sort of physio for the Scorpions out to give some assistance to Green. Perhaps his right hand needs some taping or something. And he's off the field now, the physio. So we're going to continue. But it's quite interesting the way the game is set up. This is day number 3. Lots of time. We're already in the 3rd innings. So the result, the weather's fine. A result is on the horizon.
Yes, and we have said that before. Once, you know, the barring weather, the way how the first innings total scores went about, we could have foresee our results happening. But I don't think we want to see it happen that quickly. We want to see a good game coming down to the bottom.
That's right, the fighting finish. Permaul starts a new over from the media center end, passes umpire Zahid Basarat, and bowls to Green, and Green is back in his crease, and then comes forward and plays the back of the track for Permaul to field. 2, he remains, Dorval Green 87 for 6. Forward again in defense, bat and pad close together, playing it down towards mid-on this time, and the man at back pad, and Chandapal comes around to his left to effect the fielding, and that's not a possibility for scoring for the Scorpions. Here is Permaul again, flighted delivery this time, well bowled, and equal to the task is Green. So a little bit of flight this time from Permaul.
Yes, and I think this all comes about from the batsman being prepared to use to stretch forward, and that smart bowling. I mean, you need to take the pace off. You have the fielders around the bat.
This time he drives again. He's going to find the mid-off fielder over to his left in Niall Smith, who cannot prevent the single. So he's a bit wider on this occasion, Permaul, and the bat flowing cover drive, and he got a single to come off strike. Dorval Green, he's on to 388 now for a loss of 6. The Inderjeet just gave you a whole lot of scores on the international scene of what happened, but still to come. Tomorrow is that big on the 19th final, India against Bangladesh. This Permaul bowling round the wicket, left arm spin to the right-handed Nkrumah Bonner. Bonner stretches forward in defense and plays it back up the track again for Permaul to field. Total remains at 88 for the loss of 6. Permaul, quicker delivery. This time Bonner has to go back in his crease and jack down on it very quickly to end the over. So another over coming to an end from Permaul. Another over of left arm spin from the media center, and Permaul 4 for 23 so far. And at the end of 41 overs, 88 for the loss of 6. I was asking you about that final before you leave me. Tomorrow morning, India, 4 times champion against first-time finalist Bangladesh.
Well, I think going into the final, India will be the overwhelming favorite. Even before the competition gets started, India was always the favorite coming into them. When you look at the young players they have coming in there, but you know, in the Bangladesh, I think they would come and try to give their all at it. But so far, you can't see in Bangladesh winning it would be an upset to India, but India being the out front overall favorite going into this under 19 World Cup final.
So the other 11 teams, they have to play to get into the final.
All right, more or less, you would want to see, and it's good because when you looked at this modern day now, John, you've seen a lot of youngsters now coming into international cricket. Right, so ones would always say that their game of elevated from a young age, and they're exposed to a lot of grade A crickets within the various territory, and I think that is what is happening in India a lot, especially the IPL.
That's the voice of Roderick Lovell. He was going to vacate that seat and make way for Clyde Butts. 3-dot ball sent down from Kevin Sinclair to Derval Green. Derval Green playing defensive shots to all three. Here is Sinclair again. Bowls straight to this time and taken on the pad and balloon into the onside. Chandapal at that city mid-on region. Cannot take the catch. Just confirm if it was some back, but it's a no ball signal by umpire Butler. So the spinner, an off spinner at that, overstepping that front crease as we say good morning to another off spinner. Here's Sinclair again, bowls this time to Green. Green stands tall and punches it into the onside. Beats Barnwell, diving to his left at mid wicket, and the ball goes down towards a wide mid on for a single. So one more to Green. He moves on to 4. 4 is on his back as well. 89 for a loss of 6. 89 and 190.
You forget to say one thing: farmer and an off spinner.
I always say once an off spinner is always an off spinner, Clyde. Here he is. Here is off spin of Sinclair to Bonner. Bonner plays it into the onside, finds Barnwell at mid wicket, and cannot score. So 90 for the loss of 6. So 87, the overall lead for the Jamaica Scorpions. It's a second innings game, we would say, because 3 runs in first innings separated the teams. As Bonner goes back and cuts down towards short third man, we get a single. Just up to the face of the batter, running it down. Not looking to play too hard, but just got a single. Soft hands. 91 now for the loss of 6. End of over number 42. Sinclair, 2 wickets for 40 runs in his 20th over. So 20 overs from him completed. Green is on 4 and Kumabana on 10.
It has been a real struggle for the Scorpions this morning. I don't know. We've seen some strange looking shots being played, especially by
Green.
by a couple of batsmen this morning in Smith and Palmer. Palmer was coming down the track looking for a big heave, and Smith got a full ball fairly straight and was looking to sweep. One would have thought something like that. He would have looked to work the ball on the onside, and Palmer, probably who was batting reasonable and looked fairly positive, would have been looking to, even say he come down the track, would have been looking to stroke the ball instead of looking to hit the ball. Think about your team situations, and you know that there's no way you could afford to play those type of shots on this pitch.
So what does that say about patience as a batsman?
Well, I think it's patience, and one is that the bowler is wearing you down. So I think that's what happened with Palmer there. I think he had decided that he had to try and get Permaul out of the attack, or to try and be a little bit more aggressive to Permaul. Yes, you can be a little bit more aggressive, but you have to be selective as well. You just can't decide, I'm going to charge. I think it was a premeditated shot, and hence his dismissal.
It was patience against persistence.
Yeah.
Persistence won. So after 27 overs of spin this morning, we're seeing pace for the very first time. Niall Smith replacing Samuel Permaul. Permaul, a marathon spell from him, and that spell coming to an end. So Niall Smith will be bowling from the media center end, and he's going to be bowling to Nkumabana. Nkumabana on 10, 91 for 6, the Scorpions. Here is Smith. Runs away from us, passes umpire Bassarat, beats the bat outside the off stump as Bonner plays a lazy shot. And he went forward, rightfully, plays a lazy shot, and the ball goes by on the bounce to the keeper. What kind of start is that?
That kept very low as well. That was outside the off stump. It didn't bounce higher than probably halfway up the stumps and drop away in front of the wicket keeper. But I guess Smith is just warming up, and that's his first delivery. Had no pace, but it's not a good sign when you see the pitch plays like that and fairly low. Bonner was obviously looking to run it down to third man.
Bonner again taps away, 2 steps going down with the keeper. This time he gets the ball on the line of off stump. He's back in his crease, opens the face of the bat, showing the full face of the bat to the bowler, and that's all he's going to get from that one. So Permaul this morning started with figures of 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 9 runs. That was sent down yesterday afternoon. Finishing his spell this morning overall, 18 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 23. 2 more wickets this morning for him. How well has he bowled this morning?
He certainly kept the pressure on the Scorpion batsman. I think he bowled well to all of those guys. Didn't really get a lot of spin and bounce, but certainly was consistent with his length and line.
Smith to the right-handed Bonner. Bonner's forward, and Looking for a single is the non-striker, Darvel Green, as the ball was played just in front of his eyes. John. And just dot ball again. So Sinclair has been bowled as well all morning, so it's going to be interesting to see if we'll have a double change. What do you think, dear Clyde?
I know. I don't think so. The only change I would think is if Permaul goes to that end.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't have a double change at the moment. Probably swing Permaul a little bit from the far end, but definitely not a double change.
Smith, first 2 overs, cost 15 runs. This time he's outside the off stump and banged away down towards that wide third man region. It looks like a substitute fielder is on. Looks a little bit like Akshaya Prasad from this angle. And a single nonetheless to Nkrumah Bonner. Is back a little bit of width. He got a single that will take him on to 11. 4 is Darvel Green. He's back on strike. 91 for the loss of 6. A little bit of room.
Yeah, that just Smith. And this match I find he struggled a little for his rhythm.
Here he is now. Runs away from us. Number 46 on his back. Bowls to Darvel Green. Darvel Green gets a delivery on the line of middle and leg, and he's forward and plays it down towards mid-on for Permaul to pick up. 91 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, I think he's just not bowled this sort of line and length that we saw him in the previous game. Maybe, missing that game, his rhythm probably would have gone. When I say missing that game, there wasn't a game last week, so there was a bit of a rest. Just break his rhythm a little. And you expect that of any bowler. Not every day you come out and you're going to be at your best. So.
Here Smith, right time.
That's
Over
a
balls
great shot.
down the line of the leg stump and is driven down the onside. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Beautiful on drive from the right-handed Darvel Green. The ball that was overpitched on the line of leg stump, and he collects a boundary. The score moves on to 96 now. Wonderful shot from Green to move to 8.
In my opinion, that's probably the shot of the match. That
Shot
was
of
a
the
delivery that was pitched up just on or about middle and leg stump. He came forward and he drove it nicely between a straight mid wicket and the man at mid on into the boundary for 4. Good looking shot from Green.
Good timing in that one. So the score 96 for the loss of 6, and that lead, Clydie, 93.
93, it's on the board.
It's on the
we did
board.
say that in the first innings, 187 was on the board, and how well the Scorpions defended that. And the Jaguars now, they had 3 runs lead, and they are bowling very well in the second innings as well. So the bowling has been top class. The batting has left a lot to be desired in this match.
The on drive, in fact, ended the over. So at the end of 43 overs in the second innings for the Scorpions, 96 for the loss of 6. Niall Smith's first over of the morning, gone for 5 runs. A loosener, you would say, from the young man from Berbice.
Yes, I think he was just coming in, struggling a bit for his rhythm. We did see that. And especially when he bowled to the left-handers in this game, he has struggled.
Yep. Early days for him, just his first
He's a
season.
young man. It's
Yeah.
his first season at this level. And when you think that he would have finished playing under 19s and so on a few years ago, not playing at the highest level for a little while, it can take some time. But he certainly showed that he has the ability.
First delivery from a new over from Smith. Bonner goes back into his crease and then plays defensively back up the track. So Bonner, 11 to his name, but has not looked in total control of his innings so far. This time, he is forward to Sinclair. Sinclair mixing his pace, mixing his lengths as well, but not giving anything really outside that off stump or even down the leg side. Here he is, passes umpire Butler. Slipping Leon Johnson, the captain, going down. City mid-on as well goes down. Beats the bat of Bonner. Bonner again playing off the back foot, opening up his stance. And another ball going to the gloves of the keeper, just marginally beating that outside edge. Here is Sinclair again, looking for success. Bowls, this time Bonner's half forward, you would say, and stabs that ball down towards point. And Joseph collects. So Bonner's forward, back. Previously he was forward. Let's see if he's going to go back now. Here is Sinclair to him, right arm off spin on the line of leg stump. So he goes back and turns it into the onside. Will get some runs. Gone for 1, coming back for the second. Challenging the arm of Imlak, it looks like. The substitute as well is on the field. And he will collect 2 more, Bonner. So that one he went back at his crease, but that one is on the line of leg stump. He collected 2. He's now on to 13, 98 for 6.
And he's been out there for a little while, so he probably has seen it a little better than Green. And he would need to continue to bat. I think the hope, the Scorpions' hope, depend on these two players out in the middle.
He goes back again into his crease and plays defensively just in front of him. And the keeper from behind the stump skips around to collect. As the over is completed, 98 now for the loss of 6. The Jamaica Scorpions batting a second time. Bonner is on 13. Green is on 8. 95 that lead. One more over, and then Inajit is going to come to take us to lunch. But Clyde, now the batsmen and the fielders as well will be looking towards the next 30 minutes to lunch as a very important passage of play on day number 3.
Yes, I think the Scorpions would hope that the Green and Bonner can just bat out this session, put on another 10, 15 runs, and then come after lunch and try to bat for as long as possible. Whereas the Jaguars would be thinking, look, we cannot afford to allow the Scorpions to get to a decent score. We don't want to be chasing 200, 220 on this pitch on the last day.
Pete Salmon, the debutant, still to come. Got nothing in the first innings. Jamie Merchant, no score as well, still to come. And Patrick Harty, who made 2 in the hut. So let's see what's going to happen with the rest of the Jamaica Scorpions batting. As Smith starts a new over, bowls a short ball outside the off stump to Green, and Green goes on the back foot, stands tall, punches it down to cover. Sinclair runs around to his left from extra cover and collects, but one more to the Scorpions. 99 for 6 now.
And Salmon must be able to be a batsman because he actually batted in front of Green on the first innings. So there must be some pedigree there, some sort of experience in terms of local cricket and what he has done in Jamaica. But looking at Green, that's a surprise. If he's a better batsman than Green, he must be a very good player.
It might have been a mistake as well because Green is in front of him in this innings. Let's see. So Smith bowls down the leg side into the pad of the batsman, and he flicks well. That's going to be a boundary for Nkrumah Bonner. He's now on to 18, and the 100 is on the board in the second innings for the Jamaica Scorpions. 103 for the loss of 6. That lead also into the hundreds. It's now 101.
Well, that was a bad delivery from Smith. But pitched up, going down the leg side on the pads. It's what Jeff Boycott would say, it's bread and butter. He just worked it off the pads nicely and got 4 runs for it.
Partnership for the 7th wicket. More than 20 to the value so far. They got together at 81 for the loss of 6. So here is, again, Smith down on the line of the leg stump. And again, it's worked into the onside by Bonner. Going to go towards a straight mid-wicket this time. And they will come back and complete 3. That's good running from Dorval Green and then Nkrumah Bonner. And they're looking to be positive, not only in their stroke making, but they're running as well. 3 more to the Scorpions. Score moves on to 105.
Well, Bonner and Green would be telling themselves that Permaul and Sinclair had us all morning on soccer. So we've got a few loose deliveries. We've got to put them away because there wasn't many of those before until Smith has come into the attack. And it's just rhythm just seems to be a little bit off. I guess, too, in this game he hasn't worked as much as he's worked in the other games that he's played.
106, in fact, the score for the loss of 6 wickets. Bonner moves on to 20. Green is with him on 9. That partnership for the 7th wicket, 25 to the value so far. Here is Smith. Passes umpire Basrat. Bowls outside the off stump. Beautiful delivery. Little bit of bounce, and as the batsman was playing it, he actually was beaten for bounce, and the ball went by into the gloves of the keeper. That's a good comeback delivery, but the width was a bit off, Clyde.
Well, that's one of the first deliveries that we've seen, or one of the few deliveries that I've seen that actually bounced and carried so nicely to the wicket keeper. And I think Green was surprised a little bit by the bounce because he was looking to punch it through the offside. Certainly had some bounce and pace in that one.
Bramble took it just about chest, so pouched it nicely. So partnerships 49, 1, nothing, 23, 6, and 2. And now 25 for the 7th wicket. Here is Smith. Bowls on the line of the body of the batsman. And Green looking to turn it into the onside. Goes forward, but cannot get it into the onside. He's got it in front of him. And he remains there on 9. So Campbell and Furadin 49 for the 1st wicket. Nicholson Gordon and Furadin 1 for the 2nd wicket. Furadin and Blackwood nothing for the 3rd wicket. Put that in a Palmer 23 for the 4th wicket this morning. Palmer and Bonner 6 for the 5th wicket. Dennis Smith and Bonner 2 for the 6th wicket. And our fighting 25-run partnership. Very crucial.
Valuable runs as well.
Very valuable indeed. So here is Smith in the second over of the morning. Passes the umpire. Bastarat bowls right arm over the wicket and edging over slip, actually through the hands, you would say, of that second slip fielder. Extra pace, and the batsman hung his bat out there, looking to go perhaps for that square drive, and the ball got big on him and went into the slip region. The fielder there could not hold on to it, and the over completed not in the approved fashion for the batsman.
Was that Hemlock? Hemlock, was it? Hemlock at second slip? Certainly flew and went with very quickly indeed. And I was just looking at the field. Barnwell is actually off the field.
Yeah.
He would have been in that position at second step, but that one went very quickly indeed.
So the partnership clearly moves on to 29. How valuable is that so far? As you make your assessment, Energy will join you.
That's very valuable runs, and I think the two Jamaican batsmen would have been very happy to see Smith come onto the attack, and they've actually started to score against Smith. Weatherly and Johnson would think, well, look, I cannot afford to leak those sort of runs and this, and you'll not and may not give Smith another over. But certainly that last delivery may be encouraging as well.
Sinclair to Bonner. He opens the face, give himself a little bit of a room, and gets it down towards third man. And they will complete two. Nothing wrong with the shot. It was outside the line of the off stump. And he actually just gave himself a little bit of room, followed it, opens the face, and he got himself 2 more runs. So they're looking more fluent. Green came in. I think he hasn't played badly. He has played every ball on his merit. Bonner, he had his problems. Just beginning to look a different player. Lovely flick shot for 4 in the previous over, and then one undriven as well. Kinds of shots that is going to give your confidence a high level. Here is Sinclair, bowls to Bonner. He's coming forward, driving down towards short cover, and there is no run as we watch the right arm off spinner having a long bowl for his country. He comes up and bowls to the right-handed Bonner. He's coming forward and drops it with short hands. Good to see Nkrumah Bonner getting a little bit more confidence and is willing to get onto the front foot.
Well, he's grown in confidence in this innings. When he started, he looked very lackluster and lackadaisical. He's driving this one through cover for 4. Lovely looking
Yes,
shot.
that's a lovely looking shot. One that was tossed up and it got ahead of the field down to the boundary for 4. Flow and shot, everything was correct about it, and looks good as he plays the shot as well. The score will now move on to 116 for the loss of 6. So he's enjoying his little batting here. And for the Scorpions' sake, these two will love to stay there until lunch, come out. And
Yes,
for a
I
long
think
time.
they have to look to take it in short spells. Right now, lunchtime is 20 minutes away. If you're the batting side, you would want those two to stay out there. And the Jaguars would be thinking, look, we just want to get one of these. We don't want them to go to lunch and have that confidence.
So good battle. Here is Sinclair, bowls to Bonner on the back foot this time and just dropping the bat on it. It was a quicker delivery through the air by the right arm off spinner. And just when we were praising him that he was just playing on the front foot, he chose to go on the back foot as well. And on these pitches, it could be very scary. Comes in, bowls to Bonner on the back foot. It was a little bit in the air, but he manages to get it down towards wide long on. And they're going to just walk the single. The over has ended. At the end of the over, it's 117 for the loss of 6 Scorpions in their second innings. Bonner has gotten 27 and Derval Green in 13.
I think Leon Johnson must be thinking now he's got to give young Sinclair a little bit of a spell. He's been bowling for just over an hour and a half this morning. He's bowled pretty well. He's kept things fairly tight. Yes, spinners love to bowl. There's no doubt about that. And probably could bowl all day. And I'm sure Sinclair is one of those who love to bowl and probably could bowl all day. But sometimes you just need that little break and then to come back later.
Yes, I think he needs that break. And we haven't seen Barnwell as yet this morning. And he is a bowler that can come in and get the breakthrough.
Barnwell is actually off the field.
Off the field.
He hasn't been on the field for a little while.
Yeah, that's the reason why Imlach is out there. Here is Niall Smith. moves in now and bowls to Bonner. He jumps on the back foot, opens the face. Imlach from four slipper. Move very quickly and then look for the run out. It goes in the open field, comes down towards the bowler's end, and they manage to get two. So two more to Bonner. With that two, he will move on to 29, and that will take the score to 19 rather, for the loss of 6 wickets. Clyde, let me ask you this. While you were playing the game competitively out in the middle, you had an end that you preferred to bowl? Let's use the phrase top end, bottom end. You had a preference?
Not really, but you know, when you play cricket, you learn quickly to adjust to certain things. And if you're going to play cricket and there's going to be fast bowlers in the team, you know they want the top end. So you tell yourself that, look, I've got to bowl at the bottom. And I prefer to bowl at the bottom and coming on later on in your career and so on. And initially, I was a top end bowler, but you learn the art and you learn to bowl from the other end. You got the ball to drift a little bit more, then it spun. And I think the drift used to help because it helps the batsman. You have put doubt in the batsman's mind whether it keep on drifting or it's going to pitch and turn.
Yeah, so we're watching Niall Smith. I ask you that because I'm going to tell you something. Niall Smith, right arm, fast bowler, nice, smooth, rhythmic action. He comes up now and bowls to Bonner onto the back foot and opens the face down towards the backward point. Once again, Imlach, very fast over field and keeps them down to 1. So one more to Bonner. With that single, he will move on to 30. It's now 120 for the loss of 6. Niall Smith, when he bowls from the bottom end, he tends to be a little bit more comfortable with himself, gets the deliveries straight, and from that end, he picked up most of his wickets.
Well, that would have been the first game, but I'm sure Niall Smith would love to bowl from the top, and you wouldn't want that breeze to always be in his face.
Yes, not at all.
As a young fast bowler, yes, the breeze might not be that rough today, but sometimes it can be, and it can be difficult.
This is outside the line of the off stump and gloriously driven by Derval Green out towards the wide long off boundary for 4. And I hope the others that are in the pavilion from the Scorpions team, the batsmen, they're looking at this one. That was class.
This young man continues to impress. I love his attitude. I love to see him bat. Love to see him bowl. I love to see him in the field. He reminds me sometimes of a David Bernard in the field. He's always competitive, doesn't say die, and he's got that sort of attitude.
Yes, 124 for the loss of 6. Spanking cover drive, a half volley pitched up outside the line of the off stump. And Niall Smith, he will have to rethink the strategy again. Get a little bit closer to the stumps, Niall Smith, as he moves in once again, wide of the crease and bowls. That's a short delivery. Didn't get up, and Green jumping on the toes and he's defending. Back up the track. There is no run. Clyde, let me ask you this as well. What are some of the benefits of a fast bowler running pretty close towards the stumps?
Straight away, and I'm sure Lovell will tell you this, when you get close to the stump, you tend to pitch in line with the stumps, or you get the ball to the leave right-handers. You're more close, you're more wicket to wicket, and that definitely helps. And whether you're a fast bowler or a spinner, that helps a lot.
And we're looking at Niall Smith here. He isn't running close to that stumps. He's way outside that stump.
But that's not bad. I've seen worse. I've seen people who run actually wide. He's in the middle, and probably he prefers that area. Well, I guess as he learns his trade and he goes on to play cricket, he'll be able to use those little subtle things and be better. But he's actually not bad.
Yes, not bad at all. I like him. He has bowled tremendously well. He has gotten wickets in the tournament. Good start. This is the first year. Has a good run-up as well. You like his rhythm?
I like his rhythm. I think he's going to be a workhorse for Guyana over the next couple of years. And who knows, maybe sooner rather than later we see him getting our West Indies A team pick. And he can grow from there. Of course, he's one of the bowlers this year that you're looking towards. Young Holder of Barbados seems to be impressing with every game he has played as well. So there are a few young bowlers who are coming through.
Yes, and Harding as well from Barbados. I think that's a wonderful pair. And Niall Smith is right up there as well, one of the most successful fast bowlers in this year's tournament. And thinking in terms, this is his first journey for the Jaguars. Congratulations to him.
It's nice to see fast bowlers keep coming through, but then we have to think about those that is still around as well. I was just going to ask a question: what happened to the other Jamaican fast bowler that actually went to the World Cup, and after then he's just O'Shane Thomas? Where is he?
I haven't actually heard anything about O'Shane Thomas. He has some speed, O'Shane Thomas.
Just thinking, where is O'Shane Thomas? Why is he not playing? Is he injured? Is he going through some fitnesses? What is the problem with him? Certainly, he has some pace, and one would love to see him. Last week, I was asking about the fella from Trinidad as well, Phillips, who I did not see play in that game. So, where are these guys?
Here is Arifa bowls. He's trapped on the pad. There's an appeal, and not out, says the umpire. Umpire Dayton Butler. I just have been outside the line of the off stump in the eyes of the umpire.
I was just amazed at the way how Reefer bowled. He just ran down the wicket, like say, well, I've got my man, hands in the air, didn't turn back to look to the umpire. And then when he realized the batsman wasn't going there anyway, why don't you just turn and appeal to the umpire?
Yes, because that's the person you're looking forward to give the man out.
And that delivery was clearly going down the leg side.
Here is Arifa once again. Begins the move in, hands from side to side, comes up and bowls to Bonner. Off the back foot goes Bonner and opens the face, gets it out to backward point. He gets another single. Bonner will move on to 31, 125 for the loss of 6.
And the cricket looks so different when Virasamy Permaul is not bowling.
Yes, so true.
It's
you're right.
evident that the pressure has been taken off of the batting side.
Yes, and they are freer with the advent of the pace
bowlers. And Virasamy
bowlers.
Permaul is only human. He cannot bowl all the time.
No, he can't. And he bowled exceptionally well, Virasamy Permaul. Presented lots of difficulty for all the Scorpions batsmen. Here is Reefer, comes in and bowls to Dorval Green. He's dropping this with soft hands. Imlach comes in and doesn't bother to throw. Well, in fact, right, he doesn't bother to throw at all. But they judged the single, and I think they would have been home. Imlach just didn't loose the ball. You would have released it, Clyde?
No, I think Bonner was easily in. But there are fielders on the offside, and they probably would have gotten an extra run. Sometimes you take those chances.
And every run is precious in these circumstances. Raymond Reefer, from the top of his end, is doing a thing or two with the ball we have seen over the years. He lumbers in, passes the umpire, comes up now and bowls to Bonner, and he's stretching forward and he's driving fluently down towards short cover, and there is no run. There are 2 slips. We have a backward point.
And
there's
Bonner just seems to be limping a little. I wonder if that last single just would have given him a little bit of an injury.
Well, we're going to look and see if he continues to limp out in the middle. This is not a situation where the Scorpions will want to see Bonner just coming down with that limp and has to return. He'll want to stay there for a long time. Reefer comes in, bowls to Bonner. That's a good delivery, coming back to the right hand. He came forward, half forward, and then drops the baton in, opens the face, gets it out towards backward point.
And Bonner certainly grew in status in this innings. When he started, he looked very lackadaisical, but I think he has grown, and once Smith came on and Permaul was out of the attack, he started to flow.
Yes, look much better against the faster bowlers. The spinners did present him with a lot of trouble. Had his troubles against Kevin Sinclair and Virasamy Permaul. He begins to move in once again. Reefer, 2 slips going down. He passes the umpire. Bowls to Bonner. He's taken on the pad. And here is Reefer once again. Not looking at the umpire. Running towards the slips. And then at the last moment turn back. And he still can't believe, but the over has been completed. At the end of it, 126 for the loss of 6. Like a screaming aircraft preparing to land and then going on brakes there. Reefer and he walks back. Maybe this is the way that he learned from a very small guy. He hasn't changed that. This is what we've seen since he played his cricket.
Yes, that one was a little close actually. Yes, he's bowling left arm round the wicket, angling the ball back into the right hander. And I think the umpire may have thought that would have just been heading down the leg side. But that was much closer than the first delivery actually.
Yes, and John Ramsing is making the point that umpire Dayton Butler was a former left-arm seamer as well. So he knows a lot about left-arm seam bowling.
And a decent batsman as well, decent player down the line, hard man to out. I remember seeing him batting at border. I think he bat all day on the last day to save a game for the Windward Islands against Guyana at border. All day he batted.
Yes, so Permaul has been reintroduced into the bowling after Niall Smith sent down how many? 2-3 overs from this end? That's right. And Permaul, more pressure here now. Now let's see how Green is going to handle this one. He played well so far, Green. This is tossed up, driving sweetly down towards wide mid-off. And Niall Smith moves away towards his left. He feels Green gets another run. And that will take the score now on to 127 for the loss of 6. Niall Smith, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 39. So he's on the 3 for 24 this morning. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. He's going to be disappointed with that. Outside the line of the off stump, driven away here by Nkrumah Bunna, down towards extra cover. Raymond Reefer is in the way, he feels, and there is no run. And the other fast bowler, Raymond Reefer, before this, 3 overs, none for 7. And that's a good delivery, and he's tight in defense. And it's good to see Bunna stretching long forward now and defends, killing whatever spin there is. And now Green is calling him down for a word of advice. Well played, Bunna.
Yeah, Bunna has actually grown. And those last couple of deliveries, 2 nice flowing drive through the offside, and then that last one coming right out on the front foot, killing whatever spin that there was from Permaul.
And outside the line of the off stump, and this time he guides it away on the back foot, opening the face in the process, down towards backward point. Imlach is in the way. He prevents the single. There's a forward short leg. We're having 2 slips. The second slip is much more closer than the first. Permaul comes in, bowls to Bunna. He's stretching long forward again, plays down towards short cover. There is no run. And now we see the forward short leg is coming down to silly point. Let's see if Bunna is going to go on the back foot.
We just have to wait and see.
Yes.
It's a good move, actually, by
It is. He comes up and bowls to Bunna, and he stretches forward, but allows a wide delivery to go by into the gloves of the keeper. The end of the over by Virasamy Permaul. At the end of the over, Scorpions in their second innings, 127 for 6. Bunna is on 31. Dorval Green is on 19. They came together when the score was at 81, so a good partnership building up.
Yes, it is a good partnership. I don't think, and you can see they came together then, but they came together when a cluster of wickets had also fallen, and they've come out, and they've certainly batted very well. They've been positive. They've looked to rotate the strike. And I think the innings is owing a lot to Green, because when he came out, Bunna looked to be struggling a little, and Green came out and started to play very positively. He didn't look in any sort of bother. He looked the most comfortable player in this innings from the time he came out, and Bunna has actually grown.
Yes, so the partnership so far has worked. 46, thanks, John. Here is a Reefer, comes in and bowls to Green onto the back foot. He opens the face, waited on the delivery, and steers it down to Kevin Sinclair at backward point. There is no run. Bunna is on 31 and 19 to Dorval Green. And this partnership have just prevented the Jaguars from making further inroads. This is good to see. And they're certainly sending a message to the more accomplished batsmen in the team. This is how you have to do it out in the middle. You have to battle through situations, and they have shown great heart. They played the spinners, had their troubled moments. They've played the faster bowlers, and both of them are looking much, much better. Here is Reefer. He comes on and bowls to Green. He's coming forward, wrapped on the pad. This time he's trapped him out leg before. Umpire Dayton Butler say you have to go. He was walking across the stump there, Dorval Green. And that's a big wicket to get at this time. The score 127 for 6.
Well, I think the only thing would have saved him there is if he had an inside edge to that one. He was walking across the stump. Looked to me like a slower delivery. He was beaten for the lack of pace from that delivery, and he was given out LBW by Dayton Butler as they head to lunch. That would be a wicket that the Jaguars would be very happy with, but certainly Green looked a little unhappy, probably thinking that he had a little bit of an inside edge to that one, but the umpire judged that he didn't hit it, and I think it would have hit middle and off stump.
Yeah, so overnight 50 for 3. Today Azad footed in LBW, Kevin Sinclair for 19, 73 for 4. Paul Palmer bowled by Permaul for 15, 79 for 5. Dennis Smith, LBW Permaul for 1, 81 for 6. And then 127 for 6. 46 runs stand between these two. Dorval Green, LBW Reefer for 19. At lunch there, 127 for the loss of 6 wickets. Guyana making inroads this morning. Jamaica, with that partnership, had a little fight back.
Yeah, I think Guyana early on would have been very happy with the way things went for when they got 3 wickets in a cluster, but then they had a little partnership with Bonner and Green. And certainly, I think the game, the Jaguars would say that they're ahead at this stage, but with Bonner still out there and 3 batsmen to come, maybe another 40, 50 runs could still make this a good gripping game.
Yes, and I'm just going to read out the bowling figures for you at lunch time. Raymond Reefer, he sent down 3.1 over, and he's picked up 1 for 7. Niall Smith, 5 overs, none for 39. Kevin Sinclair, he bowled 22 overs, 2 for 49. Versami Permaul, 19 overs, 4 for 24. So at lunch on day number 3, the Scorpions in their second innings, 127 for the loss of 6. They have a lead now on the Jaguars, 127 for 7. They have a lead on the Jaguars of 124. Do join us in another 40 minutes for more commentaries from the National Stadium.
Well, a pleasant afternoon to you and welcome to the Guyana National Stadium once again as we get ready to resume the action here on session 2, day number 3. It's a session after lunch. Lunch taken with the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings, 127 for the loss of 7, and Kumabana on 31. And the final delivery that was bowled before lunch, accounting for the wicket of Derval Green, leg before to Raymond Reefer for 19, ending a 46-run partnership with Kumabana. So we're going to continue the action here as we welcome back Roderick Lovell as well after lunch. Nice sunshine, and it's good to see some spectators coming in the ground. Hello, Roddy. Good afternoon. Interesting battle ahead of us in the second session today.
Yes, good afternoon, John. Good afternoon to all of those who have joined the commentary via Radio Land or via stream. Yes, I think the Jaguars would want to come out after getting the wicket of Derval Green just on the stroke of lunch. Actually, it was during the last over before lunch that Reefer got the wicket of Derval Green LBW. And I think they're looking now to a good session there for the Jaguars in the fourth session, where they got 4 wickets. But in the context coming down to the last hour, I think the Jamaica Scorpions showed a bit of fight through, and Kumabana and Derval Green had a good 46-run partnership that took them to 126. So, as you said, an interesting session here. I think the Jaguars would want to mop up the rest.
There's an appeal for leg before right after lunch. Reefer bowls to the new batsman, Pete Salmon. Stretches forward, taken on the pad. Appeal bellowed. Slip cordon, those fielders around the bat. And the bowler in Raymond Reefer, but the man of the moment, umpire Dayton Butler, says not out.
Well, it's more an appeal of optimist than of anything else. The batsman was well forward, was well outside the line of the off stump. Reefer coming around the wicket, the ball was angling in, but he was struck well outside the off stump.
Reefer before this, he's now with his 4th over, 1 for 7. Smith expensive today. 5 overs completed overall. 3 yesterday, 2 today, none for 39. Kevin Sinclair, the off spinner, 2 for 49. Whereas Sammy Permaul, the tormentor again, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 24. Reefer, round the wicket, the left arm seamer bowls to the right-handed batsman, Pete Salmon, and cannot score, plays it into the onside of the front foot, stretching forward. Good technique being shown by Salmon.
Yes, and from the Scorpions' point of view, I think they would want someone to hang around a bit to build a little partnership with Kumabana, who's set there already. So it's in the first 15 to 20 minutes would be very interesting. I think there where the batsmen should be looking to just get themselves in, get the back accustomed to the pace, the way the wicket is playing, and start negotiating and but rotation of the strike would also be important for the Jamaican Scorpions.
77 runs scored in the first session this morning. Here is Reefer. Breaks into his stride now, bowls to the right-handed Salmon, and he's forward, plays it back up the track towards mid-off. Reefer allows it to go by, to be taken by the substitute fielder. Now that's Niall Smith, who's at mid-off, running in. So 127 for 7, 77 in the session, 4 wickets down. Even Stevens in that first session?
Well, I think in the context of the game, I still think you give the Jaguars the edge. The Scorpions just score healthy, 77 runs, but I think they would rather not be 4 wickets, losing 4 wickets in the session.
70 overs and 1 delivery was sent down in that session. Here is Reefer. Sunshine with us now. Salmon stands tall and punches it down towards extra cover. Chanderpaul is in the way and he collects. Over completed the first few deliveries after lunch, completing that over that was started before lunch when we got the wicket of Derval Green, leg before for 19. So at the end of the extended over, 127 for 7. Overall, it's 50 overs in the Jamaica Scorpions second innings.
I think the overs does not matter. I think mere occupation of the crease would be the watch phrase for the Jamaican Scorpion batsman. They know if the longer the bat out there, the more time they spend in the middle, it will be more difficult for the Jaguars to overall what total they set them, because there's still 1 day's play remaining after today.
The watch phrase, we usually hear about the watch word being occupation, but you said the occupation of the crease. The watch phrase, St. Orban, my friend Roddy Lovell. Very impressive, I must say. Here's Permaul. He's going to pick up the attack from the media center and bowls to the right-handed Bonner. Bonner gets a full delivery and he drives it out the front foot, back up the track to Very summer Permaul. But it's encouraging as well to see some spectators coming out, the diehards.
Yes, that, like the word, the diehards. The ones, if you look, you'll see almost at every game.
That's right. Down the leg side to Bonner, taken by Bramble. No score.
And it do takes an effort to get them to, to come, you just be a few of you to come at the whole empty stadium actually to watch cricket.
And I saw a few spectators occupying more than one seat, just laying in the seats as this one is angled into the pad of the batsman. Bonner, as he was looking to go through the onside. Quicker delivery, Fuller as well from Permaul. So you have the whole stadium for yourself. Spectators, do come out and have some fun. Here is Permaul. Brilliant sunshine bowls to Bonner. Bonner opens the face of the bat and runs it down towards for a slip region, but all along the ground, you would say. And Johnson takes it. So 127 for 7. We must take it afternoon to Norman. He's always here. He's in the orange stand with Elizabeth Sumich. They have made that stand their own. They want to be close to the players and the officials. Here is Permaul. Nice flight to delivery. A little bit of turn after pitching. The batsman initially going back and had to play quickly down to it, on it. And the ball goes into that gully region for Singh to field, but that's a good ball.
Yes, and it was a bit flat and quick, and it had a bit of a turn with it. And it hurried Nkrumah Bonner, but he was equal to the task in keeping it out. His right name is Norman or Naaman?
I'm beaten with that one. Everybody know him as Norman, but as I've been calling him Norman. And this one is punched away, runs for Jamaica Scorpions. They will get 4 off the bat of Nkrumah Bonner. It was a short one from Veerasammy Permaul to start with. Bonner going back again and punches it down towards extra cover. And we get a 4 to end first over of spin this afternoon. Permaul licking a boundary. The score now 131 for a loss of 7.
Yeah, 4 precious runs there to the Jamaican Scorpion, and 4 good looking runs there to Bono. This one was short, outside off. He stood up and begged to be hit, and he executed it well because there was a ring of fielders on the offside there, so he managed to pierce the field. And once he did that, that 4 written all over it. Good shot by Bono.
29 in the first innings for Bono. He's now on 35, looking very well. That's his 3rd boundary, doing what the Jamaica Scorpions expect of him. Bat long, make some runs. So Naaman Welch. Naaman the Juiceman.
Yeah, Naaman.
Naaman.
And I've learned his name via Facebook.
So Naaman is on Facebook.
Yes, he's on Facebook.
I know he's an Essequibian as well.
Okay, that's right.
Because just recently we asked, where is Norman? I say Norman. Where is Norman? They said he's at home. I said, so why he's not here? They said, no, home in Essequibo. So here is this one in the air. How is that? And that's the fall of Salmon on debut. He's gotten a pair. Caught at extra coverage, and the ball from Raymond Reefer came back into him, the right-handed batsman. He just offered the bat, not playing any real shot. It took a leading edge, you would say, and ballooned to extra cover, where Chandapal took an easy catch to see the back of Salmon. The first wicket going down after lunch. Salmon caught without scoring at extra cover by Chandapal off the bowling of Reefer. Scorpions now 131 for 8.
I think that was a slow ball from Reefer. He would have seen Pete Salmon in the previous overs just looking to reach out and drive at some of those. So coming around the wicket and just take some pace off it, and he reached it for it. He wasn't to the pitch. The short extra cover fielder was there, and the ball ballooned. Actually, John, it took an eternity for the ball to reach to the field. Right. He was waiting and waiting, so that clearly shows that the ball never comes on the batsman. Just reach out there and a good timely blow for the Guyana Jaguars. I think their plan is to come out after the luncheon session to see how quickly they could mop up the remainder of the Jamaican Scorpions batting.
That lead now 128 with just 2 wickets in hand now for the Jamaican Scorpions. But it leaves a lot of added pressure, we would say, on Nkrumah Bonner to bat with number 10 and 11.
Well, we would want to say it would be interesting to see how he goes about it now in terms of him being the senior batsman, the set batsman, the experienced batsman, and a recognized batsman that is remaining there. How will he form the strike? How will he protect the remaining batsman and try to get as much as possible on the scoreboard for the Scorpion to defend?
The new batsman is Jamie Merchant. Jamie Merchant partnering Nkrumah Bonner. He's going to be taking strike immediately. Merchant in the first innings was caught at the wicket of the bowling of Niall Smith. Second ball, duck. He'll be looking, of course, to come off of that pair as well. So Pete Salmon on debut, not the type of debut he was looking for with the bat at all. A
No,
dumb duck.
well, I think it's one he will try his utmost to forget, sure, but it wouldn't be raised, his debut. I think he had a very good bowl with the ball when the Scorpions bowled, but his batting hasn't contributed anything.
Still to come, Patrick Harty, but for the moment it's Merchant on strike, and he's forward to Raymond Reefer. This one on the line of middle and off, but he plays it down towards a short mid-on, and he will not get off the mark. So the lead, very importantly, Roddy, we need to keep an eye on that. 128 now, 2 wickets, and you can see the 2 entire sessions today, 3 tomorrow, lots of time.
Yes, I think the Jaguars will be cognizant of that, and their role now, their plan now, as we said before, is to minimize that lead as much as possible.
If they can do that, we could perhaps see that game finishing today, or for an exciting finish quite early tomorrow. Reefer round the wicket to the new batsman, off it, and he plays it. He got the inside edge. He was looking to go through the onside. The ball had taken the pad, but you can see some amount of bat as well. The ball actually went into the offside. Reefer, we know he loves to appeal. Did not appeal on that occasion because some inside edge on that one.
Yes, and when you see when he wasn't appealing, one would clearly say that it got to be really either missing badly or there must be an edge.
So good afternoon to Neyman, to Elizabeth Sanich, Mr. Claude St. John. We saw Dion Barnwell. We have Edward Burnett and quite a number of the familiar faces. This one is played into the onside, runs here for Merchant. He's off the mark. Good feeling. I thought it had 4 written all over it as it was going towards mid-on, the on-drive from the new batsman in Merchant, but good feeling from Versamy Permaul, and the batsman just get 1. Merchant is off the mark. 131 and 1 now, 132 for 9.
Yes, good effort in the field there by Permaul. They save his team possible 3 runs there. That one took a thick inside edge. A driver's essay to go straight up, but it took the inside edge and it was running to his right, and he covered good ground and managed to stop it.
Good connection. This time it's Bonner. Back and across, stab this one down towards cover. Chandra Paul Hemraj with a floppy white hat comes around to his right and collects it on the bounce. It's always nice when you feel and you got a nice bounce like that. You can actually threaten to throw. He did not throw. He just relays it down towards extra cover, who relays it to mid-off, who's going to pass it now on to the bowler. So it's really nice to see some spectators, like I said, but I want to see new faces. I want to see the picnic basket coming back out. I want to see the cool down card coming, setting up with a little bit of transistor as well.
You may have to wait for the CPL season.
So let's see. Raymond Reefer around the wicket to Bonner. Bonner's back in his crease and plays it back up the track to end another over. A successful over again for Raymond Reefer. He's now picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs over 2 sessions. So good bowling from Reefer. And we see seamers getting wickets now in the form of Raymond Reefer. Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings, 132 for 8, leading by 129. Bonner is on 35. Merchant just got there. He's on 1.
What I was expecting to see, John, is Bonner was if he would have looked to farm the strike, pinch the strike off the final ball and go down and not exposing Merchant this early to Versamy Permaul.
That did not happen. Permaul is going to pick up the attack. 4 wickets for him so far, 4 for 28, 8 in a match. How well has he bowled overall?
Well, I guess his figures will see it. There's no need to explain that, and he has a track where he is accustomed to. I think he would fold this up and take this anywhere he wants to, anywhere he's going to play.
He has played international cricket, and the type of success he's been having. He made 30 odd runs in the first innings as well for the Jaguars. Is he international material?
Well, it's unfair to say he's not, but when you play at this level, John, I think your aspiration is always be there to play at the highest level, and he has proven himself at this level. He has gotten his chances at the international level. But as we said, when you're playing in a certain team on what you're accustomed to in terms of getting the results you do get.
Forced ball, almost a cotton ball chance as Merchant plays back up the track, but it was not in control. He looking to turn it into the onside to a full ball on the line of middle and leg, and the leading edge found, and Permaul made a tumbling effort, could not come up with a catch, and Merchant will double his score. He's now on to 2, 132 now for the loss of 8 wickets. Permaul goes round the wicket, And the batsman goes back in his crease and stabs this down towards the third man. The chase is on for the Sinclair, for the fielder. He's going to get there ahead of the ball. And 2 more to the Jamaica Scorpions. So Bonner moves on to 37 as well. So Permaul in regional cricket has just passed 450 wickets. This is his 98th match. Not only that he's been doing tremendously over the years in terms of consistently picking up wickets, but he has a long career as well, which shows fitness. So here is Permaul again from the media center end, and the batsman stretches forward long in defense. Old textbook fashion type of defensive shot. You will see bat and pad close together, bat, we would say, parallel to the ground, just squeezing that ball there. So here's Permaul again. Bowls down the leg side this time, taking the pad of the batsman, Bonner. And the non-striker Merchant was heading down there like Usain Bolt, and then he was sent back, and he turned back like maybe perhaps Shelley Fraser, just a skip and a jump, and he was back in his crease. So Permaul really causing some amount of discomfort for the batsmen so far. Flighted delivery on the line of off stump, once again long forward and killing that ball. 135 for 9. We need to watch that lead. If he gets to 150, it can give the Jaguars some headache. It's a low scoring game so far. 187 Scorpions first innings. Jaguars replied 190. Second innings for the Scorpions, 135 for 8. Back and across, cuts it down towards backward point. Sinclair, the youthful exuberance, collects quite easily, and over is completed. That's the end of 53 overs in the Jamaica Scorpions second innings. 135 for 8, 132 the lead.
Yeah, good, decent over there from Versamy Permaul. You could see the intent of Bonner looking to, at least of the final 2 deliveries, to farm the strike to get a single as to face from Reefer in this over. But he was denied by Versamy Permaul. And back to the question you did ask, John, about Versamy Permaul being international level. I think when you looked at the level at the first class level within the region and getting up to play and to survive at international, it takes double the effort that one put out here at the first class level and being successful to maintain an international standard.
The last time he played international was right here at Providence, when he played alongside Devendra Bishu for the West Indies. They played against Australia in a one-day international. Here is Raymond Reefer at the start of a new over. Bowls around the wicket, and this time Merchant goes, lofted shot. That one is going to go into the extra cover boundary. Well played. No danger in that shot at all. Just offered the front foot, planted it, and went through with the bat, hitting that one through extra cover to pick up a boundary. He moves on to 6. Jamie Merchant, the number 10, and the Scorpions 139 for the loss of 8.
Yes, good positive shot there from Merchant. This one was over pitch in the slot from Reefer. And you know, as I'm now you bowling to those 10, 11, 9 batsmen, they're the ones who would fancy the chances, and the field being in, good positive and safe shot.
Bramble and 2 slips go down. This time he goes through the onside. Merchant about house pitched up, runs again. Barnwell is back on the field giving chase. That one is going to go into the mid-wicket boundary. Barnwell can save his legs, and double blow for the Jamaica Scorpions from the bat of Merchant. Back-to-back boundaries for him. One through extra cover, the next one through mid-wicket. He moves on to 10 in quick time. It's now 143 for the loss of 8.
Well, I think Merchant intention is that he's not going to hang around there and just prob and push around and then get out. If he's going to go down, he's going to go down fighting, and 2 good positive shots to start over there. It would interesting now to see how Reefer will respond.
So Reefer collects the ball as it was relayed from Barnwell to Permaul at mid-on. Barnwell had to run all the way to mid-wicket. Barnwell said he had a hit on his leg. That's why he was off for the latter part of the first session this morning. So he's back and he's on at the mid-wicket region. Here is Reefer, slower delivery, angled back into the right-hander. And we'll say well bowled to Reefer. Good comeback.
Yes, that's good comeback. And well played also to Merchant, picking up that slow one from Reefer, coming there. Reefer, he pitched it up, but he took the pace off with, and Merchant was equal to the task and just negotiated well out and keep it out.
Merchant is looking very good as a batsman.
Yes, and anything now from him now with a partnership for Bono will serve the Scorpions' cause well.
12 runs the partnership so far. Merchant has 10 of those runs. Here he is, awaits the bowling of Reefer. Open stands the right-handed batsman. He goes back and across. This time steers it down to number 43 in Sinclair at backward point. Sinclair collects quite easily. Sinclair looks a good fielder as well. Just short of some runs, you would say, in his first-class career so far. Good work from him. But once again, Merchant looking to get on with the scoring.
And I think he's probably a little disappointed in himself. They're not getting it down to third man. It was short. It had its width. There's no third man field there. He just a little bit more delay on it to the left of Sinclair, and he probably would have gotten 4 more runs.
The outfield very quick indeed, despite a little bit heavy. Dry. This one is a Yorker from Reefer to Merchant, and Merchant handles it very well. So Merchant really enjoying his batting here this afternoon. Nothing to lose for him. Coming in at number 10 with your team at a score 131 for 8 in the second innings, and he has been positive so far. 12 runs added, like I said, and of those 12 runs, he has 10, including 2 well-played boundaries on either side of the wicket. Reefer, top of his mark now, turns away and runs past the umpire, Dayton Butler. And he's going to bowl now from around the wicket with a sleeve on his bowling arm, the left arm. And the batsman forward and drives down towards extra cover. Tumbling save from Chandapal. Over is completed. That's the end of 54 in the Jamaica Scorpions second innings. 143 for the loss of 8 wickets. Scorpions leading by 140, but 2 boundaries in that over. It's going to be Jamaica Scorpions enjoying that over more than the Jaguars.
Yes, exactly, and a good over there for the Scorpions, where they managed to get 8. They're probably thinking if the next 5-6 overs, if they could score, if possible, 3-4 runs per over with the next 6 over, John, and with this pair of the wicket, they would be batting themselves into a competitive second innings score.
Overnight, we had some cricket issues. We had some sad news as well this morning that we lost one of our national cyclists in a road accident. You know, it's very tough to have to compete as a national athlete for the same roadway as the regular drivers would. Other road users all using that roadway. So condolences to the family of Jude Bentley. I must have spent a lot of years together, myself and Jude, in Campbellville. And childhood days, lots of memories. So condolences to Aunt Debbie and his entire family. Lost a national athlete. So here is Permaul. Bowls from the media center end, passes umpire Bassarat, and bowls to Bonner. Bonner plays it quietly to cover, can't score. It's sad when we lose our athletes.
Yes, of course. Of all, let me offer my condolences to his family, to the cycling fraternity, Guyana, and all of his friends there, and even to you, John, because you said you're our childhood friends.
Yeah. So hitting on the pad this time, Permaul, as Bonner stretches forward, half forward. There's an appeal going up, not out says umpire Bassarat.
Yes, good decision there by the umpire. Clearly, he said one pitch just about off someone. It went with the arm and was going down the leg. Bonner was offering a shot coming forward, but
there is Permaul again to Bonner. Bonner this time forward, opens the base of the bat and squeezes it between the foreslip and that gully person. The gully fielder, Vishal Singh, had a hand at it, but it's fielded by Kevin Sinclair, who does well. Inderjeet will come after this over. So here's Permaul hitting, Bonner hitting Permaul through the onside. We'll get a boundary. A well-pitched up delivery from Permaul. Bonner trying to go under, but he got the inner part of the bat and had enough connection to take it to a wide long on and into the boundary for 4. That's a good-looking shot as well. Well, productive shot to bring the lead to 144, the overall total 147.
yes, and Permaul on this occasion was just guilty, just give it a slow, give it a little flight, and I think Bonner picked it up quick. He didn't hit it where he intended to, but he got the results that he had wanted.
So here is Bonner again, awaits Permaul. He drives from the front foot back up the track, and Permaul will knock it down, and that is going to end the over. So a boundary again coming in that over, 147 for 8, 144 the overall lead. So that's really encouraging for the Jamaica Scorpions at this time. They've lost 8 wickets, but they're still battling. I'll have your thoughts, and then Inderjeet will join you.
Yes, after losing the wicket of Pete Salmon, I think the Jamaican Scorpion would want this pair of Nkrumah Bonner and Jimmy Merchant to add some, could see how far they could take it. And I know and you could see the intent out there. They're mixing good defense with aggression. So it's a keen battle out there in Tajid. As I said, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Roddy. Hello, listeners. Yes, I agree with you. Every run that is added to the Scorpion total is going to present some worry for the Jaguars. They have a very strong batting lineup, but the way the pitch is played and the way they have played in the first innings as well, we might end up having an exciting finish.
You said the way the pitch, I don't think the pitch has played bad. The pitch is a good cricket pitch. It's just the approach, the mentality of the batsman, the way they approach the batting on the wicket.
Yes, not one of the best for stroke playing the pitch, keeping a little bit low and slow on occasion. But I agree with you. It was the way that the batsmen handled the situation out in the middle that caused their downfall. This is played away into the onside field, down towards short mid-on, and there is no run. Reefer, he continues to toil away from the southern end of the ground, and his skipper is giving him great support, maintains the 2 slip there in the catching position. Merchant, he's a tall boy. He raises the bat, and he awaits the bowling of Reefer. And a big swing here by Merchant. He drags it away down towards the square leg. Barnwell comes in. He feels, and there is no run. He was looking to go through extra cover with that shot.
No, he was looking right. He was looking to go somewhere through the offside. The ball was up, but what took the shot? He lost the shape in playing the shot. You can see his head went before the shot was even played or completed it. But what we must say about Merchant, he has shown his intention, and that's good. When your team, even in your state of the position that your team in, you still need to maintain some sort of positiveness in your approach, and Merchant has shown that.
Yes, certainly. He didn't score in the first innings, Merchant, but here in the second innings, looking much better. Reefer bowls to Merchant, and this time he's locked in defense. He walks into the shot and plays it back up the track for the bowler himself to field. There is no run. He's on 11, Merchant. He's actually on 10. 147 for the loss of 8. So a much better performance from him in the second innings. And Nkrumah Bonner, he will need all the support that he can get. Turns, Reefer, once again, not express fast bowler, bowls well within his limitations. Swing from side to side, comes in, bowls to Merchant, and he's looking for the drive of the thick inner portion of the bat. Comes down to forward short leg, no signal coming from the umpire. So did got a touch onto that one. So he gets another run. He now moves on to 11, 148 for the loss of 8.
And good awareness shown there by Nkrumah Bonner. He recognized there was an opportunity for a single there while Merchant was trying to rehearse it. Was still in the shot that he played. A good delivery from Reefer that took the inner portion, but Bonner managed to pinch the single by calling his partner, and he responded well.
Yes, and Bonner has come through a period in which he struggled, and he has looked much more fluent, and he has gotten to 41. This is what life is all about, your job. Sometimes there are struggles, but once you're determined, you will come up nicely. And this is flicked away off the pads, down through forward square. Barnwell is after it. Loses the cap in the process. Will send the return in now, and they'll complete 2. Bonner gets 2 more. Reefer striving for the Yorker there.
Yes, and just overpitched a bit. And Bonner, I think Bonner was looking to go straight through the onside, but he got a take inside edge. Nevertheless, he got 2 runs straight.
Yes, and with that 2, he moves on to 43 and has brought up the 150 for the Scorpions. 150 for the loss of 8. This is the 55th over being bowled. So good to see them hitting the scoreboard with 150. The lead now 147. Here is Reefer. He comes in and bowls to Bonner. There was an air of danger there. At the last moment, he was looking to squeeze it through down to third man. Could have easily chopped it onto the stump. The over is completed. Scorpions in the second innings, 150 for 8. Bonner is on 43 and Merchant on 11.
Yeah, Bonner clearly had made up his mind that he's going to look to pinch a single. He was already done shaping to play the ball through the vacant third man area. With Reefer coming around, being a left arm pacer coming around the wicket, the ball was also a little danger with the ball angling into him. And as he almost squeezed it onto his wicket. He survived, and the game goes on.
Yes, certainly. We saw Gurukesh Moti on the practice pitch during the lunch period, working away at his left arm spin. He has put on some size, lots of muscles, look trimmed and good.
Well, I guess the training has been paying off, and you realize the rigors of cricket and playing so many games, you need to be strong. And I think, yes, he definitely has developed.
Here is this one. A big drive here by Merchant. It peels off the outer portion and it's going to go away into the third man boundary for 4. That was well played, actually, in the end. He got the boundary. He's now going to push and prod with the silly point and the forward short leg there. 154 for the loss of 8.
Well, a positive intent there. He was looking to go over the top when he got the outside edge. This one was a slow ball, a bit slow from Permaul. It bounced and turned a bit. Merchant saw it, his eyes light up, he went positively at it, he went hard, it flew over the second of the 2 slips head.
Yes.
And it went for 4.
So the lead has now gone to 151. Here he's coming forward, turns it away into the onside Merchant, down towards short, backward square, and he gets the single. He handles that one well. Just turning the wrist over and getting the single, rotating the strike as
And
well.
most importantly, he was playing forward. So he smothers any danger that there would have been, because there were 3-4 fielders around the bat.
So, let's see if Sammy Permaul is now asking the long on to go further down towards the boundary. That's a Chandapal Hemorrhage. Joseph is on the long off boundary. This is a delivery short of a good length. And Bonner comes forward and plays it with soft hands down towards mid-on. Sammy Permaul didn't go after it. Bonner seized the opportunity and they got the single. 155 for
Well,
8.
one could only wonder if the single was deliberately given to Bono to have a go again at Merchant, because there was no effort in Permaul, knowing that he sent the mid-on to deep,
Yes.
down to long, and he made no effort to run crossing field, but just allow the ball to trickle through the onset so that Merchant can come back
I
into
think you're
strike.
spot on. And here is Merchant coming forward and beating all ends up as it goes by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no runs so today, footed in 19, Paul Palmer 15, Dennis Smith 1, Dorval Green 19, the players out before lunch. And then Pete Salmon, he went without scoring after the lunch session. Permaul comes in once again, bowls to Merchant, and Merchant is driving out towards wide mid-off. Joseph fires the return in, and Merchant gets home. Well, he's a Jamaican, and he can run, and run very quickly too. He gets another run, Merchant, and with that single, he will now move on to 17. It's 156, 157 rather, for the loss of 8, and back comes Bonner in strike. Still 2 slips and a forward short leg. And there's a backward point. In blazing sunshine, here is Permaul, comes in, bowls to Bonner. Big swing by Bonner, just taking the right hand away from the bat. The ball goes by into the gloves of Bramble. Another over has been completed. Scorpions fighting along, 157 for the loss of 8. Jamie Merchant is on 17. Bonner has 44.
Yeah, since Merchant has come into bat, he has put some impetus in the scoring for the Jamaican Scorpion, and that's why you don't want to be come prodding around just to survive. Survival is key, but scoring at the same time is important too, just as surviving. And Merchant has come and showed that positive intent, and he put some sort of impetus. And I think you could see, and Nkrumah Bono now has some more confidence in him in trying to release him to more of the strike.
Yes, and it's good to see that they're communicating with each other, no doubt, planning a strategy, how they're going to score their runs and preserve their wickets at the same time as they look to extend that lead. And we're going to have a change in bowling, and Keon Joseph now is going to be entrusted with the ball in his hand, replacing the Barbadian-born franchise player for the Jaguars, Raymond Reefer. Reefer, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. So he has done his job. He's going to get a little bit of breather. And Keon Joseph, for the first time in this innings, Roddy, is going to be coming from this other end.
Well, it's good to know that when you have the way how the game has gone, that you have a fresh bowler who hasn't bowled yet. 50 overs are gone and now comes his first bowl. Sometimes as a captain, you feel refreshing to know that there's a fresh bowler coming with the ball now. So it's up to Keon Joseph now to come and try to dislodge the remaining 2 wickets or break this 26 runs partnership between Bono and Merchant.
This is short and cracked away down towards square cover. Tejnarain Chandapal dived away towards his left and prevented that ball from whistling down towards the boundary. Was hit pretty hard by Merchant. In fact, Bonner, he gets a single, and he now moves on to 44 And I will take the score to 159. So 158 said our official scorers. 158 for the loss of 8. And this is the 57th over, John? 56th over in progress. Here is Joseph Bowl. That's on the shorter side. Allows Bonner onto the back foot, and he forces it away down towards cover. They get the single. So one more to the score. The rotation here has been good as it goes up to 159.
Yes, and you looked at Kean Joseph comes in. Basically, there were two looseners from him having a ball in the game. Now you can see the first one to Merchant that he cuts down to deep cover, and the second one there to Bono, who punches away. And from the ball, it seems both were half tracker. So two looseners. I think the captain would want him to be ready. As per se, when you call upon to bowl.
Joseph, he comes in, bowls to Merchant. This is a line down the leg side, and he turns it away off the pads. We await if any edge was there. No signal coming from the umpire as yet. The return comes in. Now he goes up on one leg. Umpire Butler and signals the leg by. So one more to extras now. It's now 160 for the loss of 8 wickets. So these two are doing a great job for their country. They came together when the score was on 131. So they have had it 29 runs so far for the 9th wicket. And that's complimentary. Here is Joseph. He sprints in, comes in, bowls to Bonner. This is short. And he's cutting it away down towards the sweep on the boundary. And they will just jog trot to the single. So one more to Bonner, showing great faith in Merchant, exposing him out there to Kean Joseph, who has shown some batting qualities.
Yes, and I think he's much more comfortable against the spinner. That's Jamie Merchant. So, and as you said, rightfully, Bono has shown a confidence in him, and I guess he has earned it from his approach so far in this innings there, and good rotating over so far for the Jamaican Scorpions.
So Merchant on 18. Here is Kean Joseph. He comes up, bowls to him. This is down the leg side and turned off the pads. Down towards Veerasamy Permaul at short mid-wicket. Once again, there is no run. And Joseph will go back to the top of his mark. Indeed sad listening to John Ramsing expressing sincere condolence on behalf of the commentary team to that cyclist that lost his life, Jude Bentley. Another road accident.
Yes, and it's early in the year, and whether it's someone's fault or not, a road accident and all, it sends through all of us, that grief that the family will.
This is lifted over the top of cover and is going to run away for 4. That's a fine shot. Ball pitched up. He came forward and drove it away to the boundary over the head of the short cover. And Merchant will move on to 22. And I will take the score now on to 165 for the loss of 8 as the over comes to an end.
Yes, good positive over pitching there is Kean Joseph on the off summer Merchant. A tall player just length into use his length for midget at full pitch, and it went over the head of the extra cover fielder, and there was a safe shot in the end. He got 4, and Merchant continues to show his positiveness and continues to eke the runs out and had to the Jamaican Scorpion score.
Yes, and we can appeal to our drivers on our roadways. Please drive within the rules and regulations of the laws of Guyana. Be considerate. Look out for others as well, because I feel accidents are actually caused. And because of that, we need to be much more careful. Practice your defensive driving. Show your common courtesy. It's all important in saving lives on the road. Here is Permaul. He comes in, bowls to Bonner. That's a good delivery. Back he goes and stabs it down towards mid-on. And there is no run. Sometimes recklessness, overspeeding. And I wonder, when you look at some of these fella drive on the road, if the road is the right place for them to drive. This is turned away into the onside field, and there is no run. Feels for some of them, they could very well be recommended to psychiatric ward up in Kanji in Berbice.
I think all road users need to adhere and use the road properly.
Comes in, bowls to Bonner outside the line of the off stump. He was groping for this one. Well bowled by Veerasamy Permaul. Went by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. I'll tell you a little story. Many, many years ago, we were in Broken Waterland. That's inside the Hoop Branch Road for a gymkhana. Here is Permaul, bowls to Bonner, much more comfortable now. Plays it into the onside, down towards mid-on. There is no run. And while coming back, our driver, he was actually under the influence of alcohol, and he was speeding. One of our friends said, why hurry to the cemetery when there was so much time to spend there? He comes in, bowls to the right-handed Bonner, and he's working this down towards long on. Hemraj comes off the boundary. Bonner, he gets another run. He'll now move on to 47, 166 for the loss of 8.
And there was a billboard I can remember used to see a lot on home stretch off when you where it's the speeding get you there dead on time.
Yes, so once again, we all join in that appeal. Please listen to us. There's lots to live for. Your family. Some people don't even care, those that depend on them, that they have to live for. They just drive all over the place. So take care on those roadways. Permaul will continue. Now it's going to be a second slip in place for the right-handed Merchant. And he's a tall man, Merchant. He taps away at the crease. Here is Permaul, bowls to Merchant, and he's coming forward, working it away into the onside, down towards short, backward square. There is no run. The end of another over by Virasamy Permaul, badly looking for his 5th wicket in this second innings. 166 without loss. Bonner has 47. And Jamie Merchant on 22.
And most importantly, looking to dislodge this partnership, it's a good partnership developing between Merchant and Bono, which is very well good for the cause of the Jamaican Scorpion to give them something to defend bowling last on this wicket.
Yes, and I know our good friend John Ramsing, our executive producer, and one of our commentators will show me something what's happening in the other matches, John, so that we can feed our listeners with it. So it's been a very, very hot day so far, and the players are just taking some extra water. It's important to get yourself rehydrated.
Yes, and to maintain a level of hydration. You don't want, once you get rehydrated in the GT, this where you would have been dehydrated. So you want to maintain
yes,
hydration within your system with this, and it's very humid out there, very hot. The breeze is already blowing across, so it's important. And your performance will remain at a level once you keep hydrated out there into G.
Yes, I certainly agree with you. So the Leeward Islands in their first innings, 181 against Barbados. Barbados 236 for the loss of 2 of 60.3 overs. Shamar Brooks, he's on 93 so far, faced 155 deliveries. Shamar Brooks, so 10 boundaries in that innings. Jonathan Carter made 26. He's still there actually on 26. This is turned away into the onside field by that's Bonner, and they collect the single. So one more to the score. So Barbados doing a great job there. 2 actually they got. I missed that one. So that will be 2 added to the score. 168 for the loss of 8. Bonner is on 49, and scoreboard is saying that is that 22? Yes, 22 to Merchant. Here is Bonner. He awaits this bowling from Sinclair. He works it away down towards long on, and he will get the single, and that's going to be the half century for Nkrumah Bonner. Well played half century in the end. Had his struggles, battled his way through, and he began to just flow. Congratulations to him on the difficult circumstances.
Well played, Nkrumah Bonner. Yes, when you look at the situation not wrong, and wickets falling around him, but he still managed to stuck it out. He makes some defense with a bit of aggression when the opportunity presented himself, and it's a very invaluable innings for the Jamaican Scorpion.
Yes, and his 18th half century in the first class level. And I think that his entire teammates, they're going to feel happy for the way he has performed for them. Jamie Merchant retakes the guard, and he settles now. He's going to face the off-spin of Kevin Sinclair. Here is Sinclair, bowls to Merchant onto the back foot, and then the ball pops on him. He plays it well, kept it away nicely from the forward short leg, plays it away down towards mid-off, and there is no run. Here is Sinclair once again, comes up, bowls to Merchant, and he's coming forward. He's doing the right thing, not going deep into the crease. He's coming out and reaching the ball. And he's a tall guy, need to make use of the height. As we watch Kevin Sinclair once again, comes up, bowls to Merchant, and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. That was well bowled.
Yes, that one went through with the arm. He was playing for a bit of turn, but it just went on through. a quicker delivery there from Sinclair.
Yes, so some other scores coming out. That game between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windwards, a match that has been played in Dominica. I'll give you those scores after this. Here he's coming forward, working it away down towards short, backward square. Jamie Merchant, there is no run. Windwards, 71 for the loss of 2. And Trinidad and Tobago, 365 for 9. Windwards, they trail TNT by 294 runs. I'm not too sure. Was that a declaration? Yeah, 365 for 9 declare Trinidad and Tobago. So we have updated you with all that is happening in the regional competition. That's the Professional Cricket League, Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. Here in Guyana, the National Stadium, great battle going on between the Jaguars and the Scorpion. One is a big bad animal, the Jaguar. The Scorpion is very little, but there is also poison in that sting. As we watch Permaul, he's about to move in once again. Comes in and bowls to Bonner. And outside the line of the off stump, he comes forward, opens the face nicely, down towards a third man. They've taken one, they're going to go back and complete 2. The return comes in, but good running by the Jamaicans. They get 2 more to Bonner, and that will take the Jamaica Scorpions now onto 171 for the loss of 8. Ruddy has left me, and Clyde has come back into the analyst chair. Hello to you, Clyde. This is a great fight back.
Yeah, I think the Scorpions are showing that they're capable players, and they're fighting all the way down. And I think Bonner deserves some credit for the way he has batted. When he started, he didn't look the part, but he certainly settled in and he's batted pretty well. And just looking at the way he ran that last 2 runs, from the time he hit the ball, he started very quickly and turned, and certainly that's what cricket is all about.
Yes.
Good out cricket.
And it's sending a good message as well that he's enjoying his batting now out in the middle. He gets a good delivery. He's pushing forward there, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Permaul, the keeper, the slip, the forward, the short mid-on, all going up. But umpire Bassarat is going to have none of it.
Well, initially, Permaul didn't go up. Permaul did not go up there. When the keeper and the first slip went up, that's when Permaul decided he was going to go. Obviously supporting those 2 guys. So I don't think he actually initially thought that the batsman had hit it.
Yeah, so Permaul will have to try again. He comes up and bowls to the right-hander. Bonner, he's driving down towards the field on the cover boundary. The return will come in, and Bonner, he gets another run. He will now move on to 53, and that will take the score to 172 for the loss of 8 wickets. And Clyde, we've been saying all along about the technical aspect of the game. It was good to see that across the region now, Cricket West Indies, they are trying to ensure that all coaches in the region, they are singing from the same hymn book. We had in Guyana the new coach, the education manager, Chris Brabazon. He was here to work along with the pathway coaches. Your thoughts on that in a moment. Permaul comes in short and a big slash at this one. Out through the covers. Will it trickle before the fielder? He's going to beat the fielder into the boundary for 4. And he gets 4 more. Nkrumah Bonner. So he's blooming at the moment. He will now move on to 57, 176 for 8.
That was Merchant actually. The ball outside the off stump from Permaul. He flashed at it. Try and hit it as hard as he possibly could. Got it over the infield, and it went all the way into the boundary for 4. And certainly Merchant is making his intention clear. I'm not going to just hang around. I'm going to play my shots. And he has been positive, and it has been successful.
Yes, he has gone on to 26. And thinking in terms of what happened before, it's a very, very fine hand. Anything that is loose, he's willing to go after it. And that is good batting. Here is Permaul. Comes up and bowls to Merchant. And he's swinging at this one. It's in the air. Will the catch be taken by Hemraj? He settles and take it. Well judged, Hemraj. Down at the mid-on area. And that's 5 wickets for Virasamy Permaul in this innings. And in his first-class career, Virasamy Permaul has taken 27 5-wickets haul. And he continues to roar for the Jaguars.
Congratulations to Permaul again on his 5 wicket. That was another flighted delivery from Virasamy Permaul. This time, Merchant was looking to go over the top of long on, was having a heave hitting across the line, took the top edge of the bat, went high in the air, and Hemraj at mid-on had to run back and judge it well and took a relatively easy catch. But well bowled again from Permaul. A nice little hand from Merchant. A nice little partnership with Bonner as well.
Yes, and John says to me that partnership of 45 runs for the 9th wicket. Absolutely splendid job.
Well, Merchant is make sure that there's something for him to bowl.
Yes, so true.
He's thinking, well, I got a few wickets in the first innings. If we could just probably carry the score to a 200 or thereabouts, it might give us a chance of winning this game.
And if you look at the trend of the regional 4-day competition, Clyde, many teams struggle more than they do in their first innings, in the second innings.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, because I remember distinctly last year it was Guyana had to chase 150 odd against, or 170 against Jamaica, and they did it very easily.
Yes, they just lost 3
Leon
wickets.
Johnson came out and played very positive.
Yes.
The way I would love to see him play and score the runs. And it was an easy victory for Guyana. This time, the runs is on the board again, and he will just have to come out and bat. We just have to come out and bat smart and sensible.
Of course, so the last man has come out in the middle. That's Patrick Harty. As we watch, Kevin Sinclair begins to move in, comes up and bowls to Bonner. He stands on the back foot and drops it quietly into the offside field. And there is no run down towards a gully position. Leon Johnson, who is feeling at first slip, moved away to his right. So Kevin Sinclair continues to move in. Bowls to Hart to Bonner. He's coming forward. He's defending. Back up the track. There is no run. We've seen Keon Joseph just used for an over.
Well, those things do happen sometimes in cricket.
Here is Sinclair once again. Bowls to Bonner, wrapped on the pad and a peel ask. Not out, says umpire Butler. Bonner wasn't stretching long forward. Seems as though the ball would have been outside the line of the off stump there.
Yeah, sometimes those things do happen as a bowler. You don't get to bowl in an innings. And when he got the opportunity, he was so stiff that he bowled a few bad deliveries.
Yes, and this is straight down the leg side. It goes through the keeper and is going to touch that rope now for 4 byes. Just straying, put a lot of pace on that one as well, the young man Kevin Sinclair. And 4 more runs to the Jamaican total. They will now move up to 180.
4 valuable runs. That's how you like. I'm sure the Scorpions are going to take every run from here on in.
Yes, here is Sinclair. Once again,
And the field coming in to try and save a single to ensure that Permaul gets a chance at bowl at Harty.
Sinclair comes up, bowls to Bonner, and Bonner swings this one. It's high in the air, has some power on it. It drops and goes across the rope for 4. So Bonner gets the boundary, 184 for the loss of 9. And with that, Nkrumah Bonner, you will move on to 57. 180 for 9 is the over. Well, the over's not yet been completed. There's still 1 delivery to go. So Bonner saw the field coming in, Clyde, and he made full use of that delivery that was tossed up.
Well, he's right as well. And there's still another delivery. He can still pick a single up here. I think he's done the right thing, and he's forced Leon Johnson to push back the long on.
So the final delivery, Sinclair bowls to Bonner, back he goes and plays it down towards short mid-wicket there, and there is no run. Now the over has been completed. At the end of it, the Scorpions in their second innings, they're 184 for the loss of 9. Bonner is on 57, and the other batsman, Harty, is yet to score. More from Clyde, then it's going to be the voice of John Ramsey.
Yeah, I think Bonner is going to try and hug as much of the strike as possible. Permaul obviously would have other ideas with this over. He's got to bowl an over at Harty. I'm sure you wouldn't want Harty to get a single for Bonner to go down to that end. So, and Bonner would be thinking, well, Harty, just try and block it out. Just try and block it out. I'll try my best to see if we can get to that 200 mark.
Hello, Clyde, once again. 184 for the loss of 9. That lead, 180. 181 to be exact. So here's Permaul looking for a 6th wicket. Bowls to the new batsman in Patrick Harty. Beats him outside the off stump, taken by by the wicketkeeper Bramble. So 184 for 9. Permaul it is again. From this, the media center end, bowls to Harty. Harty plays with a straight bat, and the ball goes back up the track. Harty showing good technique so far, good defensive technique, stretching long forward. And he just wants to be a good partner to Nkrumah Bonner, who has been scoring freely at the other end. Nothing more. Here is Permaul again. Goes round the wicket, the left arm spinner. And Harty again forward in defense and squeezes it down towards a point region. Barnwell from that gully area runs around to his right to collect. Permaul wheeling away here. And this time again, Harty forward in defense, opening the face of the bat. And again, no run. All Harty needs to do.
Well, all Harty needs to do is try and block these last two out.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We've been working too long with each other. Clyde, you're finishing my sentences. Here is Permaul again, and Harty defends. The city mid
Once
collects.
it's not the other way around. Well, you're finishing my sentence.
No,
I'll be
sir.
happy.
I would never do that. You must respect your elders. 184 for 9. Looking for the final wicket is Permaul, looking for a 6-1. How is that? There's an appeal for a leg before, and he's gone. Given the marching orders, Clyde, your fingers went up quite early. There was a full ball from Permaul. The batsman was trapped on the crease, Harty, and hitting it on the pad, perhaps halfway up. Umpire Bassarat says you're on the way. Jamaica Scorpions in the second innings, all out 184, lead of 182, giving the Jaguars a target in their second innings of 182, but that's a good wicket.
Yeah, I think Permaul has bowled well and he deserved his 6th wicket. That last delivery, Harty was guilty of just coming and pushing the bat in front. I don't think he played anywhere near the ball. He was just planting his foot and pushing outside the off stump. It was straight mid, roughly that would hit halfway up the middle stump. So Harty goes. An interesting afternoon's play is in here this afternoon, with the Jaguars having to score 181 for victory, is it? I think that could be tough. But looking at the pitch, I don't think the pitch has really wear a lot. It's slow, it's low, yes, but I don't think it's weird a lot.
So, the Jamaica Scorpions all out 184 with the lead of 181. It means that the Guyana Jaguars will need 182 to win. Bono not out in the end on 57. A good knock from him, 57, including 5 boundaries. He has really shepherded the lower order very well.
Yes, he batted pretty well. I think we have spoken about when he came out to bat, he looked a little lackadaisical, looked like if he was still asleep. But I think as his innings went on, he's starting to bat better and better. And certainly, when Permaul came off just before lunch, and Smith was introduced to the attack, that just seems to wake him up, and he started to play freely, and I think he grew from strength to strength, and he played a nice little knock, and he would be pretty happy with himself. Obviously disappointed probably that wickets kept tumbling at the other end, and didn't get a chance to really give Scorpions a chance of setting the Jaguars a target of 250 or thereabouts.
He came in with a score at 4 for 73 when Fudadin was out the leg before to Sinclair, and he had batted right through to the end. Partnership of 6 runs with Palmer, that didn't contribute a whole lot. He got 2 runs with Dennis Smith for the 6th wicket, but he got a very valuable for the 6-run partnership with Darvell Green for the 7th wicket, and then again 4 runs with Salmon, but another valuable for the 5-run partnership with Merchant, and then for the last wicket he got 8. So he has been there batting in partnerships with a middle and lower order, and he has played a very valuable hand. It really leaves to see how important that is going to be.
Well, I think it will be important, one way or the other. If the Jaguars are going to win, I'm sure the Scorpions would be thinking they have to work hard to get that score. And the one thing we haven't seen in the second innings of the Scorpions was how well the seamers bowled. Our seamers did not bowl well on this track the second time around, except perhaps Reefer, who came just before lunch and started to bowl. I don't think Smith and Joseph only had 1 over actually, so it's hard to judge him on bowling 1 over. I think he was a bit stiff being in the field for some time and not getting the ball to bowl. That could be dejected, especially when you know you're a fast bowler. You're being picked to play as a fast bowler, and then only getting one over to bowl. But I don't think you can blame Leon Johnson for that, because last evening when we finished, Leon Johnson had his spinners going. They were bowling well. Permaul and Sinclair came out this morning again, bowled very well, kept the pressure on. So I think it's just one of those things that would happen to in a player's career once in a while, and that's what happened to Joseph today.
Joseph came in for the 56th over of the innings and yielded 7 runs and was sent back to the fine leg boundary. So let's recap what happened today. The day started with the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings, 50 for a loss of 3. At that point, they had lost John Campbell for 31. Asad Fullerton was still there. They had lost Nicholson Gordon, the night watchman, for 1. And the last man to be dismissed last evening was German Blackwood, who went without scoring. Permaul, 2 of those 3 wickets, and Sinclair, the other one. So 50 for the loss of 3 overnight. And this morning, Asad Fullerton was joined by Paul Palmer. Palmer got 15 before he was bowled by Permaul, but before that, Fullerton leg before to Sinclair for 19, 4 for 73, and then Palmer went at 5 for 79. Next to go was Dennis Smith, 6 for 81 when he was leg before to Permaul for 1. Then lunch was taken when Dorval Green was out of the first delivery of that over before lunch, bowled by Reefer, leg before bowled by Reefer for 19, 127 for a loss of 7 at lunch, and Kumabona was on 31. After lunch, Pete Salmon, the debutant, came out and he was caught by Chandra Paul off the bowling of Reefer without scoring for a pair on debut, 131 for 8. And then Jamie Merchant came and played a wonderful hand of 26 before he was caught by Hemraj running back of the bowling of Permaul. To hand Permaul his 5th wicket, 176 for 9. And then the last batsman to be dismissed, Patrick Harty, leg before to Permaul without scoring, 184 all out, and leaving Nkumabona not out on 57 with 5 fours. Wickets tumbling at 1 for 49, 2 for 50, 3 for 50, 4 for 73, 5 for 79, 6 for 81, 7 for 127, 8 for 131, 9 for 176, and the final wicket going down was scored 184. Bowling for the Guyana Jaguars, Raymond Reefer, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Niall Smith, 5 overs, none for 39. Kevin Sinclair, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 56. Keon Joseph, just 1 over, none for 7. And the star of the show again for the Guyana Jaguars, this time in the second innings, 26 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 50.
Veerasamy Permaul.
Veerasamy Permaul.
He certainly has bowled well. And I was saying earlier that when he came off the attack this morning, just before lunch, the batsman had a little bit of a relief. The Jaguars bowling looked a little ordinary. But once he came back into the attack, he put pressure on them again. So I'm not saying it's a one-man attack, but in this game, he certainly has been the star of the bowlers.
Overall figures for him in terms of wickets and runs, 10 for 89. 10 for 89, Clydie. Really remarkable returns.
And bowling lots of overs as well, and keeping things very tight.
And that's his 6th time he has gotten a 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket, and the 27th time he's gotten a 5-wicket haul in an innings. Well, all to play for in the final innings of this game. The Jamaica Scorpions, they've done all they can to get to 184 all out in the second innings, leaving the Guyana Jaguars with a target of 182 to get when they come out to bat. They have all of the second session remaining, final session on the day number 3, and all of day number 4 tomorrow, Clydie. Do you think they'll need all of that to get 182?
Definitely not. The thing is, John, 30 wickets have fallen in 2 days and a half.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a betting man, you can say that, well, if you look at the trend, with half day to go, maybe another 10 wickets could fall.
Yep.
If you're a betting man. Of course, I am not one of those, so I wouldn't be betting.
We will not even endeavor to bet at all. But
I think at this time, looking at the game, I think the Jaguars is going to win, but it's not going to be an easy victory.
Yeah, if you look at the bowling attack for the Scorpions, Pete Salmon off spin, he bowled a marathon spell, eventually finishing with 1 for 54 from 28 overs. Nicholson Gordon, Seymour, none for 26. Merchant, the off spinner, 3 for 37. Green, medium seamer as well. 2 for 29. Patrick Harty, left arm, 3 for 30. And Bono, just 2 overs, 1 for 2. So there's a variety there.
There is, and one of the things that I was speaking about, we don't know how well the Jamaica seamers will bowl on this pitch because we didn't see a lot of the Jaguar seamers bowling. And when they came on, they looked stiff and a little jaded. So you can't just write off the seamers on this pitch because with the odd ball keeping low, I think if you bowl straight, a possibility of getting a 1 or 2 LBWs and a few bowl downs. So I'm not going to write off the Jamaican seamers. I like the look of Green with his medium pace. He can just come and get it right. He got the ball to swing a little force in it. He could be a handful still.
And how is the pitch, Clyde? This is day number 3, 2 sessions. Well, this is the second session on day number 3. How was it played?
Obviously, the pitch is very dry now. In my opinion, it's still playing low and slow. It's still hard to blast people out. I think the bowlers would have to be very patient. And somebody like a Salmon, for example, who we saw bowl that marathon spell in the first innings, can be a handful. He can play the same role that Sinclair played, just bowling back of the length, fairly straight, making the batsman play at every delivery. And he probably would be used by Gordon to lock down one end and try and attack at the other end.
So the umpires are making their way out, and so are the players from the Jamaica Scorpions team. And like I said, the Jamaica Scorpions setting a target of 182 for the Guyana Jaguars to win this one. And if the Jaguars win, they're on top of the points table. Chances are they'll retain that high-ranking position because there's another game with the Barbados Pride who are just trailing by 0.2 of a point.
And they obviously bowl this side out, and they look like
they're in control.
Where Guyana did not get any batting point.
That's right.
They have gotten a few batting points.
Right.
So if they win outright, certainly they would go ahead.
Yeah.
And the Jaguars win, they would go ahead of the Jaguars. But as I call it, Salmon is going to bowl from that southern end. He's going to be there, the bowler, to try and keep things as tight as possible for the Scorpions like he did in the first innings.
You have called it indeed correctly, Clyde, and today it's Saturday. Saturday in
You're
Guyana.
saying that I should go and have a bet?
The lottery is drawn on Saturday. So, Clyde, give me the numbers later on, not on public.
I'll go buy a lotto this afternoon. I'm not going to give you the number. I'm going to use it for myself.
I thought you were my friend. So it's going to be Salmon indeed to pick up the attack. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tej Narayan Chandapal. In the first innings, Chandapal and Hemraj started, and they're starting again for the Guyana Jaguars. The first innings, they got 32 before Chandapal went leg before to give Salmon his first wicket at this level. So Chandapal again and Chandapal Hemraj. It's going to be
and Salmon got a double duck in this game as well.
That's right. Yeah. So here he is, first delivery, round the wicket to Chandapal, and Chandapal drives back up the track and beats the bowler, but cleaned up by the mid-off fielder. So there's a solitary slip in German Blackwood, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, silly mid-on, and a fine leg, all in the circle. So this is Chandapal going back to Salmon, but plays it with a straight bat back up the track. Chandapal got 5 in the first innings, and Hemraj 38. But they both named Chandapal. Well, that was Chanderpal, one is Chandrapal. So here is Chandapal, drives beautifully. Backward of point, is racing away. In hot pursuit, we have 2 Jamaica Scorpions fielders, and one is going to just pull it up just in front of the rope and relay it with the back flick, really. And Fudaden will send the return to the strikers then. But 2 more to Chandapal. He's off the mark. The Jaguars, they're off in the second innings, 2 without loss.
Well, I'm sure Salman wouldn't mind that. That was a ball pitched up outside the off stump. He was looking to drive, peel off the outer half of the bat, and he got 2 runs. But ball in the right areas.
So Salmon this time to Chandapal, and he plays it down towards short mid-on. You were going to say, Clyde. So nice conditions continue here at Providence. This one is whipped away. Once again, that field at short mid-wicket comes into play, and it's really encouraging the bounce that we're seeing so far. It's a new ball, Salmon, tall fella as well, and Chandapal just standing tall and whipping it into the onside. Slow delivery from the off spinner, and beats the outside edge of the bat of Chandapal. The keeper, Dennis Pitt, does not take cleanly. First over in the Guyana Jaguars. Second innings coming to an end there. 2 without loss. Chandapal is on to Hemraj, yet to score.
Yeah, and that first over was well directed, just on or about the off stump, making the batsman play, keeping things fairly tight. And I say the Salmon is going to try and play that role where he tries and keep things as tight as possible from one end, and on the other end we'll probably see a little bit more attack. And as we speak, Nicholas Gordon is coming into the attack. Didn't bowl that well in the first innings. But he's got some pace, and if he can just get it on the right area in this pitch, I think he could cause some problems.
Yes, let me remind listeners, they're looking for 182 for victory. So it's early days, but they've gotten a solid start so far. They're 2 without loss, the Jaguars, and Chandapal Hemraj, he's in strike. Tejner and Chandapal at the non-strikers' end. So we have 2 slips, well, in fact, a slip, more of a gully. There's also a short extra cover. Here is Gordon, comes in, bowls to Hemraj, and he comes forward, plays down towards mid-off. There is no run. Looked pretty good in the first innings, Chandapal Hemraj, until he got to 38 when Footerden took that fine catch at backward point.
Yes, he batted fairly well. He batted more circumspect as well than we've seen him in the past. And I think one of the things that I've noticed with captains now, they have that man at that deep backward point position for him. He loves to hit the ball in those areas.
So what they've done with that is actually to cut out that shot, so he has to look for other plays. This is whipped beautifully off the pads, out through mid-wicket. They have taken 1, and they will go back and complete 2. Salmon had a long run from short mid-wicket, but great timing from Chandapal Hemraj. With that 2, he now moves on to 4, and the score goes on to 4 without loss.
Yeah, that was a delivery that was pitched up just on about middle stump, and Hemraj didn't try to hit it too hard, but more or less worked it off the pads, and he got 2 easy runs for it.
So Gordon will try once again. He's tossing the ball from hand to hand. He grips it now and begins his approach. He comes up, bowls to Hemraj, short off the back foot and strokes it, and nicely knocked down by John Campbell, the skipper, setting high standards in the field, Campbell, and prevented what could have very well been a couple of runs for Hemraj. But the ball is leaving the bat sweetly. Good timing. Waited on the delivery a little and then stroked it away into the offside field. Hemraj, a little bit fidgety, a la Shivnarine Chandapal when he's out in the middle, touching the bat handle, the gloves, the side. Here is Gordon, bowls to Hemraj. That's a good delivery, right on target. And he's forward in defense, plays it back up the track.
That was an excellent delivery. Pitched just about the off stump, and it straightened nicely on the left hand. You want to expect that when he bowling right arm over the wicket, the ball would actually leave the left-hander, but that one straight in nicely.
So here is Gordon once again, breaks into his run and passes the umpire, comes up, bowls to Hemraj, and this is tickle fine by Hemraj. It's going to run away down towards the fine leg boundary for 4, just traying down the leg side, and Hemraj is not going to miss out on those quite often. He gets the boundary, now moves on to 8 and takes Guyana to 8 without loss.
Again, that ball straightened, but I think it was pitched too much on the leg stump. He's got to try and get his line right, just on or about that off stump, because he is getting the ball to shape back into the left-hander.
Yeah, and Clyde, just before I left, I didn't get to complete that discussion with you. We were talking about Mr. Chris Brabazon, West Indies manager of their new coaching program. He's the education manager coming across to Guyana and will be heading to other territories as well. Here is Hemraj on the back foot, strokes it down towards short cover. He gets a single, moves on to 9, takes his score onto 9 without loss as the over is completed. How important is it to get the entire West Indies franchise team, all the countries, as they say, sing from the same hymn book?
Well, I don't know if that's an easy task. Singing from the hymn book in terms of the region, maybe it's going to be a little difficult because a lot of coaches tend to think a little differently sometimes. And to have everybody think out of the same hymn book, because players as well are different. Each player cannot be the same or will not be the same. So you'll have to adjust. I think the thing is to start thinking positive in terms of how the coaches go on. I think that's what has to be the message. I don't know. I haven't seen or read what he said on what it is that they are going to do. But it's nice to know that the effort is being made to bring our coaching on up to date or on stream. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's been lacking for too long in the region.
So it's going to be Pete Salmon, the off spinner. He bowled 28 overs in the first innings, 1 for 54, and he comes in now to bowl to the left-handed Hemraj. He comes forward, plays defensively down towards short cover. The bowler very quick over the ground. He feels well, and there is no run. So he's actually on a finding out mission to see exactly what's going on in every territory. Salman comes up, bowls to Hemraj. Off the back foot he goes and finds cover. Cannot pierce the offside field. Looking at what their programs are, what is it they're doing, what some of their problems are, what their resources are like, what are some of the things that they lack. So just gathering information, no doubt, to implement something good for the future. Clyde, yourself, I think that you did some coaching lessons in England. You're a certified coach?
I have only a level 2 certified.
Level 2.
I haven't gone further. But
here is Hemraj blasting this one down towards wide long on, and they will get the single. One more to Chandrapal Hemraj with that single. This takes a score now on to 10 without loss. You will get back to that, Clyde, as we watch Salman. He's going to come around the wicket now for the left-handed Tejnarain Chandrapal. So Chandrapal just ensuring that everything is fine with his gloves, looks around, and then goes into his stance. Up to the wicket and bowls to Chandrapal. He's coming forward, plays back up the track. There is no run.
What I would love to see happen, I would love to see more farmer coaches in terms of coaching, not only at our regional level, but right through the under-19s, the under-15s, in the schools and the clubs in the countryside. I think that would help a lot if that can happen. I would love to see the present players, and when I say the present players, I mean the present regional players who are contracted, go into the schools, if it's once a week, once a month, whatever the case might be, to do some programs within the school. I think that would help. One of the things I've learned over the years is that young children love to know that they're actually interacting with players that has a name, that are presently playing, players that are in the air, names that they're hearing every day. I think that helps a lot.
Yes, your track record.
That would certainly help. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are good coaches, but or bad coaches. I'm not knocking anybody in terms of their coaching skills or whether they have it or not. But just to have those persons present in the schools, in our club system and so on, I think it would help tremendously.
So we're watching Gordon from the commentary box end once again, right arm, medium fast bowler. He comes in and bowls to Hemraj, and he's driving at this one. Hemraj has gone through the covers and out towards the boundary for 4. Got the little width and the room, Hemraj, and he's not going to miss out on those. And that will take the score now to 14 without loss. Hemraj moves on to 12.
Well, if I'm Nicholas Gordon, I'm not going to be disappointed at that, because you've got a man at 3/4 way at a cover, and you've got the backward point on the boundary. Hemraj, that was a little wide, and Hemraj, actually, when you look at his head, his head was actually in the air, so I think he was just looking to hit as hard as possible. Got away with it, hit it well this time, but he's just got to be a little careful with those shots.
Yes, just feed him some more. Gordon comes in, bowls to Hemraj. This time he's tight in defense. Plays down towards mid-off. There is no run. What we're talking here, Clyde, we need a collective approach to this thing, an effective partnership between Cricket West Indies and governments across the region as well. It cannot be done alone by Cricket West Indies. Governments do have a stake in this thing as well, if we're talking school system. As we watch Gordon, begins his approach once again, comes up and bowls to Hemraj. That's on the full toss outside the line of the off stump and stroked away down towards cover. No ball signal by umpire Bassarat. So they're going to get 2 with that. That will take the score now on to 16 without loss, sir.
I remember years ago I had an issue with the Guyana Cricket Board, and I will maintain that we did the wrong thing when we took away the school cricket from the ministry, and the Guyana Cricket Board started to run the school cricket. Guyana Cricket Board, as far as I was aware at the time, I'm still my belief, don't have the resources to run school cricket. School cricket should be the Ministry of Education and the Department of Sports, the National Sports Commission, and so on. The Guyana Cricket Board should be the technical advisor to that program. And I think when you take the sport away from the school or from the ministry, they don't need to employ coaches anymore. The cricket board is going to run everything. So
this is played down towards mid-off, and once again there is no run. Well, one of the things that is absent in many schools across Guyana, this is a fact, the lack of physical education teachers.
Well, you're a teacher, you can tell me.
And I think it's just because I love sports that sports is being played at the school that I teach. Here is Gordon. He comes up and bowls to Hemraj. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. He walks into the defensive shot. Actually, that's staging around Chandapal. Opens the face, gets it out towards short cover, and there is no run.
I agree with you totally. I remember doing kiddies cricket once, and there was a school whose name I will not call, and they had about 15 kids, and we were at YM, came to do kiddie cricket, and it was unbelievable. There was no coordination with those kids. And I was personally ashamed of what I saw.
Good delivery. Once again, tight in defenses. Hemraj forces the one up down towards mid-off. Footed in is in the way. There is no run. The score is kept on 15 without loss. And it has a lot of things have to be revamped if we are serious about developing the number one sports in the region as far as contributions from the school system. We must look at our timetable. We grew up knowing that Friday afternoons was actually sport afternoons. This is short, and that's Chandapal, looking to pull one from outside the line of the off stump, down through the onside, missed it, went by into the gloves of the keeper. The over is completed. It's still 15 without loss.
And that shows that you can't trust the bounce on this pitch, because that was very short. Gordon was banging that one into the pitch. It didn't get up just over off stump, about a foot over the off stump, so you've got to be careful with the bounce. And again, here is where I actually had loved the kiddies program, the equipment that was being coming into each territory to go to the schools. I think those things should just be handing out to the schools, encourage the kids to just play in the school compounds and so on, wherever they can. I think that's a wonderful idea, but it should continue, but allow the kids to use the equipment. Have coaches going into the schools, have programs for the teachers where you teach them just the basics of how to hold a bat, how to get their arm over. Because sometimes when you watch the school cricket, you see schools playing and lots of the bowlers, they tend to throw.
Yes, I agree with you. He's coming forward, plays down towards mid-off. Hemraj, there is no run as Salmon continues from the southern end of the ground, right arm off spinner, passes the umpire, comes in, bowls to Hemraj, and he's coming forward, works its way into the onside field. There is no run. At some time, we must balance the academic with the sports as well. They go hand in hand with each other. We cannot be too much biased with the timetable as far as allocating the time. Big drive, the edge found, the catch taken by Blackwood at first slip, and Chandapal Hemraj goes. That's a reckless shot, like one of the drivers on our roadways, and he has to walk back to the pavilion. He's having the chairman of selectors watching me here today. That's naughty, Chandapal Hemraj. 15 for the loss of one.
Wow. Where was he looking to hit that? He was probably looking to hit that into the blue stand, because he just lifted his head, went for a great big slug over mid-wicket, got the edge, and it flew to first slip, and Blackwood took a very good catch in front of his face.
Yes, so he has departed Hemraj for 13. It's 16 for the loss of 1. That's going to hurt the Jaguars. They are looking for a good start in their quest for that 182. Hemorrhage looked good while he was there, but a little bit too ambitious. Very early in the innings, looking to smack one way over long on. And he's lost his head, he's lost his wicket as well, and has put his team in a spot of a bother. As the new batsman walks out into the middle, that's the skipper, Leon Johnson.
I have a question. And when I was a youngster going to school, there used to be national coaching programs, and I'm not only speaking about cricket. I remember being coached by Ed Hartley in terms of athletics. Lance Gibbs did programs throughout the country. Gary Sobers was here one year. What has happened to those programs? Where our national programs have gone to? I would expect that for football, cricket, athletics, our main sports. I don't hear where there have been a national coaching program, a national schools coaching program, a national schools football program, or whatever it is, for a long time.
I myself too, Clyde, I'm still wondering to know, what exactly has happened. We keep talking about sports as an industry. If we are serious in presenting sports as an industry, we must put the necessary things in place for that. I've heard for years about a white paper on sports coming out.
And nobody can tell me that people are not available. Because I know for sure that Roger Harper was home for years. Myself is here.
That's
there
right.
Are others.
Many
Mark
others
Harper,
as well.
Roderick Lovell. And there are lots of players. Shivnarine Chandrapal is here. Think about it. Shivnarine Chandrapal going into the schools in the country and they started touring out and stuff like that, you would get.
Here is Salmon comes in and bowls to Johnson, turned away into the onside field, and he's off the mark with 1. So Johnson has gone on to 1, and the score will move on by 1 to 17 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, so those are the things, and I think the same thing would go for football and stuff like that, and hockey, and whatever sports we're talking about. I feel that there has to be a national program. There has to be somebody who is going to be the national coach in that area.
Here is Salmon once again, comes up and bowls to Tejnarine Chandrapal outside the line of the off stump, and he was dabbing at that one, went by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. And especially in a world where jobs are so difficult to come by. Sports present such a great opportunity for employment.
But you said something yesterday, and maybe that's why. You said if you were to become finance minister, you would be stingy. So.
I never said that, Clyde. You said that. This is turned into the onside field, down towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. No, seriously, we must at some time go down that path. This is your number 1 sports. This is what brings the Caribbean together. And this is what we must develop.
I'm just going to say this as well. That you don't even have to think about national sports, because in some areas, the national sports, the national bodies take care of those. But sports, pastime sports, it's supposed to be a national thing. It's supposed to be the thing in your country, where you have your villages and your local clubs, and they're playing cricket or football or soccer or whatever. And the same thing goes for the school. Children must play. And that helps them in terms of their physical, their education, and I was saying I think with somebody only this morning, I think I had this with Christopher Jones, the national sports, that to me, in my opinion, it's a shame that netball don't be played in schools. We have somebody by the name of Lovern Fraser, who was our netball coach for years.
This is outside the line of the off stump by Durval Green, who was replaced Gordon from this end. Leon Johnson walks away. He doesn't play a shot. The score stays on 17 for the loss of 1.
And netball is a dead thing in this country. And that's the only sport really that women plays across the board around the world.
There's so many things too, Clyde. We look back at society as well, the role that society plays in the development of a child. And you go back to the heyday of West Indies' performance in the world when we beat everybody else. Sports in the communities were very, very strong. Outside the line of the off stump, it goes back goes into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. And here is where village leaders as well comes in.
But that's what used to happen when we were boys. And I mean, it's a long way back, but still, we had these little cricket grounds, and on Sundays, the whole village would be in we used to say the ball field
Yes.
to watch cricket. And that's how cricketers came. Because when I started playing club cricket, I was about 13 or 14 years of age, playing with the bigger boys. That's how you learn your trade.
Yes, here is Green, comes in, bowls outside the line of the off stump, and Johnson allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. In fact, our love for cricket, actually, it wasn't the cricket that we went for. We went to eat, because the bigger guys, you know, the elder ones, they played their cricket, and they used to cook their food on Saturday and Sunday. We went there to eat, and we fell in love with the sports.
Well, and again, I'm not going to blame parents, because every parent wants the best for their child as well. And so the lesson syndrome has come about.
Outside the line of the off stump, goes by into the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run. Not forcing the left-hander into playing the shot. Yes, and somebody was wondering the other day, you know, I stopped seeing children going with school bags. They're actually going with suitcases.
Well, that's so true as well, because, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I think we still have to mix it. You still want your country to have some
Of
people
course.
that are physically fit and strong and so on.
Green comes in once again, not forcing the batsman to play again. And Johnson, he will feel happy. He's giving him the opportunity to ensure he has a look at the pitch. Early days for him in the second innings. The score stays on 17 for the loss of 5. We must be able to do something to motivate communities once again to come together, have these weekends of sports. And I don't know. I mean, you're right. Every parent, they have a right in what they believe should be the best for their children. But I feel too at times, if we want the best from our children, we do not live our lives through them. We allow themselves. We spot their talents and we work along with those areas. This is flicked away by Leon Johnson. Down through backward square. They've taken 1 and they will go back and complete 2 as the return comes in. 2 good-looking runs to Leon Johnson. It's 19 for the loss of 1. Johnson moves on to 3.
What was obvious in that over was that Green was trying to set up Leon Johnson. He bowled a couple of deliveries wide outside the off stump. Then that last delivery, tried to bring it back. He didn't direct it well. It was a little too straight. But you can see what's his plan. His plan is, Leon Johnson is a little suspect on the off stump. I'm going to bowl him outside and then try to bring one back at him. And I think a man who can answer a lot of those questions is Mr. Roderick Lovell. Still involved in local cricket. Wouldn't play because he's scared. I don't know why, but I'm sure he has a lot to say on this subject.
Oh, well, we shall test him and listen to what Roderick has to say. Let me remind the listeners that the Scorpions, in their second innings were bowled out for 184. Verasamy Permaul picking up 6 wickets for 50 runs, 2 for 56 in clear, 2 for 19 Reefer. That's a good delivery by Salman, bringing the left-handed Tejnarain Chandapal onto the front foot. He defends, there is no run. So they've set the Jaguars a target of 182 for victory. They're 19 for the loss of 1. Hemraj, the man back in the pavilion, he was caught by Blackwood at first slip. A big swing at the delivery of the bowling of Salman for 13. And he's getting one that kept very low, Tejnarain Chandapal. He wasn't stretching forward. He was standing in the crease. And then he came down at the last moment. And now his skipper will be offering some advice. Hello to you, Roddy.
Hi, indeed, and to those who would have tuned in to the commentary after the luncheon interval. A keen battle is going on out in the middle. We've seen the wicket, especially the spinner, is keeping a bit low. That one young Tejnarain Chandapal just had to get down low and kept it out.
So here is Salman once again, continues to bowl around the wicket. There's a solitary slip. We have a backward point. There's a square cover. Salman comes up, bowls to Chandapal. Back he goes and plays it down towards wide mid-off. There is no run. Got it in the meat of the bat. One of his major skills, well, I don't know if you call that skill, but is his ability to concentrate for very, very long periods. Salman comes in, bowls to Chandapal. He comes forward, opens the face, and gets it out towards backward point. He cannot score. That's not going to bother him. But for his team's sake and his own sake, I would like to see him just rotate the strike a little bit more as we watch this next delivery. He's coming forward, turns it down towards short backward square. Gordon is in the way, and he cannot score. There's a forward short leg, short mid-wicket. There's wide mid on, wide mid off, an extra cover. We have a cover and a backward point as well. So here is Salmon from the southern end of the ground, comes up, bowls to Chandrapal. He's coming forward, plays well, stretching long forward, killing whatever spin is there. The over has been completed. At the end of the over, Chandrapal is on 2, Johnson has 3. The Jaguars looking for 182, they're 19 for the loss of 1.
Yes, and if you look the way how the Jaguar innings would have started, there was some positive intent in the first couple of overs from both Tejaran Chandrapal and Chandrapal Emraj, but since the fall of Chandrapal Emraj's wicket, you would have seen a bit that they're just withdrawn a bit. Both Leon Johnson, who's relatively new and I guess short of some runs in this year's tournament, along with Tejaran Chandrapal, they were looking to negotiate. And the Jamaican Scorpion did one thing. Let's see, they immediately brought Dorval Green into the attack once Leon Johnson is out there.
Yes, and I think that's a good ploy as well. Green comes up, bowls to Johnson, and he comes forward, plays defensively down towards mid-off. There is no run. You remember well what happened in the first innings?
Yes, when coming around the wicket to Leon Johnson, Dorval Green and Johnson chooses to leave alone one that came back a long way and had his leg stump hit away. But what I would love to see a bit support more for Dorval Green. I noticed there's just one slip, the solitary slip on gully. I think you need to be a bit more attacking on the skippers. He probably give him a second slip.
Well, might very well work for them if that be the case. And because he's bowling well outside the line of the off stump, once again, Johnson comes forward, strokes it down towards mid-off. There is no run. The last thing you will want to see, a ball flying through that vacant position. And then when the horse is bolted, like so often we see a fielder will be placed in that position. Roddy, you played a lot of school cricket?
Yes, actually, a lot of school cricket. You know, we had, well, not in primary school. We played a lot of school cricket in secondary school.
And we're talking about the hardball cricket as well.
Yes, we used to got something. We played into schools, and then we play into zones.
Comes in, bowls outside the line of the off stump, and he's leaving it alone. It came back, but it was far too wide to touch down on that off stump. But he's going to be mindful, a little bit closer there. He needs to get it. And into house sports as well, then into school?
Yeah, we had, well, into house we do partake in various events at into house. And you know, one thing, I love sports.
Yes.
I represented my school at table tennis, football, athletics,
Great.
and cricket.
Because there was an opportunity to develop the youngsters. Then it's outside the line of the off stump. He comes forward, opens the face, gets it out towards backward point, and there is no run. But Dorval Green is trying here, while the Jaguars batsmen, they are concentrating, looking to build a partnership.
Yeah, well, the partnership will be very important at this time for the Guyana Jaguars. I mean, it's a tricky total, 183. They have to get 182 for victory. They're already a wicket down. So both Leon Johnson and Tejaran Chandrapal will be aware of the situation and would love to be out there for a long period.
Here is Green, comes in, bowls to Johnson, and he's edging this one. It goes between the foreslip and the keeper, down to the boundary for 4. Johnson survives. He moves on to 7. It's 23 for the loss of 1. For a moment, I thought it's going to be exactly what happened in the first innings. He gave the impression that he was looking to leave it alone, and then all of a sudden, the bat just came out, took the neck of the bat, and flew away down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, well bowled by Dorval Green. And what happened there, if you to look into how the field is, where the foreslip is, it's between between a fourth and second slip. Because there's no second slip, the foreslip is a bit wider. Generally, the foreslip would have been a bit closer to the keeper if there was a second slip. So by not having the 2 slips in there, it created the foreslip. You look at the position of the foreslip; it's more towards the second slip.
Exactly.
Position. So by not having the 2 slips, now he's coming a bit more closer to the keeper. Had he been the conventional weird of position, probably it would have been a comfortable catch for him.
Yes, you never know. And Campbell was warned about that. He didn't put the man there. This is tucked away into the onside field, down towards forward square, and Salmon moves away very quickly, can't prevent the run. Johnson gets off strike, he gets a single. In fact, that's the end of the over, so he's going to retain the strike. He now moves on to 8. It's on to 24 for the loss of 1. And very important, when you have a small total, you want to ensure that you pick up as many wickets as you can. More from you, Roddy, then it's going to be the voice of John Ramsey.
Yes, the off chances, you want to make sure you put yourself to grasp of every chances that comes your way when you're defending a small total. And in this occasion here, we saw the Jamaican Scorpion. They missed the trick. Leon Johnson was a bit uncertain the way how he played that delivery. He wasn't forward or back. He just stood in his crease there and just prodded it because it was a good nagging line from around the wicket bowled by Dorval Green. The edge was found. The ball flew between the keeper and the second slip and the fourth slip. Fourth slip, unfortunately for the Scorpions, was a bit wider. And so Johnson survives, got 4 runs, and survives again as I welcome my good friend John Ramsing.
Hello, Ruddy. Not only welcoming myself, but look at his sun. You're welcoming some sun here as well. It's really steaming, and even into the commentary box. Here is someone, start of a new over, bowls to the Guyana Jaguars captain. Johnson is forward and plays it down to cover. Score remains on 24 for the loss of 1 wicket. Hemraj, the lone casualty so far, looked good for 13, but then was carried away to first slip by Salmon. Here's Salmon once again, bowls to Johnson. Johnson this time from the crease, plays it in front of him. The field at silly mid on to field. So the countdown is on. 158 needed to add to 21 to add to 24 to get 182 target. Here is Salmon once again outside the off stump. Leon Johnson not playing a shot. There's an appeal for leg before. Not out says umpire Dayton Butler. A ball that was just short of a good length to Johnson. Offered the pad, and everyone around the bat went up. Your thoughts on that, Roddy?
Well, that play, that shot there by Johnson, well, not offering a shot there was it was an element of danger in it. He just stood the bowler coming around the wicket. The ball was coming back into it. I think he was just outside the off somebody by not offering a shot. That could have been very detrimental for Leon Johnson.
So the captain, John Campbell, making an adjustment. The fielder at silly mid on is going to, the fielder from silly mid off has gone to silly mid on, and himself, the captain, coming into that very short position, silly mid off position, without a helmet, and it doesn't appear that he has shin guards on either. So he's double silly, is he?
and being the captain too, I think that's the more one would want to think. But I think he just backs his instincts.
So the former captain of England was Cook, so we call him Captain Cook. What do you call Captain Campbell? So this one is driven from Leon Johnson off the front foot all the way down to mid-off. Someone pitching up on that occasion. So Johnson has a start here, not looking very comfortable. 8 under his belt so far. He needs a personal knock to get himself back into form. He needs his confidence to go up as well. Here he is, punching this one down towards cover. So he's short of runs, he's short of confidence as the leader of this pack.
Yes, and I think a good scorer will do him the world of good.
Here he is, stretches forward, beaten outside the off stump, well bowled. Pete Salmon getting his ball to just turn enough to beat the outside edge of the left-handed batsman as Johnson prodded forward, over completed, well bowled over, good testing over from Salmon. He has 1 for 4 so far, and the Jaguars batting a second time, looking to get 182 to win.
Yes.
24 for 1.
That was good bowling by Pete Salmon, one that comes in and just straighten out a bit. Leon Johnson looking to prod forward to smuggle whatever coming in, but on this occasion it went through with the arm to the keeper.
Some of the guys coming through on the stream. We want to say good afternoon to Charles Taylor, offering a lot of advice to the Jamaican side, the Jamaica Scorpions, and many different angles he's looking at this game from. We must say good afternoon to one of the local coaches as well, Ryan Hercules, former Guyana youth player, now a senior coach. You know him very well.
Yes, I know Ryan a bit years back. I think he played both junior and senior cricket for Essequibo before we took on the coach. I think he did a stint in Australia. One time he lived in Australia, played and coached over there.
I've heard that story many times from my good friend Ryan Hercules. At one time I always felt he was an Aussie. Good afternoon, Ryan. And Ryan, your friend Akeem Green is saying good afternoon to you as well, and he said he's going to meet you at the headquarters a bit later on. This one from Green at the start of a new over has Chanderpaul stretching forward and plays it down towards that mid-on region, and Green in his follow-through collects 24 for 1. This is the 10th over of the Jaguars second inning. So it's really a nice passage of play here, heading towards T on the third day. Here is Green, round the wicket to Chanderpaul into the pad, and he works this one into the onside. If chases on from the fielder at a fine leg, goes down towards that backward square region, just in front of the boundary rope to collect, and 2 more to Chanderpaul. He moves on to 4, doubles his score. So the Jaguars now 26 for the loss of 1. Target, like I said, 182, which means they need a 4 to 156. But that was a shot that they needed to play. It was on the pad, begging to be hit.
Over pitch there from Dorval Green, although Tate Ryan fell over a bit, but he still managed to get a lot onto it. I mean, had he been straighter, he would have gotten it more straighter through the mid-wicket region, but by falling across, it went behind square.
Outside the off stump, too wide to force Chanderpaul into any shot, and he just allows it. He watches it very closely as it goes by into the gloves of Dennis Smith. Lots of cricket still to be played. This is round number 4. The Guyana Jaguars after this will head to Grenada to take on the Volcanoes, and that game is going to come up next Thursday in the Spice Isle, Grenada. Fond memories of Grenada?
Yes, I've spent, I think I did, when played for Guyana, we played the Windwards in Grenada, and that was some time back.
Sometime back indeed. This one's short, but did not get up the way Chanderpaul was looking for, but he got enough connection to it, and it goes down towards long on. The fielder does not collect cleanly in Merchant, and the fumble will allow the batsman to take the second one quite easily. They were running hard first, and they were threatening the arm, and in the end they got 2 easily. So Chanderpaul moves on to 6, and the score now 28 for the loss of 1.
Well, Green on this over looked to bowl a bit more straighter to Chanderpaul. I mean, he's looking for the ball to come back in, but it's starting a bit too straight. He needs to start about 6 to 8 inches outside the off stump, and the angle will naturally bring it back. But on these occasions, he's starting just on middle, often middle, so it goes on, and it's easy for Chanderpaul to negotiate through the onside.
Green again runs away from us, round the wicket to Chanderpaul. He's on the back foot and stabs this one down towards cover. John Campbell, the captain, collects. Nice bounce to him. And the score remains on 28 for 1. Grenada, the Spice Isle. So while the Guyana Jaguars will head across to Grenada, Jamaica Scorpions will head home. And they'll be having a match at the Trelawney Multi-Purpose Stadium there. So that is another venue being used for regional cricket. And we welcome Trelawney to regional first-class cricket.
It's good when you have new venues and in being involved in the cricket. I mean, you're taking the cricket to different parts of a country. And to the people.
Good afternoon to all of you in Jamaica. This one from Green, not forcing Chanderpaul into a shot as it goes outside the off stump, and Chanderpaul plays within the line, and the over comes to an end. At the end of it, Guyana Jaguars set 182 to win. They are 28 for the loss of 1. Chanderpaul is on 6. Leon Johnson, the captain, on 8.
And this, from the Jaguars' point of view, this would be a crucial partnership for both. For the team, with both Leon Johnson, the captain, who short of runs, would love to get a score, and not just getting a score, would want to see his team through to the end. So I think that is the idea of both batsmen, and also John. The time is not a factor in this game. There are lots of time after the 1 sessions after this, and then the whole 3 sessions tomorrow.
This time Johnson, at the start of a new over, goes back to Pete Salmon. Salmon continues to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Guyana Jaguars captain. Captain Johnson is on 8. There's a silly mid on, silly mid off, for a slip going down. Dennis Smith, the keeper, as well. And he's hit on the pad. And how is that? The appeal going up as the ball goes into the offside. Catch claimed by John Campbell, into the offside by John Campbell. And the umpire, Dayton Butler, again unmoved. This time it's going to be Salmon again. Passes the umpire. Quicker delivery into the leg stump of Johnson. Johnson's forward and plays it just in front of his eyes. Silly Midon collects and cannot score.
With the two close infielder, the Silly Midon and Silly Midoff, Pete Salmon would be better off bringing Leon Johnson on the front foot.
But Johnson opts to go back and across this time and plays it back up the track. So the Jamaica Scorpions will be hosting the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their next game. That game is going to be played Thursday at the Trelawney Multi-Purpose Stadium. That was built for 2007 warm-up games in the World Cup. This time, so Leon Johnson, forward, drives towards extra cover and fielded there by Merchant. So good service. That's Gordon, in fact. So good service to the bowler. Pete Salmon comes around again, wrongs the wicket again. This time, hitting Johnson on the pad, and he went back, and the umpire gave an indication that he got some amount of bat on it, and that one, we would say Leon Johnson is lucky to be there, overcompleted nonetheless, 28 for 1. Johnson remains on 8, Chandapal is on 6. Johnson is a lucky man.
Well, from the umpire's indication that they indicated that he showed that probably there's a bit of bat or something, but the Jamaican Scorpion fielders, they were all confident, they were all running to celebrate, just awaiting the fingers of umpire Butler to go, but it never went up. He indicated to them that Leon probably played it, so Leon Johnson survived and the Guyana Jaguars survive also.
So Leon Johnson is opting to play back to the off spinner. What's wrong?
And we all see that. You see, I think that is because the two men that are in front, his confidence is not that like, right. He's not confident in coming forward. And we all know when on this particular wicket, when the batsman played back to the spinner, they're all sort of trouble. They get themselves in, as against when they play forward, they look much more confident.
Start of a new over. Here's Green to Chandapal. Chandapal gets a delivery angling into him from outside the off stump. He plays it with the angle towards short mid wicket. Salmon collects. So Chandapal moving around his crease nicely. He's not going to be bothered. Chandapal, 3 matches so far this season, 3 half centuries, 62, 66, 68. He's stuck in his 60s.
And I think any 60 now in this game, given the situation that the game is, that the score they have to get, I think will do him well for the team.
Here he is now, awaits Derval Green. Green bowls outside the off stump, that targeting that 4th stump line. And Chandapal forward and just stabs it out in front of him, looking for a single. It's not on. Johnson also was exploring the possibility, sent back because Campbell was on it quickly. 28 now for the loss of 1 wicket. Like I said, Hemraj dismissed for 13. The only batsman to be dismissed in the Guyana Jaguars' second innings. Hemraj in the first innings got 38, batted for quite some time in the first innings. It was not to be in the second innings. Chandapal got 5 and Johnson got 6. In that first innings, they've both gone past that. So here is Green to Chandapal, and he bowls from round the wicket into the left-hander, and he's driving off the front foot down towards mid-on. He will not add to his 6. Nice, beautiful sunshine we're having now for cricket. And the East Bank corridor, very busy despite it's Saturday. Lots of traffic. That's a main corridor in the land of many waters here, right next to the Demerara River, the mighty Demerara River. It's really a beautiful scene looking out to your right, Roddy.
Yes, and to be said, the beauty of the Demerara River, and it's the smallest of the 3 rivers.
And it's the deepest of the 3 main rivers in Guyana. So this one is down the leg side from Derval Green. Chandapal looking to flick, made no contact. Good take from Dennis Smith.
Because I think it's the deepest because of the main river. It's more traffic heavy where the main resources comes in and out of the country. Goes up the Demerara River, either come down or out to the mouth. So it's the main river of the 3. In that regard.
Lots of the oil ships, lots of the bauxite ships, lots of the container ships. It's lots of cargo. That's a very busy port indeed, the Demerara River. So good afternoon to you who are living along the Demerara River, whether it's on the west side or the east side. Good afternoon to you. Here is Green to Chandapal. Chandapal opens the face of the bat and running it down to third man. Furadin is after it. He's going to pull it up just in front of the third man boundary as he moves from deep backward point. And 2 more to Chandapal. He's now on to 8, level with Leon Johnson, 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. But right down the Demerara River is really something to savor if you go in perhaps in one of the engine boats. You pass the airport as well on the way to Linden, the bauxite town.
Yes, and that's it. It goes all the way through to Linden there, and you can. So if the passage or the main road is blocked up, you can use the River Transbay and get you into Linden
as well. You start with that. Marine water, that brown water that we see at the coast that is unique to Guyana.
Yes.
We go to brackish, which is not so brown and it's not black. And they enter into
the
black water. So here is Derval Green bowls to Chandapal, and Chandapal is back in his crease and stabs it out in front of him for the field. The bowler to collect and it's follow through, and that's the end of the over. So good over for the Guyana Jaguars. They collected some 4 runs in that over, and it's now coming to an end. 30. For the loss of 1 wicket. Chandapal remains on 8. His captain, Johnson, is on 8 as well. The Jaguars set 182 to win. They need 152 for the 152.
And it's clearly you can see the plan of Leon Johnson and Taser Chandrapal out in the middle. It's to just set themselves small targets, to just chip away at the total ahead of them. Once they can set themselves small targets and achieve those targets, it will do good. The partnership will begin to grow, and the pressure, most of the pressure, all, if not all the pressure, will come on the Jamaican Scorpions. And I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to mount it off by grinding it out there with small partnerships.
Salmon is going to continue. Bowls round the wicket from the southern end of the ground ball to Johnson. Johnson's forward and drives down towards a short cover. And Patrick Harty collects, can't score. We've been speaking about the Demerara River. Demerara is the most, we call it the industrious part of Guyana in terms of the counties. Johnson looking to hit himself out of some pressure. Goes through mid-wicket to a ball out on the line of middle stump. And it's going to go into the boundary ahead of the chasing fielders. So two fielders looking to get there, cannot get there. And Johnson looking to release some pressure. Goes through mid-wicket to a ball out, pitched up on the line of middle stump. And he gets a boundary to go into double figures. He's now on to 12. And the Jaguars, 34 for 1.
Yes, good shot there by Leon Johnson. Pete Salmon on this occasion is guilty of over pitching, and there's been no deep mid wicket, and the ball was in the slot there, and Leon Johnson took the opportunity to help himself to 4 runs.
Leon Johnson himself is from the Demerara River. Now that has crossed my mind. He's from
Kumaka. I think it's
Kumaka, you call it?
I think it's
Kamuni Creek.
Some is it
Kamuni
Kumaka or Kamudi? Some one of those creek
Yes,
up
it's
there.
like it's right opposite the Jerry Jagan International Airport, through one of the creeks there, Kamuni Creek. I've been there, I think, twice, and this time Johnson on the front foot turns this one into the onside. The ball that was on the pad from Salmon, and he will get a single. He's now on to 13, the captain of the Jaguars. 35 now for the loss of 1 wicket. So good afternoon to all of you at the Kamuni Creek, that same creek that take us to the Arrow Point Nature Resort.
John, I mean, you're very familiar with all of these.
I'm a Guyanese, sir.
Not bad. You're very familiar still with all of these.
We must say good afternoon to all the Guyanese out of Guyana as well. So here is Salmon, bowls to Chandrapal. He's offering the pad, stretching forward, and the ball takes the pad. The keeper collects. 35 for the loss of 1. As a young boy, I was actually going into that area on a boat, the Yaya, down the Demerara River with my grandfather. So I know that area very well. Leave Port Kingston and we get to Port Linden in just about 6 hours. Imagine that, on the river sailing. So this time Salmon bowls to Chandrapal, and Chandrapal not bogged down too much, just plays the back of the track in defense. Here is Salmon once again, flight to delivery and down the leg side, runs for Guyana Jaguars, good connection. The ball was down the leg side and Chandrapal just helped it along its way into the fine leg boundary to end another over. 39 for 1. Chandrapal with that boundary, moving to double figures as well. He's now on to 12. Jaguars need a 143 to win.
Yes, and there was Pete Salmon coming around the wicket there and starting too straight on this occasion. The ball was always heading down, and all Chandrapal was needed to get there was some bat on it, and that's what he did, and got 4 runs to the fine leg. So what we have seen in the past couple of overs, a bit of free scoring for the Guyana Jaguars, which will do the batsman some world of good.
Chandrapal gets the boundary that he was looking for as well, because he wanted to not allow the bowler to settle. Someone bowled that long spell in the first innings when the Jaguars were batting. So the ploy perhaps will be not to have him settle down. He has now conceded 13 runs, picking up the wicket of Hemraj. 7 overs he has bowled so far. So we have spoken in length about Demerara. When last have you been to Essequibo, any part of the Essequibo? Whether it's on the coast or in the hinterland?
I guess some months back. Tell me when you get over the Harbour Bridge. That's into Region 3, isn't it?
Region 3, but Essequibo starts at the
from Perica,
close
at the
to
Virgin
Perica.
Nugent, somewhere there.
As that
That's East Bank Essequibo, right? Virgin Nugent.
Virgin Nugent is Bank Essequibo.
Yeah.
You were at the Bushy Park Beach. You were the home of Ryan Hercules.
Actually, I've never went to the Bushy Park Beach.
Past that Borosiri Bridge, you're into Essequibo. So here is a bowling change. It's going to be Merchant to pick up the attack, and this one is swept away. Johnson looking to sweep it perhaps a bit squarer. Let's see if any signal comes from the umpire. The ball beating Johnson and the keeper as well, and goes into the boundary for 4 byes. So extras contributing as well to this total. The Guyana Jaguars now into the 40s. 43 for the loss of 1. Extras moving on to 4 first extras of the innings. 43 for 1. Had a no ball as well, so 5 extras. But that one, a loosener, we would say, from Merchant down the leg side, ill-directed. The batsman and the keeper missed it, and 4 runs in the form of byes for the Jaguars. Here is Merchant. Let's see what he's going to do. He's bowling around the wicket as well. A little bit of flight distance. This time Johnson gets connection. He sweeps very fine, and he can save his legs. The fielder can save his legs as well. The ball goes into the boundary, signaled 4 by umpire Bastarat. So back-to-back boundaries for the Guyana Jaguars. 4 extras, 4 runs, and now the total races away to 47 for the loss of 1. Johnson, 17.
Yes, a good partnership developing here between Leon Johnson and Tejrang Chandrapal. Forced 2 looseners from Jamie Merchant. The first one was full on the leg stump. Kepler went through the keeper for 4 byes. Now the second one was just there on the same shot rehearsed, but this time Leon Johnson made connection and got 4 runs.
Merchant will continue. Round the wicket to the Guyana Jaguars captain. This time also on the line of the leg stump, but Johnson forward and taken on the pad. The fielder bat pad there collects. Palmer sends it down to mid-wicket. And that's Bonner, who relays it to the bowler. Here is Merchant, runs away from us now from the media center and flights in delivery to Johnson on the line of middle stump. Johnson forward and drives to mid-off. Finds Darvel Green in the way with that floppy hat. And he will not add to his 17. So Chandrapal on 12, Johnson 17, 47 for 1. Looking to get 182 to win. Johnson down the track to Merchant. Bowling that one on the line of middle stump, and the single quickly taken as the fielder at mid-on could not prevent the single. And that's Patrick Harty. Single quickly taken. They need rotation in the strike as well.
Yes, good positive run in there. Wiley and Johnson saw the fielder a bit deep. So on playing the shot, he took off, and the response was well from Tejrang Chandrapal. In the end, they got a comfortable single. And by running those singles, and you can see that the confidence is growing now in the middle of the 2 batsmen, and that is good. You're getting on top of the bowling. You need to try to remain on top. So the quick singles would also add pressure to the fielding team.
Johnson moves on to 18, 48 for the loss of 1. The Guyana Jaguars. Chandrapal on strike is on 12. Merchant continues round the wicket. Nice flighted delivery. Chandrapal is forward and plays it back up the track to end Merchant's first over. At the end of it, the Guyana Jaguars looking to get 182 to beat the Jamaica Scorpions. They're ending the session on 48 for the loss of 1. Chandrapal is on 12. 18 is captain Leon Johnson. The Jaguars need a further 134 runs to win. They've lost Chandrapal Hemraj in the session, caught by Blackwood at slip off the bowling of the off spin of Salmon for 12. He went with a score on 16 for 1 in the 5th over. Since then, Johnson joined Chandrapal, and they've taken the score to 48 without further loss, and they still need a further 134 runs. It was a session where the Jamaica Scorpions were bowled out after went to lunch at 127 for 7, and now the Jaguars batting a second time, closing 48 for 1. Interesting session.
Yes, a session. I think if you to work it, the equation out here, you still think the Jaguars are some of edged ahead in the game so far. It's their game to lose now. It will just call from here on good, not just positive batting, but good sensible batting by the Jaguars. The batsmen, the remaining batsmen, to get them to 182, and I think they have the caliber of batsmen to take them through, to see them to a victory. Likewise, the Jamaican Scorpions know they will have to take cricket. They'll have to keep the discipline in their bowling, to just keep focusing on one area and keep making the batsman play as much as possible, and not serving up too many loose deliveries or too many free runs within this thing, because it's a small total you're defending, and you're defending it in the second inning. So it can still be an interesting passage, but what's be more interestingly, John, it will be the first half hour after the tea session that we will see where the game is going, how it can petter out. We know the game could change in a matter of time, but it's still a game that the Jaguars have the head ahead.
32-run partnership for the second wicket so far between Johnson and Tejrang Chandrapal. Like I said, we lost Chandrapal, Hemraj in the session for 13. And bowling so far for the Jamaica Scorpion side, Pete Salmon, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. Nicholson Gordon, 2 overs, none for 13, and Derville Green, 5 overs. In fact, Green sent him 4 overs, and he has conceded some 11 runs on 1 over of Jamie Merchant for 5. So that's the situation at T. The Guyana Jaguars looking to get 182 to win at T, 48 for the loss of 1. Leon Johnson, the captain of the Jaguar side, he's there battling away on 18. Chanda Paul, that's stage around Chanda Paul on 12. Still some 134 runs away until we come back after tea, which is going to be after another 50 minutes or so. Do have some coffee, do have a break as well, and then join us in about 15 minutes. Until then, it's goodbye from Providence.
Yes, this is regional cricket from the National Stadium at Providence, the Professional Cricket League. Fourth round action, day number 3, Guyana Jaguars. They are playing the Jamaican Scorpion. The match is placed to have an exciting finish with the Jaguars looking for 182 to win at T. 48 for 1, Johnson on 18, Tejan and Chandapal on 12. So they're looking for a further 134 runs more to win, and it's going to be Leon Johnson to take the first delivery after tea. Here is Salman, bowls to Johnson, and he's coming forward. He defends, back up the track. There is no run. Chandapal Hemraj, the man back in the pavilion, caught by Blackwood at slip of the bowling of Salman. He made 13. It was then 16 for the loss of 1. Here is Salman, bowls to the left-handed Leon Johnson. He walks away after playing a defensive shot down to Silly Point. Good afternoon to you, Clyde. How do you see things from here on?
Good afternoon to you in the G8. Well, things look very good for the Jaguars. When you've only got to chase 180 yard, you've got to be positive. Yes, we can say that. First innings, they had the same sort of target, and they struggled a little. But I think when we look at how they've approached things, it's much better this time around.
Salman comes in, bowls to Johnson. He's swinging this one away through mid-wicket. There's protection out there on the boundary. The return comes in, and Johnson gets a single. Very positively on Johnson. With that single, he now moves on to 19, and it will take the score to 49 for the loss of 1. Are you satisfied now that the Scorpions, they have decided to employ the Silly Point? We saw them preferring to go for the forward short leg in this innings. They're having the Silly Point?
Yeah, I think that helps. And we did see before the tea break, there was a couple of shouts against Leon Johnson. I think that would have helped as well to force Leon Johnson to look to play a little different.
Salman bowls to Tejan Chandapal on the back foot, trap leg before. He has to go, Tejan Chandapal, for the second time in the match on the back foot, trap leg before by the off spinner. And for the trouble here, it's now on to 49 for the loss of 2.
Well bowled by Salman again. That was pitched up just on or about the off stump. It held its own, didn't turn away from the left hander. Tejan Chandra was on the back foot, and the umpire judged him to be plumb LBW. I think that was fairly adjacent. I don't see how the umpire could not have put that one out because he was on the back foot. So again, Salman causing some trouble just on or about the off stump to the left-handers.
Yes, and it is going to be interesting from here on to see how the other Jaguars batsmen handle the situation out in the middle. They do have a good batting lineup, but watching Tejan and Chandapal playing on the back foot, that should send some signal to them. Avoid getting on that back foot when it's not necessary.
Well, that's true, but I was just thinking, just looking at what is happening with the Scorpions bowling, where it might not have been, I think to just change that batting order a little, probably send Barnwell now, just to change a right-hand, left-hand rotation. The two off-spinners are bowling. They're bowling well to the left-handers. Whether it might have been wise to just have Barnwell coming in now. He looked good in the first innings. He has been one of the better players this year. He's a man in form, and that might have just changed things a little.
Well, you never know. As Vishal Singh comes out into the middle. So we're having how many now? 4 left-handers. I saw somebody tweeted the other day that they have changed their names from Guyana Jaguars to Guyana Lefties.
Well, I remember years ago when we had the likes of Fredericks Beach and Clive Lloyd,
Kali
Charan, whether Roman Etwar was in that setup as well. When there were a set of left-handers used to play for Guyana.
Yes, and we have a number of them playing here too. So there's a forward short leg as well. Silly Point and the slip. Salman comes in, bowls to Vishal Singh down the leg side. He's looking to tickle this one. There were oohs and ahs. The end of a successful over for Salman. At the end of it, the Jaguars looking for 182. They're 49 for the loss of 2. With Tejan Chandapal gone back to the pavilion for 12 in that over. Johnson is on 19. Vishal Singh yet to score.
Yeah, not a good over from Salman. And in terms of his debut as a bowler, he hasn't done badly at all. He has bowled in good areas. He's kept things fairly tight and not giving the batsman a lot of loose deliveries. And he's playing that role for the Scorpions where he's keeping things tight. And he has picked up a wicket or two, so he's got 3 wickets in the match. So that means he's putting some pressure on the opposition. Yes, he didn't score any runs. He got a pair. And I think he would want to forget this game in terms of his batting, but certainly he hasn't done badly as an off spinner.
No, a marathon spell in the first innings, 28 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 54. He has gotten 2 wickets here, so that's 3 wickets in the game so far. So you're right about that, Clyde. Now he's going to be spin from both ends, and Merchant will continue to do his battle with Leon Johnson. Here is the right arm off spinner, comes in, bowls to Johnson. He's coming forward there. A loud appeal. Johnson goes. Leg before, clipping the pad. And umpire Bassarat, and look at the Jamaicans. They're in a huddle. He has to walk away. The Jaguars, they're badly hurt with the dismissal of their skipper. They're 49 for 3.
Well, that was another good delivery from Merchant. Just on or about the off stump, whether he got hit just outside or not. It's hard to judge from here, but it certainly came back at him a little. He was playing outside the line of the delivery, and it certainly looked very close indeed. I think if we had a review, we may see that just hitting the off stump. And the only thing I said could have saved him is whether he was hit outside the off stump, and I have my doubts about that as well.
Yes, I too have my doubts about that. Looking at the vantage position where we are, I think Leon Johnson was plumb on the line of the off stump. He has gone leg before, and for the trouble as Barnwell makes his way out into the middle.
Match on.
Match on, definitely.
I did say at tea time, if the game is going to finish today, it would means that the Scorpions would win the game.
And if the Jaguars are to win, it's going to go into day number 4.
Definitely.
Right, so right on, match on, like Clyde says. This makes it more interesting as Barnwell comes out into the middle. But the Scorpions, they now have that self-belief after some lovely lower order partnership that got them to this position. They were 45 between Merchant and Bonner for the 8th wicket, and the two of them played splendidly. And then coming down the line, there was a 26-run partnership, I think was between Bonner and Harty. So certainly those runs that were put together late in the innings are paying dividends now, because it asked the Jaguars to score 182.
And the Jaguars had the same sort of thing in the first innings when Reefer and
so true.
And Permaul had that nice little partnership down at the bottom as well. So everybody is playing their part.
Merchant, a bowl to the right-handed Barnwell. He is flicking this one off the toes, down towards footed in, coming out the mid-wicket boundary. So immediately Barnwell is off the mark with 1. And that's going to be the 50 for the Jaguars. They're 50 for the loss of 3.
And weren't they in a similar position in the first innings? I think they were just about 47 for 3 in the first innings.
They were 54 for 3.
So there you are. Just about a similar position. And these two had a reasonable partnership. So,
well, if thing continues like this, it means that the Jaguars will win. They'll get up to that 182 that they're looking for. Scorpions, their tails are up and they're stinging at the moment. Here is Merchant. He comes up and bowls to the left-handed Vishal Singh. He comes forward and strokes it away down towards wide mid-off. Gordon is in the way, cannot get past him. So there's a backward point. We have cover, extra cover. There's a wide mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, a short backward square, and a slip. Merchant bowls to Vishal Singh onto the back foot. He defends. There is no run. And Vishal Singh, Clyde, must bring his experience to the fore.
Yeah, I think he's a good player of spin. And, you know, he tends to use his feet nicely. He either goes back or he comes right out. And when he goes back, he goes right back as well. And that's the hallmark of a good player of spin bowling.
There's a short outside the line of the off stump. He leant onto the back foot and strokes it to footed in. So I think the Jamaican field placement now, they've gotten it right. Just maybe to continue put that pressure could have continued to employ the silly point. They have taken wickets, and that's the important thing. Merchant comes in once again, bowls to Vishal Singh. He's stretching forward. He's defending down towards forward short leg. There is no run. The end of a successful over for Jamie Merchant. At the end of it, the Jaguars looking for 182. They are 50 for the loss of 3.
Another good over from Jamie Merchant, bowling just on or about the off stump. That delivery to Leon Johnson that he got him with, pitched on or about the off stump. It came back at the left-hander, and he was the judge LBW. I think it was fairly straight. Of course, it depends on what happens here now. Barnwell, I think, is crucial. Barnwell and Bramble is crucial to this innings. Bramble hasn't had the best of times this year. He's just struggling a little. But I think he is a type of player that can come out and be positive, look to score, and he would be crucial.
And Raymond Reefer too, he's still to come. This is worked away by Barnwell down towards mid-wicket, and they'll get the single. So Barnwell, he will now move on to 2. And Vishal Singh yet to score. It's 51 for the loss of 3. They have to build this innings in partnership. There's nothing scary about the wicket. It has to do with the presence of their minds out in the middle, how badly they need this victory, and what strategies they're going to employ to ensure they keep these 2 off-spinners at bay. Merchant had a 3-wicket haul in the first innings. Here is Salman, comes in, bowls to Singh. He's coming forward, works it down towards a wide mid-wicket, and once again he cannot score. So there is a short backward square, a solitary slip. There is a forward square as well, and a wide mid-on. Here is Salman, well stopped in his approach. Vishal Singh wasn't getting it right, and now he's going to go into his stance. Has been there many times, battling away for his country. This is an occasion where the team is under severe pressure. As we watch Salman, he comes up, bowls to Singh, and he's coming forward very quietly, plays it down towards a short extra cover. There is no run. John Campbell is in the way. He's going to feel very happy with the performance of the Scorpions in the field so far. Here is Salman, comes up, bowls to Vishal Singh. He's coming forward and searching for that one outside the line of the off stump. Drops it in front of him for the silly point fielder. That's Palmer. He feels well. There is no run. Here comes Salman once again. Right arm off spinner, bowls to Singh. And Singh is coming forward, struck on the pad. There's an appeal. He's been given out a leg before by umpire Dayton Butler for the trouble for the Jaguars. And on the back foot, umpire Dayton Butler said, "You're out." Initially, I felt that the appeal wasn't that confident. But then the others went up and the umpire just raised that dreaded finger.
Well, I think the thing there is that Vishal Singh wasn't really reaching out as far as possible. He is a short man, and then he didn't go out far. He was just playing in front. We are a little behind Vishal, so we didn't see whether the ball straightened nicely, but he looked to be in front of stumps. He was playing around the pads. He was in front. So whether the delivery had straightened up back, because the right hand is bowling right arm around the wicket and angling the ball into the left hander, all he had to do is straighten a little. And he was hit in front.
Yeah, and that's very poor cricket as well from Vishal Singh. I mean, he's an experienced player. I can't complain about the pitch. He would have batted so often on pitches here at the National Stadium and many other grounds in Georgetown as well, Vishal Singh. And just trapped in front there. He was neither forward, he was just on the back foot there, and just giving the bowlers this added advantage to get the ball up. So Reefer comes out into the middle. So the 2 all-rounders are out there now, Reefer and Barnwell. It is left to be seen now how long these 2 can survive out in the middle. They will be looking to score their singles for sure, but certainly Jamaica with a huge advantage.
And Reefer is accustomed to these positions because over the years he has certainly played a lot of innings with his back against the wall for the Jaguars. And he has been a real competitor. He has been a professional. So one only hopes that he can be as successful here again.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over by Salmon. He's going to be a pretty happy man. He has picked up how many? 1, 2, 3 wickets in this innings. And like you rightly said, making amends.
And if
for
you
the
look
bat.
at that last delivery, that delivery actually bounced and turned. So that's going to put some more doubt in the mind of Reefer, whether it's going to turn and bounce or whether it's going to straighten. So he's got to be very careful out there.
Yes, in Jamaica, a great country. Hello to you, Jamaica. You're listening to the broadcast. Your boys are fighting back, and they have a great advantage here of pulling off a victory against the Jaguars. But then the Jaguars do have some good batting as well. Here is Merchant, bowls to Barnwell onto the back foot, stroked it on the onside of the pitch, and there is no run. Look at Merchant there. He knows how important a run is to save, and he gingerly went after that one to ensure that there wasn't a single for the Jaguars players. Christopher Barnwell goes into his stance, a solitary slip on a forward short leg. Merchant comes up and bowls to Barnwell. He's coming forward, works it away into the onside field, and there is no run. Jamaica, from the days of the Maroons, they have shown how they can fight through situation when they fought against the English. And that same spirit lies with every Jamaican unto this day. Here is Merchant, comes in, bowls to Barnwell onto the back foot, looking to tickle one down the leg side. Hasn't made any contact. And it goes away into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run. And they can also take heart from the great man, the late Bob Marley. The message: don't worry, every little thing is going to be all right.
They have got a lot of heroes that they can take heart from.
They do. Here is Merchant, bowls to Barnwell. He works it down towards deep backward square, and they will come and collect the single. So Christopher Barnwell opens his account. In fact, he's gone on to 3, and that will take the score on to 52 for the loss of 4. You're right, Clyde. Lots of heroes, and if you speak about their prowess in cricket, that great man in the initial days, they used to call him the Atlas.
Master George. But they've had a lot of heroes when you think from the Quarry days and coming forward.
Great
it's
athletes.
It is inspiration. They've had a few boxers as well.
Yes, certainly. He's coming forward, beaten outside the line of the off stump. An appeal, not out, says umpire Bassarat. I think Trevor Burbeck was a Jamaican
I
as
think
well in
Jamaica
boxing.
even have a bobsleigh team.
Well, hello to you, Jamaica. That's Clyde Butts, the man who was out in the battlefield doing battle against many of Jamaican's top batsmen. Here is Merchant once again, comes in and bowls to Reefer. He's coming forward, forcing one down towards wide mid-off. Durval Green is in the way. He takes his white cap, walks away, Merchant. The over is completed. 52 for 4 Jaguars. They're looking for 182. Raymond Reefer is yet to score. Christopher Barnwell, he has 3.
Another testing over from the man Merchant, getting the ball to spin and bounce. And we did see one in that over to Reefer that actually pitched just about off stump and spun away and beating the outside edge. So that's going to put a lot of doubt in the left-hander's mind. And when you think that he can straighten the ball as well, the Reefer's got his work cut out for him.
Yes, so here is Salmon. He begins to move in once again and bowls to Barnwell. And Barnwell is driving, lifting this one high over long on. And that's gone for a massive 6. So he's going to fight fire with Fire Barnwell. He moves on to 9. It's now on to 58 for the loss of 4.
Well. Barnwell has decided, look, I'm not going to be out here and just plod around. I'm going to try and be as positive as I can. It was a delivery. That wasn't a bad delivery. Took a chance. Went over the top and hit it well, because there is a man at long on.
Yes, was a brave shot. Comes in, bowls to Barnwell, and he's coming forward, gets a good delivery, and he's not afraid to flight the next delivery as well. That was well bowled.
Yes, certainly the young man is not doing badly at all. He's keeping the pressure on the batsman.
9 overs before this, 3 for 14. Salmon bowls to Barnwell. He's getting another good delivery, but this was clearly going down the leg side. Barnwell, tall guy, he stretches long forward and takes it on the bottom of the pad. There's a forward short leg and a slip. Now John Campbell is calling his tall off spinner offering some advice, so he would have seen something there. Barnwell, once it's in the slot, he's going to go for it. He's naturally an aggressive player. He's a powerfully built man, Christopher Barnwell. Here is Salmon, bowls to Barnwell. He's working this one off the toes, down towards Marchant at short backward square, and he cannot score. As we watch the bowling of Salmon from the southern end of the ground. On the offside, we have the slip. There's backward point, almost bordering on a short white third man. There's extra cover and a wide mid-off. In blazing sunshine, day number 3. Here is Salmon, comes in, bowls to Barnwell, and he walks forward. He defends, plays down towards mid-on, and once again, he cannot score. And we saw Bonner Clyde, when he batted, he started playing on the back foot, but as the innings blossomed, he wasn't afraid at all to stretch forward like Barnwell is doing in Orly in his innings. And these are good signs. He's reading it well. As we watch Salmon once again, he comes into bowl to Chris Barnwell. Back he goes and turns this away down towards Campbell, feeling at short mid-wicket. The end of another over. A bowl by Salmon at the end of it. Jaguars 58 for 4. Barnwell is on 9. Raymond Reefer yet to score.
End of another good over from the young man. Apart from that 6 that Barnwell hit hit fairly straight into the side screen. It was a well bowled over. He wasn't afraid. The next delivery after he was hit for 6, he gave it a lot of air, and Barnwell did not accept the challenge. Just more or less pushing it back up the pitch. But it's a good challenge, especially with Barnwell and the 2 off spinners, because Barnwell is going to try and score. He's going to try and make sure he scores. He's going to rotate the strike, and when you put the bad ball, he's going to put them away.
Marchant, 3 overs for 6 runs so far. Starts his approach now. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. Comes up and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer is coming forward. Plays back up the track for the bowler to field. There is no run. Overnight, footed in was on 13. The Scorpions in a bundle of worries on 50 for the loss of 3. Today, footed in made 19. He was LBW to Kevin Sinclair, 73 for 4. Marchant comes in, bowls to Reefer off the back foot, cut away down towards backward point. Footed in, has it covered and can't score. Then Paul Palmer was bowled by Permaul for 15, 79 for 5. Dennis Smith, LBW Permaul for 181 for 6. Dorval Green, LBW Reefer 19, 127 for the loss of 7 at lunchtime, with Bunner on 31 at that stage. This is short, Reefer onto the back foot, plays it away down towards backward point. Once again, was looking to get it more to the right of the fielder there, did not. And after the lunch session, Pete Salmon was caught by Tejanari Chandapal of Reefer. He didn't score, 131 for the loss of 8. Marchant caught off the bowling of Permaul for 26. It was 176 for the loss of 9. As we watch Marchant bowling from the commentary box end, that's the northern end of the ground, and he will move into bowl to left-handed Reefer. A slip and a forward short leg. He comes up now and bowls to Reefer, and the Reefer is stretching forward, killing the spin, drops it away down towards short cover. There is no run. Bonner left not out on 57 with 5 fours. Patrick Harty, the last man, going LBW to Permaul. He didn't score, 184. Raymond Reefer, he sent down 9 overs, 7 overs, 1 maiden, picked up 2 for 19. So he did his job, Raymond Reefer. Now he's asked to do a bigger job with the bat. A silly point in place now as he gets onto the back foot, works it away into the onside, looking for the single. It's not there because his partner Barnwell wasn't going anywhere. Niall Smith had 5 overs, no maiden, none for 39. Virasamy Permaul, the star, 26 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 50. Kevin Sinclair, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 56. Joseph, 1 over for 7 runs. Permaul, for the 6th time in his career, picking up a 10-wicket haul, picking up 10 for 84 in this match. Congrats to him. Here is Marchant, comes in, bowls to Reefer onto the back foot, very carefully stabs it into the offside field, down towards gully. The over is completed. The Jaguars are kept at bay, 58 for the loss of 4. Reefer yet to score. Barnwell has 9.
Another good over from Marchant, bowling just on or about the off stump, making the batsman play not giving Reefer any bad deliveries, and certainly both bowlers now complementing each other. And I think both batsmen would just have to look to rotate the strike, pick up singles. Reefer's just come in. The bowling is very tight to him. He's not getting the chance of picking up singles. They've got a ring of fielders on that offside, and they're bowling to their field.
Yes, so Salman, who has reaped success so far, and he's red hot out in the middle there, the off spinner, he wants to make for the inroad. And Clyde, save a thought for Permaul. 10 for 84. If the Jaguars go on to lose this game, that's going to needle his heart.
Add 30 odd runs to that as
Yes,
well,
so
because he
true.
batted very well. He batted very well indeed as well.
Salman bowls to Barnwell. He came forward there, got it away down towards square cover. That wasn't where he was looking for.
He bowled very well indeed, kept things tight, Permaul, and didn't give the batsman anything. And in this game, more so than the other games, when he was out of the attack looked a little limited.
Comes in, bowls to Barnwell, gets one that jumps on him, but he was doing the right thing. He was standing tall, watching it spun by into the bat and then into the ground, down towards forward short leg, and there is no run. So a task has been asked here of Christopher Barnwell and Raymond Reefer. It's going to be a test not only of their skills, but their character as well, and their ability to read the game and the thought processes that goes through the mind as they look for that 182. Barnwell is coming forward, works it into the onside, down towards short backward square. No, says Reefer, as Barnwell looked for the single, but Jamie Merchant running away towards his left had it covered. Good attacking fielding there by Jamie Merchant. As we watch Salman takes the ball from his skipper Campbell, grips it, and then moves it from hand to hand. And he begins to move in now, comes up and bowls to Barnwell. And he's coming forward. That's a good delivery, keeping low too. And Barnwell got maybe a little bit bat onto it, into the ground, and then into the gloves of the keeper. Was nicely flighted by the right arm off spinner.
Well, I think it's those back of the length deliveries that is causing the problem. That was probably just short of a length. Barnwell was going on the back, but it straightened nicely and had him in all sorts of trouble.
Salman bowls to Barnwell, and he's looking for this big flick shot out through forward square. Didn't make any contact off the pads, and then towards the forward short leg.
I'm noticing something here between Barnwell and Reefer. I don't think that they're running well between the wickets. They're not calling, and you don't want to have a wicket going down by the run out route.
Well, that's the last thing they're going to want. It's going to be a war between Guyana and Barbados if that happened out in the middle. Comes in, bowls to Barnwell, and this is tickled down into the onside, down towards fine leg. Jamie Merchant is after it, and he collects now, sends the return in, and Barnwell gets two more. He will now move on to 11, and that will take the score on to 60 for the loss of 4. So the over has been completed. Jaguars looking for 182. They're 60 for 4. Barnwell is on 11. Raymond Reefer yet to score. More from Clyde. And then it's going to be the voice of John Ramsing.
Well, if you're a spinner, or any bowler as a matter of fact, you would be happy the way how the last 3 or 4 overs have gone. Barnwell has taken Salmon, and Merchant has been able to bowl to Reefer for those 2 overs. I think the batsman has to be careful with that. You're giving the bowler a chance of really setting himself and bowling against one batsman. You've got to try and rotate. You've got to try and find a way to ensure that one batsman doesn't bat 6 deliveries too often.
Well, good afternoon to you once again, Clyde Butts. Good afternoon to the listeners and viewers. Good afternoon to all of you on the Voice of Guyana. I understand radio right here in Guyana taking it this afternoon. So good afternoon to you throughout the length and breadth of Guyana. We're picking up the coverage this afternoon. Merchant is going to continue bowling from round the wicket to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. Reefer's there yet to get off the mark. Barnwell on 11 at the non-strikers end. Here is Merchant, right arm off spin. Nice flighted delivery on the line of middle stump. Reefer forward. Plays up the track for Merchant to complete. 60 for the loss of 4. T was taken with a score on 48 for the loss of 1. And since then, we've seen a cluster of wickets going down, which has been the trend in this game so far. Back goes Reefer to a delivery that was on the line of the leg stump from Merchant. And yet again, we see another batsman playing back to the spinners. Yet again, we see the spinner, the off spinner this occasion, going round the wicket, Clyde.
It'll be interesting to see how many LBWs we've had in this game so far. I think it'll be quite a few.
Yes, we can do the count. So it's going to be Merchant to continue. Brilliant sunshine here at the National Stadium. Reefer back again in his crease and drives up the track. And Merchant collects. The game is being watched by a few spectators and one selector, the chief selector for West Indies cricket, Mr. Roger Harper. And when Christopher Barnwell hit that 6 in 2 previous overs, I felt that ball was going into that VIP suite where Mr. Harper is located. This time, Reefer forward, gets off the mark as he plays it down towards long on, and he will get a single. Reefer now on 1, Barnwell on 11 is back on strike, 6-1 for the loss of 4.
That's a little bit of a bad cricket from Jamaica there as well. I think when you've got a new batsman and he hasn't come off the mark, why would you have the man at long on and not at mid on? If he hits across, or you're bowling right arm off break, you'll have to hit across the ball to get it out to long on. And you would rather him take that chance.
Since we've seen 3 wickets going down, let's see what Merchant is going to the right-handed Barnwell. Barnwell back and turns it with the tie down towards the backward square region. Footed in, comes off the boundary and sends the return to the keeper's end. One more to the Jaguars, one more to Barnwell. He's on to 12. Jaguars 62 for the loss of 1. And the umpire Bassarat, asking a question of footed in. Why did you throw the ball into the ground? So they're both gesticulating at the moment. The umpires want to protect the ball as much as possible there, Clyde.
Yes, I think that's the new thing as well. But how do you stop me from getting the ball into the keeper?
Yeah, he was way down on that backward square boundary. So Reefer is going to take strike from Jamie Merchant. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon to the trooper. I call her the trooper, Elizabeth Sinich. She said to say good afternoon to the commentary team. This time, Reefer again going back and playing from the crease. Merchant got a ball to angle into the left-handed batsman from round the wicket. Reefer living dangerous. He's on 1 as he comes to an end. 6-2 for the loss of 4.
Yes, another good over from Merchant. That last delivery, Reefer was on the back foot. The ball straightened. It was just on or about middle stump. And again, I asked that question. Why look to go on the back foot so much when there have been so many LBW's decisions in this game? A pitch that is not really bouncing that much. It's keeping low, slightly low. Ball is sliding on. Both bowlers has a good arm ball, and you've got to try and be on the front foot more times than not.
So it's more spin. This time, Salmon comes from the southern end of the ground, bowls to Christopher Barnwell, bowling over the wicket. Barnwell is forward and plays the back of the track. You've seen the fall of Chandapal Hemraj, caught it slip off the ball of Salmon for 13, and T, like I said, 48 for 1. Since then, we saw Tejan Chandapal leg before to Salmon for 12. Leon Johnson leg before to Merchant 19. Vishal Singh leg before Salmon, no score. All back in the pavilion is appeal for leg before, and the finger goes up. Barnwell goes. Salmon strikes again. Wicket number 5 goes down for the Guyana Jaguars. They're in definitely trouble at the moment. 6-2 for 5. Christopher Barnwell half forward to Salmon, struck on the pad. Appeal went up. The finger of umpire Dayton Butler went up as well. Wicket number 5 going down. Barnwell leg before for 12 of the bowling of Salmon.
Well. Once again, batsman playing from the crease. That was a delivery that was pitched just on or about middle and off stump. Barnwell was going back or just stood from the crease and looking to play it on the onside. It straightened, and he was adjudged LBW. It's actually difficult for us to say whether that ball would have been turning or not, but certainly from behind here, it looked like if it was hit in front of the stumps, and whether the ball would have gone off hit the stumps or not, the umpire had to make that decision, and the umpire said that was out. But again, why look to go on the back foot? We speak about how many LBW decisions there has been in this game. I'm sure the coaches and so on in the dressing room, the captain would be saying to the guys, come on guys, we have to look to get onto that front foot. The ball are straightening nicely, it's keeping a little low, and let's try and play out. Let's try and look to use our feet. Let's try and be fairly positive. It's no point of just standing up there and blocking. You're going to get one of those deliveries that are going to take you out. And we've had 4 LBWs already in the second innings.
Do you think there's a situation where the Jaguars players are being fined if they play on the front foot? Don't answer. The new batsman makes his way to the middle. It's Anthony Bramble. And he's right-handed. So we're hoping that the right-hand, left-hand combination works on this occasion. Barnwell, right-hander. He broke up that sequence of left-handers, and then he was joined by Reefer, another left-hander. They added 11 runs for the 5th wicket before Barnwell was just dismissed, leg before to Salmon. So Salmon picks up his 4th wicket, and 1 to go to Merchant. So Salmon and Merchant doing the trick again for the Jamaica Scorpions. Permaul and Sinclair did it for the Jaguars in the second innings. So spin galore in this match. Here is Bramble, gets his first delivery outside the off stump, opens the face of the bat, running down towards third man, chases on Blackwood. We know he's quick. He's going to pull it up just in front of the third man boundary. And 2 more to Bramble. He's off the mark. Let's hope to the face of the bat, using the pace of that one, running it down to third man.
Yeah,
he's
well,
on to 64 for the loss of 5.
That was just outside the off stump, and he was looking to just push it out on the offside. Got the outer half of the bat nicely and went down for 2. I'm going to ask a question. Is Blackwood one of the quickest fielders you've ever seen over
Yes,
the
I can say
cricket
hands
field?
down yes.
Okay. Or does he just look quick?
I think he's very quick.
He's not like me. Just look quick.
He's very quick across the field. What about you? Have you seen a quicker fielder than Blackwood over the years? Recent times, maybe.
I don't know. I really can't think of anybody being as quick as he certainly is very quick over 50, 60 yards. And he looks the part as well, the way he runs. He looks actually like a sprinter.
Yeah. And I've seen in the Guyana Jaguar setup, Chandapal, that stage around Chandapal, and Gorakesh Moti covering some good grounds as well. So this time, Bramble forward to Salmon and plays it back up the track. So some of the younger legs in regional cricket really putting in the sprint when necessary.
Trevon Griffith comes to mind. I think he would have been probably Guyana's quickest in terms of the field, and an excellent fielder as well.
That's right. So here is Salmon. From that southern end of the ground, bowls to Bramble. Bramble forward and drives to long on. We'll get a single. And we'll keep the strike as well. Over is going to come to an end. And the score moves on to 65 for the loss of 5. Bramble is on 3. Reefer is on 1. And the Guyana Jaguars set a target of 182 to win. They're 65 for the loss of 5.
I wish if they were 165. They're certainly struggling at this time. The bowlers, I think, has bowled very well, keeping things fairly tight, not giving any one of the batsmen a lot of bad deliveries. Or matter of fact, I hardly think we have seen a bad delivery in this innings. And they've bowled very well. Both Merchant and Salmon has bowled very well. And then when we did see the seamers, I don't think they bowled that badly either. So it's been good, tight, gripping stuff from the Jamaicans.
So it's going to be Salmon to continue from the bottom end. Reefer is on strike. The over not coming to an end, in fact.
A little bit of a strange feel now with the off-spinner ball, and there is a leg slip.
Leg slip to the left-handed Reefer. A man in front of his eye line as well, and a slip. So Reefer drives confidently down towards extra cover. Quick single being taken. It goes between extra cover and mid-off, and a single eventually was taken quite easily. And Reefer, he will get the single to keep the strike. It's now 6-6 for 5. Reefer's on to 2, and Bramble on 3. But you need a partnership, and running between the wicket is going to be a key factor in getting that partnership going.
Of course, there's no doubt in my mind that you have to try and rotate the strike, and I don't say you have to take chances, but you have to look for those quick runs. And I think Barnwell and Reefer missed out of 1 and 2 runs that were there around the square, and Merchant and Salmon actually bowled to one of specific batsmen for a little while and kept the pressure on them.
Still to come, 4 Barbicians in the form of Kevin Sinclair, Samuel Permaul, Niall Smith, and Keon Joseph for the Guyana Jaguars. Merchant round the wicket to Reefer. Reefer forward and drives back up the track. So when you look at the contributions in the first innings from those 4 batsmen, except for Permaul with 35, they got 1 from the other 3 batsmen.
Sinclair is a capable
He is.
batsman, but at this level, he hasn't really shown that as yet. So we'll have to wait and see.
Reefer down the track when he got there, drives down the onside, beating the fielder at straightish mid wicket, and the fielder at long on will have to go to his left to collect. One more to Reefer. He's now on to 3. Joins Anthony Bramble on 3. The Guyana Jaguars 6-7 for 5. So Reefer.
That's Reefer using his feet nicely there in that
Nicely,
last
getting to the
delivery.
pitch.
I'm sure Merchant would be thinking, well, I don't mind that. I'm turning the ball away from you. If you're going to use your feet, one will turn.
So what's done is done. What's to come? We will discuss that as well. But Clyde, are you a lawn tennis man?
I followed lawn tennis a little.
Yes, they had a match in Africa with Roger Federer defeating Rafael Nadal. That's fundraising game.
And Roger Federer is my favorite tennis player of modern times. Before then, I used to love John McEnroe, Pete Sampras. They're my type of professional players that I love. And of course, everybody loves Serena Williams.
Oh yeah, of course. So single to long on for Bramble. Rotation in the strike. He's on to 4 now. Merchant is going to continue. Bowls round the wicket to Reefer again. Drives on the onside. Cannot beat the field at mid wicket this time. Roger Federer, born on the 21st of August, like Usain Bolt, like John Ramsing as well. We're in good company. Speaking of birthdays, Clyde.
Oh no! Oh
We
no!
have the birthday
You
boy.
cannot say Roger
Great
Federer,
man in one
Usain
company.
Bolt, and then call John Ramsing name in that category. No, John. I wouldn't ask you. Lovely shot. That's going to go all the way for 4.
Yeah, that's a lovely drive from Raymond Reef. A little bit of width outside the off stump from Merchant. And he had a flowing drive there through the extra cover region and down towards the boundary for 4. He now moves on to 7-2 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, that was a good looking shot. That was slightly short from Merchant. Reefer was on the back foot. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He placed it nicely between the man at short extra cover and the mid off, and he got 4 runs straight.
Yeah, so looking to be very positive again, Reefer. You know, we can speak of good companies, and we're in the company of the birthday boy. Sean Devers has just joined us, Clyde. So Merchant, flight to delivery to Reefer. Reefer looking for the single. Stop situation for Bramble, eventually going to the strikers end. And the single taken easily because the fielder at mid wicket
I
did
think
not hit
Harty was a little bit of a sleep.
Yeah, he was. And it allows a single. So single to end the over. Reefer will keep the strike. He moves on to 9. 73 now for the loss of 5 wickets. And they're breaking down that target. They need 108 runs to win.
Yes, and it's still a long, long way to go
Very long
in
way.
terms of what's happening in this game. So I think a partnership is needed here between these two. They're both capable, and they both have done it over the years. Bramble this year has not been batting very well, but over the years he has the experience, and he has been one of our better players, one of the Jaguars' better players over the years in terms of his batting. So a lot will depend on him. Reefer has been Mr. Dependable as usual, and they would certainly need both of them here to put on a good partnership.
So Bramble has been good in front and behind the stump, but these are the non-strikers then. I watch a Salmon bowls to Reefer. Reefer's forward and drives towards cover. He remains on 8. So like I said, what's done is done. What's to come is to come. We have the over 50s World Cup, Clyde. That's happening from March 11 to 24 in Cape Town, South Africa. Ironically, the same area that tennis match was played yesterday. The match in Africa. Here is Salmon to Reefer taking on the pad as an appeal for leg before. Umpire walks away. Reefer goes for a singles. The ball goes in towards the cover region. Umpire Butler not signaling anything, so he got bat onto it. He moves on to 9 Reefer, 74 for 5.
That's why I cannot understand why there's not a silly point. That went out on the offside. I think they just changed the man over on the onside. That was, he pushed forward, well, got edge bat pad, but it went quickly. It would have been a difficult catch to take, but certainly when that man is there, Reefer does not play forward like he did that last delivery.
Salmon to Bramble. Robbins opens the face of the bat and guides it down to third man. Blackwood and Footerden after it. Footerden got there ahead of Blackwood.
That's a surprise.
And 2 more to the Guyana Jaguars. 76 now for the loss of 5. Bramble moves on to 6.
Yeah, again, the wide of the off stump. I think Bramble just has to be careful at how he plays those deliveries as well, because it just has a little wide of him, and he's not really going across. He's just more pushing the bat out that area, and there is a slip.
Slip in the form of Blackwood, goes down. Dennis Smith, the keeper as well. Forward short leg in Palmer as Salmon bowls to Bramble, and he gets a ball on the line of middle stump down towards mid wicket and cannot score. 76 for the loss of 5 wickets. So the battle is on really in the final session on day number 3. Gripping encounter. And we'll talk just a little bit about that over 50s World Cup to come in Cape Town in March. This time Bramble is getting a ball that caught him in a tangle. There's an appeal and Bramble stay his ground. Reefer calling him through. The ball goes down towards the boundary and umpire is going to signal runs. So outside edge found. Quicker delivery from Salmon to start with. Bramble, you realize he got back onto it. He was looking to see where the ball is going to go. Did not go into the keeper's glove. It went into the boundary behind the keeper. And he survives Bramble, but not looking very comfortable. He's on to 10, 80 for 5.
Well, if he didn't get an edge to that one, that was certainly plumb. He was going back when he should have been forward again.
Yet
that was
again.
Full delivery. Yes, it was a little quicker, but it was certainly full. And he got the edge. Well, the fielders don't seem to think that he got the edge, actually.
They did not go
and
for that.
they're still having a little bit of discussion there as well. But the umpire decided got the edge. So
Salmon again to Bramble. Bramble forward, drops it in front of him. Reefer calls him through for the single. Cover caught on his heels, cannot prevent the single. Single taken, and Reefer survives. So Bramble moves on to 11 with that single. Over is completed. 81 now for the loss of 5, and the Guyana Jaguars now need a forward of 101 to win.
Yeah, and Bramble continues to struggle in that over. He just seems to be a little bit out of sort. I think the thing with Bramble that we've seen over the years, when he comes out to bat, he's always positive. He always uses his feet, looks to go for the top, looks to score. I think once he starts scoring, he gets his confidence. I mean, those little edges and so on might just help him a little, because I think once he starts scoring, his confidence does come along.
Yeah. So Clyde, the 50th World Cup, the second edition, like I said, is in Cape Town, South Africa, March 11 to 24. West Indies making their debut, and they are in Group A, alongside New Zealand, Australia, the defending champions, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, and Canada. That's going to be interesting in South Africa.
It's going to be very interesting to see those older guys in the field. What's going to be interesting is to see what kind of teams is being put out by all of those countries.
Not former international players. There's a few in the form of John T. Rhodes for South Africa. Alan Donald, in fact, is the coach of that unit. They're at home and they're looking to put on a good show.
I could imagine. I'm sure John T. would still be as fit as can be, and would still be a handful in the field. There may be quite a few runouts. He may be playing as the runout specialist.
That's right. So Harty comes into the attack. Here he is. First bowls round the wicket to Bramble. Bramble down the track and greets it on the full toss. Drives towards mid wicket. Furadin is there. In Group B, last tournament's finalists: Pakistan, South Africa, the host, debutants India, Namibia, England, and Wales. So that's a 12-team tournament in South Africa, 11 to 24th of March in Cape Town. This time down the leg side from Harty. And Bramble looking to sweep, made no contact. The keeper took it on the body and goes down toward the first tip area for Blackwood to collect. Just in front of our eyes, Clyde, we have the Davis West Indian Import under 15 inter-county tournament, 16 to the 22nd of February. Well, that's the other side of the spectrum. Over 50s to under 15. This time, Bramble drives to cover, cannot score. The under 15s is going to be a nice little tournament for the next generation of our cricketers, and they have a lovely sponsorship from Dave West Indian Imports. $3 million into youth cricket. Here is a delivery that's flighted on the line of the middle leg stump. Bramble drives to mid-on and can't score.
Well, those cricketers continue to be important to the development of cricketers in Guyana and the region as well. Not only in Guyana, but the region as a whole.
Harty, Bramble down the track to ball outside the off stump, and he drives towards extra cover. Cannot beat the fielder, but he had a scamper for that single as Merchant comes in and sends a very stiff return. 82 now for the loss of 5.
Yeah, Bramble's starting to look to use his feet against his spinner. What he's got to be careful with is he don't just start rushing too early and get Harty to push one wide of him.
So Patrick Harty in the first innings had returns of 15 overs, 3 for 30, looking to replicate that success. Balls to Rifa. Rifa flicks but into the body of the field at forward short leg and cannot score. That's the end of the over. Patrick Harty's first over, just 1 run conceded, 82 for the loss of 5, 100 runs away the Guyana Jaguars.
100 runs. That looks a long way away in context of this game. We're what? Just after tea, on the third day, and already 35 wickets have fallen. So that tells a story in itself. But does the pitch tells that story? I don't think so.
Just batting.
That's my personal belief.
Yeah, that's all you can offer. So tomorrow we'll be having some softball cricket as well in Guyana. They'll be having a 4-team tournament on the east coast of Demerara, the Better Hope Community Center ground. It's a charity event. Teams involved there will be hoping to raise some funds for a cancer patient who's out of Guyana receiving treatment. Start of a new over from Salmon from the southern end. Balls to Bramble, hitting a pad, appeal for leg before. Bramble stretching long forward, not out says umpire Butler.
Well, Bramble looks to be beating all ends up because he was stretching long forward and then he was playing across the delivery. And there's just a little bit of byplay between Campbell and I think it's between Bramble and I think it's Fudderdin on the field, probably having a few words.
Bramble fell over, in fact, when he was completing that stroke. This time he's punching it down towards extra cover and will not score. So 4 teams involved in a softball tournament tomorrow, mini tournament, sponsored by the Trophy Stall, where the prizes will be compliments of Trophy Stall, Mr. Ramesh Sunic in the border market, providing those prizes. Here's Salmon on the line of middle stump, appeal for leg before, and the bowler and everybody around him appeals and appeal. Umpire Butler says not out. Bramble stretching forward, and is lucky to be there, Clydie?
No, I think he was hit outside the off stump. I think he was stretching long forward and just outside the off stump.
Score remains on 82 for the loss of 5. Bramble still there. He's on 12. 9 to Raymond Reefer, the non-strikers, and a little partnership beginning to develop here for the Guyana Jaguars as the sun streams down here at Providence. Bramble forward, opens the face of the bat, footed in at backward point, collects, sends a return quickly to the wicketkeeper. Smith did not take off the bails, and they will not have any trouble. So like I said, 4 teams, and they're playing to raise some funds for a cancer victim. It's always good when you can have that sort of initiative in sport. So here is Salmon to Bramble, opens the face of the bat down towards backward point again, footed in again in the way. Score remains on 82 for the loss of 5.
And Bramble has to be aware that there's 2 slip. We have seen him opening the face of the bat, looking to run that ball down to third man. Now he's got to be careful. The man from forward short has moved into that second slip position.
And they're a bit deep as well. So here is, he's edging, taking it for a slip. You were just saying that he needs to, well, he is not walking Bramble. And the entire Jamaica Scorpions team are in a huddle celebrating that one. It was a ball that was on the line of off stump. Bramble stretched forward to play. Edge found, apparently, and the catch was claimed by Blackwood. And they're celebrating. Bramble is still there, holding his ground. And the umpires are going to have a mid-pitch discussion. Clydie?
Well, there's going to be another discussion by the umpires. It was a delivery that was pitched on or about the off stump. Bramble was coming forward, looking to work it on this time worked on the onside, got the edge, and Blackwood at 4 slip was diving forward, and whether he took the catch or not, I would never know. Now the umpire is saying not out. Umpire said not out. So obviously the umpires don't think that he actually catch it. The Jamaicans look very disappointed in the field.
So the umpire words stand. We had a similar situation when Assad Fudderdin in the Gully region took a catch to dismiss Chandrapal Hemraj, and the umpires took a day and a year to make a decision after conferring and eventually giving Hemraj out. And this time they had a similar discussion for a caught at the slip by Blackwood, and they gave the decision as not out. 82 for the loss of 5. We cannot just say what happened. And The Guyana Jaguars looking to get 100 more to win.
Well, from up here, it looks like Blackwood had dived forward. It's difficult to tell whether he got under it, but certainly he dived forward. He picked the ball up, catch it. We would be unable to say, but and then he threw it up in the air. Whether he had taken it clean, it's hard to say from here. But certainly, he looked very confident when he catch that. He threw it up in the air and straight away he went running.
The over came to an end with that piece of incident. As we see another over starting now. Harty bowls to Reefer drives to extra cover. And the field at mid-off collects. So the battle continues really on the final session, day number 3. Guyana Jaguars set 182 to win. They're exactly 82 for the loss of 5. 82 wiped off, 5 wickets back in the hut. This time Reefer forward again, but plays on the onside of the pitch. Campbell skips across and collects. So 4 teams tomorrow at Better Hope Community Centre Ground. Regal Masters, Fisherman Masters, Wellman Masters, and they're working on that 4 team just for the cause to raise some funds for a cancer victim. This one is played into the onside. A little bit of airy as Reefer stretches forward and turns it into the onside. The field at forward short leg could not come up with the catch. 83 now for a loss of 5. Reefer moves into double figures. He's now on to 10.
And that was well bowled by Harty because that one actually bounced a little bit more. It turned, got the inner half of the bat and just dropped into the left of the man at forward short leg.
So we'll be having preparation for the softball teams in that tournament tomorrow for the Orlando Cup, coming up from the 20th to the 22nd of March. And then they'll be having preparation for a tournament right here at the National Stadium on the 21st of February. This time it's played into the onside of the other part of the bat from Bramble, and he will get a single. He now moves on to 13. It's now 84 for the loss of 5. So lots of cricket around, Clyde.
Yes, both softball and hardball cricket.
Yeah.
Which one you were going to play? You be playing?
I'll be in the commentary box.
I thought you would be playing softball.
No. So Harty is going to continue. Bowls to Reefer. Reefer looking for the booming drive, missed it. And the ball goes into the gloves of Dennis Smith, the keeper. And the score remains on 84 for the loss of 5. So the Guyana Jaguars require under 100 runs for victory. 98 now they need to get if they're going to take some points here again before they move on to Grenada, where they're going to take on the Volcanoes in the next round of match, while the Jamaicans will head home to host the Leeward Islands at Trelawney at the multi-purpose stadium there.
Well, cricket continues.
Cricket continues.
And the regional competition is certainly heating up. Certainly has been very good cricket.
Reefer turns this one into the onside and goes for a single. The backward spray comes off the boundary and collects. So one more to the Guyana Jaguars. They move on to 85 now for the loss of 5. Reefer on to 11. Anthony Bramble is on 13. So Clyde, at the end of your stint, we'll have a chat with the birthday boy who has made his way into the commentary box. And before we invite the birthday boy to come over, we'll just look to perhaps not really assess what happened, but look ahead. The next passage of play until it stumps is going to be a very crucial passage.
It is. And when you look at the score and look at the wickets to come as well, because Sinclair hasn't been batting very well. Permaul is capable, and then the other two in Smith and Joseph. I don't think you can expect a lot from them. Yes, they might be able to hold up an end for a little while, but I think with 2 spinners bowling, it's not going to be easy for them. So I think this partnership has to take the Jaguars as close as possible to victory. In the meantime, the Jamaican Scorpions will be thinking, if we can just get 1 or 2 of these wickets quickly, we can finish this game today.
They can finish today. So this is a new over from Salmon. Salmon bowls to Reefer. Reefer drives towards mid-off. And the score remains on 85 for the loss of 5. Still 97 away from victory. Just to continue on the softball cricket update. So they'll be preparing for the Orlando Cup. And part of that preparation will be a barbecue and lime on the 22nd of February at the GNIC Sports Club ground, where the Regal teams will be raising funds to help with that trip to Orlando. And also they'll be going to New York in the middle of the year before coming back home for the Prime Minister's Cup towards the end of the year. Lots to play for on the softball arena. This one's outside the off stump from Salmon and goes into the gloves of Dennis Smith, the keeper. Reefer offering no shot to the off spinner. So we say good afternoon and happy birthday. Happy birthday, Sean. How are you?
I'm quite good. Happy birthday to me. Well, happy birthday to Cameron Coffey also. He's celebrating his birthday on the same day with me. I'm 10 minutes bigger than him.
Uh-huh.
He's in the United States of America. Hope you're looking at the live stream in Cameron. They former Windward Islands and West Indies fast bowler. I want to say thank you to all those in the ground and on Facebook and social media who have been wishing me a happy birthday. And that match you're talking about, the softball match, that's a great initiative because as people might not know or might know, I'm a cancer survivor.
Yes.
And I'm 50 years old today, the rare time I've had to raise my bat for 50.
Aha. So half century for Sean DeVere. So congratulations on that. And we want to wish you many more 50s, Sean. So here's Salmon to continue. He's going to be bowling over the wicket this time to Bramble. He stopped to tie his laces, adding to the drama this afternoon.
Yeah, well, this has really been a battle of attrition in this game, probably due to the iffy nature of the track. This is one of the worst tracks I've seen in recent times.
Worst?
Yes, one of the worst.
Mhm.
And those are the new tracks.
No. The relay tracks are in the middle. These are the two end pitches that were used
Yeah.
last 2 weeks and now this week.
Yeah, so this is one of the old tracks
Right.
that's playing just as normal old tracks play.
Right, very old indeed. So Sean, we'll talk about your career. I know 50 years young, we would say. You just raised your bat for your first 50, but we want to know where it all started because over the years, Sean Devers became a household name in and around the cricketing arena. So here's Salmon, who was from the southern end of the ground, and the ball bounces awkwardly to Bramble as he stretches forward in defense, and he cannot score. He remains on 13. Reefer at the non-strikers end is on 12, 86 for 5.
Yes, well, I began playing for GCC at the nursery level with Desmond Watkins, known as Watto.
Yeah.
That's way back in the early 80s.
Swept away, nice shot from Bramble, backing himself to a ball that was on the line of middle stump. A bit of danger, an element of danger in that shot, but he got good connection and got a boundary. He moves on to 17-90 for the loss of 5.
And then in 1984, after a school match, I went to Richard Ishmael Secondary, the school that produced Fowd Bacchus. And we played North Georgetown at Maltinoes. And then Maltinoes, under the presidency of Claude Raphael, started a youth section. And I joined Maltinoes in 1984.
Salmon continues, and more runs for the Jaguars as this one is turned into the onside by Bramble. We get a single down towards fine leg with fielder coming in from that long leg region and collects. So one more to end the over. Bramble will keep the strike. He moves on to 18, 9-1 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, so in 1985, I first played at the under 19 intercounty level. There were back in those days there were no under 15 and under 17, so you had to go straight into the under 19 if you wanted to make Guyana or Demerara or Berbice or whichever team you wanted to make. And I played in the Demerara match, in the one-day match against Berbice with Danny Ram making I think 70-something.
Sudesh or Sunil?
Sudesh.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got into the under 19. The first time I made on the 19 team for Guyana was 1987. We went to Jamaica. I played for 3 years as an off spinner, and then I took a break. I got married in 1991. My first son, Ricardo Devers, was born in 1992. I've got 2 other sons, and well, I didn't take that kind of break. I took a break from cricket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Took a break and you got a chance.
Yeah.
So the guys at the back of the box,
Yeah.
they're thinking all over the place.
And then I resumed my cricket career in 1992. I got 6 wickets on my return for Maltinoes against GCC at Everest. And then I was called to trials, for senior trials, the first time in 1988. When we were touring Suriname, I was the captain of a Georgetown team. Paul Passard was initially the captain, and he was called back because he was invited to the first trials. And I was the captain for the rest of the tour. And when we came back, I got called for the third trial match. In those days, they had 5 trial matches. Unlike now, there's no trial matches. So that's how I got started into cricket. I played one senior one day for Demerara at Berbice at Skeldon Ground. And then I played most of my intercounty career for Berbice, where I got into the Guyana senior side and on the 18-man squad.
So you're not missing any cricket. We're speaking to Sean Devers, renowned cricket journalist. They scored 91 for 5, the Guyana Jaguars, looking for a 491. Yes, continue, Sean.
Yes, well, that's basically my cricket career. And my radio career started in 1995. By accident, I was Naim Chan called me up after the Jamaican commentator didn't come. And that's 1995 at Blairmont, when Paul Passard got his only first-class entry.
So you had an interest in commentary?
Yes, I had an interest in commentary since I was small. My mom thought I was mad when I was commentating in the bathroom.
Moms know best, Sean.
Yeah, she wanted to know if I had somebody in the bathroom, if there was a back door to the bathroom, because she heard me talking. Yeah, and myself and Neil Barry, we would commentate. Barry would be the comments man. Eventually, he became a real comments man when we were playing on the 19 cricket for Maltinos.
And you started to write as well, so
Yeah.
tell us about how that started.
I did my first article actually on the match referee of this match, a feature on Colin Stewart in 1993.
That was by accident or
No,
deliberate?
that was deliberate.
Right. So what was that article about?
His a feature on his career, how he came up. He was playing in England for the under 19 team, and he had 18 wickets. 14 were bowled, and 3 were LBW, which meant he was bowling pretty straight.
Pretty much like what's happening in this game so far. So since then, you started in the 90s, the mid-90s, in journalism. We're now into the year 2020, the year of cricket.
Yeah.
And you're enjoying the luxuries and the benefits of a full-time cricket journalist. Any regrets, Sean?
No regrets. I loved cricket for all my life, and cricket has given me everything I've got. Well, not my kids and so on, but all the material things I've got.
Yeah. All right, so we're looking at the Guyana Jaguars battling away against the Jamaica Scorpions after that drinks break, 91 for the loss of 5. 5 wickets gone, 5 to go, half of the runs gone, half to come. How do you see this one panning out?
Well, it's going to be difficult for Guyana to win if a wicket falls now.
Harty is going to continue. Bowls round the wicket, full toss to Bramble, and Bramble sweeps and sweeps well. We get a boundary to resume the action after the drinks break. 95 now for the loss of 5. That's a good shot.
Yes, a very good shot. He swiveled and swept the ball, and it went for 4. And that's the type of batting you've got. Not irresponsible, but you've got to be positive on a track like this, because you anyhow going to get a unplayable ball sometime or the other. So you've got to capitalize on all the loose deliveries. It's not a big total, but on a track like this, it's a very big total.
Patrick Harty is going to continue. Passes umpire Bassarat. Well, in fact, he's stopped in his track by umpire Bassarat. Here he is now, back to the top of his mark and runs in now. Bowls to Bramble. Bramble gets a short delivery. He goes back and punches it down towards long on for a single. Refer is going to take strike now on 12. Bramble moves on to 23. 96 now for the loss of 5 wickets. But Sean, 50, that's a significant milestone. Along the way, you must have had lots of help. That persons you want to remember in the journey of in the life of Sean Devers. Let's hear it from you.
Yes, I've had lots of help, especially when I had to do my surgery in 2012.
Harty to Refer in defense.
I would never forget the October the 2nd, 2012. That's when I did my surgery, and then I found out 2 weeks after that I had cancer, brain cancer.
Harty this time goes over the wicket, and Refer looking for the expansive drive. Misses it altogether, and the ball goes into the gloves of the keeper. But that's a dangerous shot for Refer.
Yeah, that's a loose shot. Even though you've got to be positive, that's a reckless shot.
Yes, and looking perhaps for some space on the offside. The fielders are in a ring at mid-off, extra cover, and that backward point reach. And here's Harty again down the line of middle stump this time, and Refer forward in defense, back of the track.
And the spinners have really bowled well on both sides. Even though Sinclair doesn't turn the ball as much as Merchant, he kept the batsman in check, and he ended up with 2 wickets.
Yes, spinners bowling straight, keeping a tidy line. This one Harty bowls to Reefer. Reefer plays it into the onside of the front foot and will not score. End of the over. Reefer remains on 12. 96 for the loss of 5. Bramble is on 23.
When I got sick, I had lots of help. The Guyana government, the cricket board. If I call everybody, some people would be left out and they would feel that I'm just disregarding their help, but it was tremendous. I got help from Barbados, Andrew Mason and Red Pereira on their program. They opened the Scotiabank account for me. Fazil Mohammed did a TV program for me in Trinidad. And of course, the Guyana media and the Guyana population, they were supporting me splendidly.
Yeah, you mentioned the name Red Pereira. That's a special man in your life, Sean. Tell us
Yes,
about that
yes,
relationship.
he's like a father figure to me. In the commentary box and out of the commentary box. He gives me advice. Well, my father has gone to America since I was 12. I have a good relationship with him. Good afternoon to you, Dad, if you're listening. I know he called me early this morning to wish me a happy 50th birthday. But Red Pereira has been like my second dad on the cricket field, off the cricket field, in life in general. He's given me a lot of life advice.
First delivery from a new over from Salmon from the southern end, bowls to Bramble. Bramble sweeps, and we get a single. 97 for the loss of 5.
And I can't be here and don't take a little jab.
Go ahead.
Red
I know where it's
Pereira
coming from.
needs to be named on this media center
Yeah.
by this government or whichever government gets in the power on March 2nd.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a battle that we've been hearing about for quite some time here with Salmon. He's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. Reefer gets a delivery on the line of the leg stump, looking to go through the onside, made no contact, the ball crashed into his boot and rolls up back the track for Salmon to field.
Yeah, I've been writing about that since 2008. And that's the past administration and the previous administration seem to completely ignore it.
Reefer opens the face of the bat, backward point comes around and he can't score. So 50 gone, Sean, so you've learned a whole lot in 50 years.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're going to use those experiences to chart the course forward for the next parts of your life. What are you looking forward to the most?
And I want to contribute. I've already started to contribute to the Ghana Cancer Society Association. Good afternoon to Bibi. She's the president of that association. And I want to say good afternoon to all the cancer survivors. You can beat it because God saved me. I'm a living testimony to the grace of God. And if He can save me, He can save you also. And those living with cancer, just eat properly, exercise, don't eat too much of red meat. You've got to change your whole diet and exercise. That's the key. Exercise and a good diet and rest, which I'm not really getting enough of, I think.
What, exercise or rest?
Rest.
Uh-huh. Salmon to Reefer. Reefer plays the covers and he's going to remain on 12. Reefer really battling here for the Jaguars. So Salmon again bowls outside the off stump to him. Reefer looking for the single as he plays the ball to Merchant in the covers. And he cannot score. Sent back by Bramble. Over comes to an end. 97 for the loss of 5. The Guyana Jaguars looking to get 85 more to win this contest against the Scorpions. Reefer is on 12. 24 to Anthony Bramble. And we're speaking with Sean Devers, our colleague in the media, our colleague in the commentary box. And he's celebrating his 50th birthday today. So we're hearing everything about Sean Devers. Continue, Sean.
Yes, well, they've got to take the runs in increments, 5, 10, and then it will get easier as they get closer. But this partnership is the key. I think the big wicket was Christopher Barnwell. Not because he's not gotten a 50, but he looked in the first innings the most positive batsman from the ball one.
Yeah. So Barnwell back in the pavilion. And this time Bramble taking the fight to the Jamaica Scorpions. First ball is played through mid-wicket and he's going to get a boundary. Sweeping very well.
Yeah, that one
Forward of
was
square and the total now into the hundreds. It's now 101 for 5. Bramble onto 28.
Yeah, I was saying that he swept forward a square, which is good. And you've got to capitalize on the bad balls because on a pitches like this, as I said, it's likely that anytime you could get an unplayable ball, one keeping low, And we've had a number of LBW decisions in this game, which suggests that the wicket is playing to pace, keeping low, skidding through.
Barnwell 33 in the first innings, 12 in the second innings, is back in the pavilion, and he'll be happy to see that boundary, cheering the Guyana Jaguars batsmen on. Not a lot of batting to come if you really think about what happened in the first innings. Sinclair, Smith, Permaul got 35, and Joseph no score. So, driven powerfully to extra cover, knocked down by the captain, John Campbell.
And one of the worrying factors for Guyana, I know they've continued to win. They lost a match in this tournament already, but they've been 10 50s scored by the Guyanese. That's a glorious shot.
Yeah,
Square the
shot.
wicket and spanked away. Short, give them the width. And Bramble capitalized. But of the 10 50s, not one batsman has converted into 100.
Just Bramble with 91, the highest score this season. He now moves on to 32, and a total 105 for a loss of 5. 73 still to get.
I'm very disappointed also in Leon Johnson. He's worked so hard. I think he puts too much pressure on himself. He wants to be perfect, and he's afraid now of being out, and that's my opinion. That's why he's making such soft dismissals. In the first innings, he didn't play a shot and was bowled.
So Harty is going to continue. Here he is bowling round the wicket to the right-handed. Bramble edges that one between the keeper and first slip with surgical precision, and that's going to go into the boundary for 4. So another boundary, this time not in total control. Bramble gets to 36, and the Jaguars 109.
And if you see the slip, it's close to the keeper, and that one landed just in front, so no chance. It landed just in front and between those fielders. But 4 runs is 4 runs, and Guyana fans, the few in the stand, this is the biggest crowd of the match.
That's right.
And they would take that.
We have more Guyana fans, Guyana cricket fans online right now.
Yeah.
And most of those are out of Guyana. They're really interested in what's happening in Guyana. And this time he's bowled. In fact, no, leg before given, I thought he was bowled there, Sean. That's a beautiful delivery from Harty. One that pitched on the line of off stump and turned nicely with the arm and hitting Bramble on the back foot. And he was sent on his way. For a moment, I thought he was bowled the way the wicketkeeper started to celebrate as he was hitting that pad, the back foot. 36, he's gone. Leg before to Harty, the Guyana Jaguars losing that very important wicket of Bramble. It's now 109 for a loss of 6.
Yes, 109. They need 185. And this is a big, big blow for Guyana. A good blow for the Jamaicans. And Guyana has not lost many games here. In fact, they lost one of the few games last season when the Leewards beat them here. But this has been a fortress for Guyana. And, the match is on a knife edge.
So, still 73 runs to get, and we're down to the lower order. But Kevin Sinclair, he's no rubber to the bat. He's actually an opening batsman.
Yes, and he's gotten a lot of 50s. He's gotten, I think, 200s in local cricket in Berbice. He plays also for GDF, I was recently told by Roderick Lovell. And he's primarily an off-spinner who can bat well. But at this first-class level, he's more a batting all-rounder because he's just a defensive bowler. He's better in the one-day cricket.
That's right.
He has to learn to flight the ball a little bit more, slow up the pace, and spin it. But he's only 20, and that's going to come if he stays focused and gets advice from good people.
47-run partnership broken. Bramble, just like before, the 5th victim of leg before in this innings. And you were making a point, Sean, lots of leg before decisions in this game.
Yeah. And I remember a game on the similar pitch when West Indies played Pakistan. Sami was the captain, and West Indies had won for the first time in, I think, quite a few series when they beat Pakistan in that game. And there were 17 leg before decisions. The ball, just like this pitch, keeping low. And I think it broke the record at Queen's Park Oval, which was 16 leg befores. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, you can take it, Sean.
Yeah, lovely shot on the line of the leg stump, pitched up, and nice movement of the feet down the track and smashed it towards the long on boundary, and that's 4. Total going up now to 113 for the loss of 6 wickets And that's the iffy figure, 6 wickets.
And then the runs to get 69 as well. So it's in the balance. It's very much in the. We're heading for an exciting finish. Either way.
Yes, and we've got to come Permaul, who batted well in the first innings. He played cameo. But Smith, he's going to hit the ball anyhow. And you don't need that at this time from him, especially if Reefer is still there. And you've got Keon Joseph, who can block the ball, but not for too long. So these two and Permaul are the key if Guyana is to get a victory.
Salmon, at the start of a new over, comes from the southern end of the ground, does not deliver. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. So you said, what's to come? So, Sean, we're having in front of us the Dave West Indian Imports on a 15 tournament coming up 16th, 18th, 20th, and 22nd of February. This time, Reefer drives on the onside down towards long on for a single. It's now 114 for a loss of 6. Reefer now on to 13. So we were looking at what's in front of us in terms of regional first class.
And that final of the under 15 would be played at Border on the 22nd. And Border is the mecca of cricket in Guyana.
Yeah. So we're looking forward to a good tournament as well. Nice sponsorship given by Dave West Indian Imports.
Yes, he always gives good sponsorships.
Oh, he's a generous man.
Yeah.
We should speak off ear to him. So it's now 114 for the loss of 6. And then there's an over 50s World Cup in South Africa next month, where West Indies will be making their debut. That's going to be a nice tournament, Sean.
Yeah. I can't play the under 15. I'm too old. And I can't play the over 50 because I'm 1 day short of being over 50.
Okay. That's in a technicality.
Yes, I can't make neither of the teams.
Yeah, so Sinclair gets a delivery.
But the
from
over 50
Salmon.
cricket is nice for those older guys who want to stay fit.
Yeah. And you mentioned Suresh Daniram. He's actually going to be part of that West Indies team in Cape Town, South Africa. There's a delivery from Salmon to young Sinclair. Sinclair gets it and he's squared up a little bit.
So Sadio, who was one of my teammates at youth level for Guyana, he's also in the team.
That's right, Rajendra Sadio. So number of guys heading there that would have been on the circuit yesteryear. Look at the roll back the years. Here is Sinclair going on the back foot and exposing his stump really, but got the bat down in time. Good bowl once again from Salmon. Salmon continues to be threatening. 4 wickets to him so far.
Only Mr. Butts in this commentary box knows the feeling of being 50. I don't feel anywhere different.
Mm-hmm.
Camera and
Inderjeet.
Inderjeet is 50.
I'm not sure. He looks like 30.
Yeah.
So here is Salmon. Bowls from the southern end of the ground to Sinclair. Sinclair plays it into the onside. Half stopped by the fielder at forward short leg in Paul Palmer. 62 is Mr. Butts. So he's the elder statesman.
You know, I always wanted to be like Clyde Butts. I patterned myself off of... No, bowling off spin.
This time, runs for the Jaguars as Sinclair opens the face of the bat and runs it down to third man. And he will get a single. He moves on to 5. 115 now for a loss of 6. You want to be like Clyde Butts?
Yes, I looked at him. I will tell you a little story, but the first time Clyde Butts ever spoke to me, I was on the 19 trials at Police Ground.
Yeah.
That's 1997. And I got 7 wickets. And I put myself in a position for Mr. Butts to see me. The first thing he told me is, son, you got to learn to set your own field. And I was so humiliated by what he said, knowing that he was my idol.
Yeah.
And then when I reflected, I said to myself, if I would have gotten more wickets or the same wickets for less runs if I set my field, but I was only 16 and those guys were 19. The captain was 19.
So this is Sinclair going the aerial route and will get some runs, just one bump as the ball goes into that long on boundary, looking to be very positive. A ball that was pitched up and he went through with a shot and he got enough connection, one bounce just before clearing that long on rope. And he moves on to 9 runs now, Sinclair. And they've taken the Guyana total to 119.
But they've pushed the man back now to long on. I hope Sinclair understands that, because that's the problem with the young batsmen. Not talent, but the mindset, knowing which shot to play to which ball.
Reefer went down to him and showed him. So if he has seen it, his referee showed him so he can see it again. So Sinclair, just repairing his bat, went to the square leg umpire and umpire Butler to take something off of his bat. with
And
the-
Reefer has matured so much in a Guyana setup. He's settled in. He's one of our premier all-rounders, if not the best all-rounder in the Guyana team now.
63 runs needed for victory for the Jaguars. Here is Harty to Sinclair, and he drives up back the track.
And the
off
thing
front
with
foot.
Reefer, he's got a level head.
Level head.
He bats responsibly. He bowls with good control.
Harty to the right-handed Sinclair, and Sinclair forward again in defense. And Palmer under the bat collects. So 119, Sean, 63 to get.
Yeah, 63. The song's just a little bit, but it's a big, big ask for Guyana to get this if they lose another wicket here.
4 wickets in hand. Here is Harty to Sinclair. He goes back and defends, opening the face of the bat, running it down to that backward point region. Blackwood from the slip runs around and collects 119. The score remains for a loss of 6. But Sinclair, very good talent, and we're looking from a Guyana standpoint for him to continue in this way.
Yeah, you got to
and
be
develop.
careful how he goes back to the balls.
Here
That's
he
a
is.
good shot on the
Forward.
front foot.
That's right, and back up the track. So Sean, what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow you to do an over,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to be joined by Roderick Lavelle, who's going to be coming after this over. So Sean, we want to celebrate your 50th
Yeah.
birthday, your milestone, doing what you love, radio
Yeah.
commentary. So this time, it's Sinclair getting a dot ball as the ball goes down towards backward point, and the score remains on 119 as the over completes. So Sinclair remains on 9. Raymond Reefer is on 13. The Guyana Jaguars set 182 to win. They're 119 for 6, still 63 runs away from victory. Here's
Yeah.
the voice of Sean Devers, the birthday boy.
Yes, well, thank you very much again, and thank you very much to all the people who are listening, looking at the feed. And I said, those who sent me birthday greetings, I really appreciate it, especially since I'm 50 years old today. I don't feel like an old man. I've got reports that I'll become a grandfather. My son Ricardo is recently married, and he's getting a daughter. So Merchant bowls to the left-handed Reefer. Reefer is forward, pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. So we're joined by the former Guyana medium fast bowler, Roderick Lovell. Thought I would have said fast bowler. Solitary slip on the gully. Here is Merchant. Bowls. That's a good delivery. Skidded on to Reefer. Didn't really turn. And Salmon, the bowler, he's gotten 3 wickets so far. And he's really bowled good in the first innings. Merchant did well. And Harty. Here is Salmon, round the wicket, bowls, forward comes, he's bowled them. That's the wicket that the Jamaicans was looking for, pushing forward, and he's gone, bowled by Salmon for 13, and that's an important blow. 190 now for 7, Guyana. Good afternoon to you, Roderick Lovell.
Hi, good afternoon, Sean, and happy 50th to you. I must say that it's a privilege to be sitting near to someone who's celebrating such a milestone, and the word is out that you finally raised your bat for a 50. Well played, Sean. I wish you longevity and hope you continue to rotate the strike and turn it over. Nevertheless, a good strike there by Pete Salmon, as you rightfully said, the wicket that they wanted, because it seemed that Raman Reefer would have been the anchor there for the Guyana Jaguars to take them through, but now that they've gotten that crucial wicket, they're bowled by Pete Salmon, who was bowled well. I've looked at him bowl in the first innings, and now he continued the good work in the second innings, and also this is his debut.
Yeah,
Mind you,
he's got a
Sean,
5-wicket haul in his
mind you,
debut.
yes, well done to him. Mind you, he didn't do too well with the bat. I think he got a double, a pair in both
Well,
in his first game.
I will tell you how I paced my 50 runs. The first 10, I was at the non-strikers end, looking on and learning. And the next 15 or 20, I played plenty shots all around the ground. And then the next 2, I was in a rut. I was given out balls, but the umpire said it was a no ball. So I got a free hit. So that's how I'm still here. And the last couple of years, I just rotated the strike, pushed it into the gap, got ones. And before I had lots of partners. So I got confused when they said no, yes, running between the wicket was a problem. But this partner, all the while, when I'm going for a suicidal single, she said no. Here is Salman going over the wicket now. Bowls to Permaul. Permaul is forward and plays it back towards the bowler. Well, this is going to be the last partnership of significance for Guyana, likely.
So a quick question, Sean. You say you're forced and you are the non-strikers in. So someone scored a forced 10 runs for you?
No, I didn't score any runs. I batted like Chandrapal.
Oh, I thought you were giving me a breakdown. As you said, a breakdown how you get to 50. In 50, you must score 50. You said the forced and you were at the non-strikers
Yes,
in.
I was looking on my first time at the crease in my formative innings. Just looking on from the non-strikers end and learning.
Okay, I just need some clarity. I'll just need some clarity on that forced
I
10.
was too young to play shots at that time. I was nurturing my innings. I was being nurtured. Here is Salman, bowls to Permaul. Permaul is forward, pushes it back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Total kept on 120 for the loss of 7. The over comes to an end. Good over from Salman, especially getting the breakthrough, dismissing Reefer.
Yes, and his persistency has paid off, and you can see he's coming there. He was there. Reefer on that occasion was playing within, just in the line. He probably played for the common more. It hit and it just straightened up a bit and knocked the off stump of Reefer. As you said rightfully, Sean, the Guyana Jaguars would depend a lot on both Permaul and Sinclair out in the middle. They both can handle themselves, but actually Sinclair is an opening batsman by trade. He's a batsman that can bowl.
Yeah, and that's why I said in this team he's being played as a batsman, a batting all-rounder. So Harty, who had a good number of wickets in the first innings, bowled well. This is a ball that's straight on the stumps but short, and little element of danger in that shot, but in total control Permaul as he went back and forced it out towards backward point with a vertical bat. Discussion between Harty and his captain. There's a man on the sweeper position. There's a long off. There's a backward point, and there's a short cover on the offside. And the onside is a forward short leg, a deep backward square, a long on, and a short mid wicket. Here is Harty, the left arm spinner, bowls to Permaul. Permaul is forward in defense, and there is no run. So Permaul and Kevin Sinclair, they've got a big job to do on a treacherous pitch here at Providence. Here is Permaul forward in defense in glorious sunshine, nice blue skies, white cotton wool clouds floating lazily over the Providence Stadium, a ground which is just 10 minutes away from the capital, Georgetown, and built for the 2007 World Cup. This is a ball that kept low, and a big shot played there by Permaul and misses. And this is the thing that with this wicket, you've got to keep your eyes on the ball because it's keeping low. It kept low since from the first day when footed in was bowled by Sinclair.
Yes, and that's the hallmark. And one thing, Sean, what we have noticed mostly, the batsmen, they tend to always play back. And I think you have to look, the watchword is front foot cricket, especially when the spinners are bowling.
Well, Harty in, bowls, and good delivery, good shot, forward defense. Good afternoon to the Dominicans who John Ramsing informed me were wishing me a happy birthday. Andre and Bertie, good afternoon to you. Well, you wouldn't be backing any of these teams unless you're a Guyanese, Jamaica and Guyana in battle here at Providence. Forward comes Permaul, pushes into the offside, and that's the end of the over. 120 for 7. Guyana in a precarious position now with just 3 wickets in hand. This could be the partnership that either loses the game or wins the game for Guyana. Good afternoon to everybody, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Roderick Lovell, and then Inderjeet Prasad.
Yes, and at this point, this game, it took a bit of a twist now. I think the Scorpion may be sensing that it's in their favor now. We haven't gotten the 7th wicket of Reefer just now for the Guyana Jaguars, and now they're at 120 for 7 interjit.
Yes, hello to you, Roddy. And surely the Scorpions, their sting has been real venomous to the Jaguars as Salmon continues from the southern end of the ground. As the deep backward square goes out towards the ropes, so too the forward square and the long on. Here is Salmon, tall right arm off spinner, bowls to Sinclair. He comes forward, opens the face, gets it out to foot it in at backward point, and he cannot score. So, Sean, I'm happy that he's having a good 50th birthday, and it was nice to have him here with us as well. We actually shared lunch with him too.
Yes, and that was a good. It wasn't planned, but it was good.
Yes. Here is Salmon, comes up and bowls to Sinclair onto the back foot, and he's forcing this one away down towards extra cover. There is no run. Scorpions in their first innings, 187. The Jaguars responded with 190. Scorpion bowled out for 184, setting the Jaguars a possible 182 for victory. They're struggling, Jaguars, but there's still hope. There's still 2 more to come, and these 2 in the middle, they must shoulder that responsibility. Here is Salmon, comes up, bowls, well, he doesn't deliver. Not getting his rhythm right. But this Jamaica Scorpion team, they have shown great heart.
Yes, and if you could look out, you can see the body language out of them. They're cheering on. They're sensing that they have this game in their grasp.
Here is Sinclair. He's coming forward and working it down towards long on, and he gets the single. Good to see him stretching forward and playing on the front foot. So Sinclair with that single will move into double figures. He's on to 10. It's now 121 for the loss of 7 wickets as we come down towards the end of day number 3. Whose victory it's going to be, we shall see. Here is the delivery straight down the leg side. It goes through the keeper, Smith, and it's going to run away. Look at Blackwood. Will he get there in time? He slides, he collects, and sends the return in. In fact, that's Harty had to clean up. But great chase by Blackwood, almost running for a gold medal there in Beijing.
Yes, and that was good effort in the part of Blackwood giving the ball chase. It was traveling fast after being down the leg side, beat the keeper, and was also good positive running between Sinclair and Permaul. They ran 3 byes.
Yes, that takes the score to 124 for the loss of 7. So every single run that they score is going to release that pressure a little easier on the Jaguars. As we watch, Salmon, once again, he has done his country great in this game. He's driving, good cricket, down towards long on. Sinclair just getting into the shot and driving away. He picks up another run, and that will take the score now on to 125 for the loss of 7. Sinclair moving on now to 11. So the shadows are lengthening out in the middle. It has been a thrilling match despite the low score. The sad thing, though, if it's going to end today and another 4-day match being turned into 3 days of cricket. Here is Salmon. He comes in, bowls to Permaul. Gets a good delivery one that jumps on him. He works it away down towards short mid-wicket. There is no run. The over is completed. Jaguars looking for 182. They're 125 for the loss of 7.
Yes, and looking at Pete Salmon of his past 2 overs, he seemed to be tiring in a bit into Jeet. I've looked, he started bowling 2 straight and full, and it was easier when you picking for these 2 batsmen. And I don't think his skipper would want to have him giving away those easier singles. He still need to maintain the pressure on the batsman and allow them to make the mistake. He needs to go back to the just off, some outside off stump length that he was bowling before that brought him success. And so I think it's something the skipper John Campbell will have to look at. If probably given a few over rest, and he has Jamie Merchant he could use from the bottom end.
Yes, so 125 for 7. That means the Jaguars, they need a 57 runs for victory here. Scorpions are looking to pick up 3 more wickets. Here is Harty. He comes up now and bowls to Sinclair. He comes forward and works it down towards short backward square. They take this single. 1 more to Sinclair. And with that single, he will move on to 12. So they're looking for a 56, 126 for the loss of 7. Sinclair has been very positive And Permaul, he has that presence of mind as well out in the middle. Here is Harty, bowls to Permaul. He's coming forward and drives down to Azad, footed in down at short, straight mid-wicket. There is no run. Harty getting through his overs very quickly before this. 6 overs, 1 for 26. He comes up, bowls to Permaul. He's coming forward and driving down towards the long off. Dorval Green has it covered. Can't prevent the single. Good rotation of the strike between these two. 127 for 7.
Yes, and that's what's needed. I don't think the boundaries are that important. The rotating of the strike and keep chipping away at the run. 1-1, as I said, 1-1 Dotty Billa Dam. So these two is doing well so far.
Certainly. Harty short and onto the back foot goes Sinclair and gets it out towards cover on the boundary. The return comes in, and that's Merchant sending in the return. They collect this single. 128 for the loss of 7, and Sinclair, he moves on to 13. He rubs the ball, takes some perspiration away from the forehead, and then rubs it on the pants. No doubt rubbing one side there. It's not going to rub both sides, just one side trying to get it clean.
That's what you do. You keep one side shine.
A little bit of a skip and a hop. He comes up and bowls to Permaul onto the back foot again. And he's forcing this one down to Green on the long off boundary. And they'll take another comfortable single. And with that run, the score moves on to 129 for the loss of 7. And if they continue talking to themselves, they can actually get 53 singles that are needed. As we watch, Harty comes in once again. Bowls is a big swing from Sinclair, taken on the pad. A question asked of the umpire. Well, not a question, many questions, because almost all the fielders out there were going up. The over has been completed at the end of it. Jaguars looking for 182. They're 129 for the loss of 7. Veerasamy Permaul is on 3. Kevin Sinclair has 13. They're looking for a 4 of 53 runs of victory. The Scorpion looking for 3 wickets.
Yes, and it's a tight battle. And that last shot that Sinclair played, it is a naughty shot. I don't think it was needed at this time. I think the team needed more in the middle. And in the situation, he has to play the situation. And looking to go over the mid-wicket, I know he's eyeing it up. You think he could have gotten there, but you don't need... lucky for him, the ball seemed to be sliding down, and umpire Basrat said not out.
Yes, so while we also said congratulations and wish Sean a happy 50th birthday, there's another gentleman in the studio that we like to say congratulations to, and that's Mr. Dave Narain of West Indian Imports, and I'll tell you the reason why. Here is this delivery on the line of the leg stump by Salmon and flicked away by Veerasamy Permaul down towards forward square, and they collect the single. So it's now 130 for the loss of 7. He has been invited by the organizing committee for Guyana's 50th Republic celebration in New York City. That will be hosted by the mayor of New York, and he's going to be honored there as one of the most outstanding Guyanese for his contribution to life. He's coming forward, playing defensively on the onside, and there is no run. So on behalf of the entire commentary team, we'd like to say congratulations to Mr. Dave Narain for doing such a great job and being rewarded as well. Here is this delivery outside the line of the off stump. He's cutting. The edge found. He's gone. Given out by the umpire. Why, Sinclair, you want to play that shot? He has to depart. If he's vexed, he's going to vex with his own self. 130 for 8 for the troubles for the Guyana Jaguars.
Yes, that one was a bit short, but it bounced on him. And I think Sinclair was more looking to punch. It was too close to the body for the cut shot. He would have been better off to come back and look to punch it in the offside. But I think it's over. Aggression is getting the better of him there, and he went. We've seen him the previous over from Harty when he looked to go over the top. So I was beginning to think Inderjeet that if the clock was ticking within him, if he thinks he needs to get on with it, but he had a capable partner in Veerasamy Permaul there, and they were doing well when they were taking the singles. So I don't think it was a shot needed here. It caused him his wicket now, and Guyana Jaguars are further into trouble.
What better debut can you ask for than to pick up a 5-wicket haul? And he has just done that. So congratulations to the young man. Well, I say young man, but I think he's 27 years old. He has bowled pretty well indeed. 26. 6 wickets. Well, how did I miss that? Yes, that 6th wicket, he picked up the 1st wicket in Chandapal Hemraj. So he has done a terrific job for his country. And I guess when he returns to Jamaica, there's going to be some reggae for him to dance as well. So they've done pretty well, and defeat is staring the Jaguars in the face. The last man going, Kevin Sinclair, caught at the wicket off Salman for 13, 130 for the loss of 8. Do you think the Jaguars can still win this?
Well, I think they would go down fighting. I mean, the whiskers are coming off of them. But I think what you look now, the scorpion tail is up, ready to put in that deadly sting. You know, when scorpion, they give it a deadly bite, the last one there. So, advantage scorpions.
Yes, and after this round, we're going to have the 5th round starting. The Scorpions, they'll be hosting the Hurricanes at Trelawney. Good to see games being taken back to Trelawney in Jamaica.
Yes, and by doing so, you know, I've always felt that you utilize the venues that you have, and in doing so, you take the game to the people.
Niall Smith has come out in the middle, and 2 Burbisians are out there as well. So let's see what the connection is like. Will it work for the Jaguars? Both are right-handed. Niall Smith, he taps away at the crease, and a pumped up Salman begins to move in now. He comes in and bowls to Smith. He's coming forward, taking on the pad. How's that? He's gone. Leg before, and Niall Smith has to go back. He is on a hat trick. He has picked up his 7th wicket in this match. They cock a hoop and they're celebrating.
Yes, Smith pushes straight down the pitch there. He had a good stride in. But in the mind of the umpire, Dayton Butler, it seems between wicket and wicket. So the Scorpion are sensing it now, sensing victory. And it will be a good fighting victory for them should they get that final wicket with the score under the score of 182.
Yes, and they've undermined the Jaguars in the Jaguars' hometown, a place that they have done pretty well at the National Stadium here. They have never lost to the Scorpions in the history of PCL. So this is going to be a little piece of history for them as well.
Yes, and I think for the Scorpion, I think tasting the victory for the first time against the Jaguars and doing it in their own backyard, it probably will even be sweeter for them.
Yes, and look at the points standing in the tournament. This year seemed to be a very competitive one. Barbados doing pretty well. The Scorpions, they're at the bottom of the table, and they're doing well too.
Yeah, and I think after this game, it probably will boost their confidence going forward in the competition too.
Yes, this round can cause some upset. If the Jaguars going to lose here, they're going to be pegged back as far as the points standing are concerned. So the last man comes out into the middle, Keon Joseph. And let's see how Keon Joseph is going to face up to Salman. He's on a hat trick. I don't know if anybody has ever taken a hat trick on debut.
No, never heard
I'm not
of.
too certain about that at all. So, all is set out in the middle. He has picked up 7 wickets so far in this innings. Salman and the Jamaicans are just ensuring that they take their time, and all 11 Scorpions out in the middle. They want to ensure a victory, and they want it to come very, very quick. There's going to be great celebration indeed. As Salman grips the ball, takes some dust off the turf, he rubs it on the ball. And no doubt they have looked to the Blue Mountains of Jamaica for inspiration that stand tall in their country. And much talked about, there's a slip, a forward short leg, a silly point. Here he comes in, Salman, and bowls to Keon Joseph. He's coming forward, he averts the hat trick, he survives.
Yes, the full and straight from Pete Salman there. Keon Joseph was equal to the toss, managed to dug it out. It ballooned to the field at forward short leg.
Yes, and one of our Republican songs in Guyana, you might be saying to Permaul Joseph, can we do it? Maybe yes, we can. He's coming forward. He's defending, plays out into the offside field. The over has been completed. Jaguars are struggling 130 for 9. With Niall Smith yet to score, Virasamy Permaul is on 4.
Well, it will be interesting now to see what approach Virasamy Permaul will take now, given that he is not just the senior batsman, but the lead batsman here now, and batting with the final batsman in Keon Joseph. It will be interesting to see what his approach will be. If he will shelter him and how much he will do that.
Yes, I'm just wondering to know if Keon Joseph can block and allow Virasamy Permaul to get those singles, because 52 singles can do it for the Jaguars.
Yes, we know it can do it, but it's the last pair.
The last pair. That's why I'm asking for him to block and block and block. But the Jamaicans are doing very well. Down the leg side, flicked away by Virasamy Permaul, and down towards deep backward square. Doesn't bother to run. So he believes himself, do not want to expose Joseph to the left arm spin of Harty. 7 overs, 1 for 26, Harty, and he begins to move in once again. A little bit of a hop comes in, bowls to Permaul. He's coming forward, plays down towards Campbell at the short mid-wicket, and once again he cannot score. So Chandapal Hemraj was caught by Blackwood at 4 slip off Salman for 13, 16 for 1. At tea it was 48 for 1 with Johnson on 18, Tejnarain Chandapal on 12, needing 134 more to win this match, the Jaguars. Here is Harty, comes in and bowls to Permaul. He's coming forward, he's defending. Well, he did it in the first innings, scored a flamboyant 35 under difficult circumstances. Permaul came back and picked up 6 wickets in the second innings, a match all of 10, and has to come out and look to bat right on to the end of the day's play. He's driving down towards mid-on, and there is no run, and hoping at some stage that the rains might come as well.
Well, this is hope against hope, given the way how the skies above is looking.
Yes, Harty comes in, bowls to Permaul, and he's driving fluently, and he beats the short extra cover, and that's feeling a short extra cover. It's Palmer. It comes down towards wide long off, and they get the single. One more to Virasamy Permaul. He now moves on to 5, 131 for the loss of 9. They're looking for a further 51 runs.
Yes, and then he gave just 2 deliveries he leave for Keon Joseph to negotiate. And
Yes.
one would hope that he can do so successfully from the Guyana Jaguars standpoint.
Yeah, so Joseph is going to be clustered now. He's going to be flustered. Men are coming around the bat. There is a leg gully. We have a forward short leg, a silly point, a slip, and of course the keeper is right up there at the stumps. Here is Harty, comes in, bowls to Joseph, and he's coming forward, he's defending, plays down towards mid-on. There is no run. The over has been completed. Virasamy Permaul plan has worked. Just one ball he wanted Joseph to face, so he gets the strike. 131 for the loss of 9.
Yes, his plan is clear that he would take most of the strike, but his scoring method would be the other point there. Taking the strike is one, but the method of scoring, of getting that 50 odd runs remaining for a victory, that is what he will have to work out.
Yes, certainly with the last pair at the wicket. We're watching Salman. He's looking for his 8th scalp in this innings. The backward square goes way out on the boundary, forward square, long on the boundary, long off, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and backward point goes out on the boundary as well. Virasamy Permaul in strike. Here is Salman, bowls to Permaul down the track, and he swings this away through mid-wicket, and he doesn't bother to take the single. He has made his intention clear. I'm going to fight fire with fire there, looking for that huge gap between the forward square and the boundary and the long on.
Yes, I think he knew now that he has to probably take some chances.
Here is a Salman, comes up, bowls to Permaul, back he goes, and he drags it away down towards a short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Was looking to drive over the top of cover, could have easily cannoned into the stumps. You just can't blame Permaul for what is happening out in the middle. The senior batsman in the team must be blamed. As we watch Salman, he comes in once again, bowls to Permaul, back he goes, and he's defending, plays out into the offside field, and there is no run. The score stays on 131 for the loss of 9. I think while the Jamaica Scorpion bowlers have done a tremendous job, I felt there were some very soft dismissals. The Jaguars didn't show heart at all. And Permaul is driving at this one. It flew off the outer portion of the bat. The backward point on the boundary comes around footed in. He's going to send the return in, and they complete 2. So 2 more to Permaul. He will now move on to 7. And I will take the score into 133 for the loss of 9.
Yes, and he clearly shows it in his intention during the over. From the first couple of delivery, he figured that he has to go over the top to score as much as possible via boundaries.
Here is Salmon, bowls to Permaul, and he's coming forward and stroking it down towards short mid-wicket. And once again, he cannot score. Campbell, the skipper, he's a happy man, moves away towards his left. He feels there is no run. Making some adjustment to the field now, Roddy. The backward point on the boundary coming in. And now we see that the forward short leg has been taken out, and he has gone to a short forward square. They're looking to prevent this single. They do not want Permaul to get the strike. They will love to have Harty bowling to the right-handed Keon Joseph. Let's see what's going to transpire. Here is Salmon, bowls to Permaul, and he's coming forward. The ball balloons into the gloves of the keeper, and it comes down towards the leg gully. Let's wait the umpire signal by, so Permaul didn't get any touch. There were lots of bounce, however, for the bowler. The over is completed at the end of it. Jaguars 134 for the loss of 9. They're looking for 49 runs for victory.
Yes, and I think the Permaul got what he wanted, get a strike, get a single off the final delivery. But in the G12 would be interesting. I think the Scorpions, they probably may request an extra half hour.
Yes, well, that's within the regulated time. Once you reach playing time, which is 4:30 p.m., you have the last pair at the wicket. I think they could claim an extra half an hour, 30 minutes. So they might very well do that to put more pressure on the Jaguars. So 134 for 9, 48 runs required for victory. And we're watching Harty, the left-arm spinner, moving into bowl to Virasamy Permaul. He comes in, bowls to Permaul, and he's coming forward, defending, back up the track, paying respect to a very good delivery.
Yes, one that was given generous fly there by Harty there. And I don't think he's afraid to fly the ball now, given the fact that he has the protection on the long off and long on boundary.
Comes in, bowls to Permaul, and he's coming forward, and he's driving down towards mid-off. There is no run. And Permaul is making this batting look so easy out in the middle. No bother whatsoever. Harty comes in once again, bowls to Permaul, down the track, and he gets there, he drives. He beats the short extra cover down towards the long off, and for a lovely looking shot, he decided, well, it's just the second ball in the over. I'm not going to expose Joseph at all. So he believes in himself, Virasamy Permaul. Can he crung it off for a victory for the Jaguars? Comes in, bowls to Permaul, and he's tickling this one fine. They have taken one down towards long leg, and that's all they're going to have. So Joseph will get the opportunity. I don't know if it's an opportunity, but he's going to face 3 deliveries, 135. Two deliveries, rather. That's right. 135 for the loss of 9.
Well, he's gotten his quota according to Permaul to face. He's either you face 1 or 2. And Permaul is doing a good job so far in protecting Joseph from most of the bowling.
Have you ever been in these tanti-moral situation out in the middle, Roddy?
No, I never have in such situation. I'd always bat 7, so I'm more of an all-rounder.
More of an all-rounder, batting at number 7. In the dressing room, you might share that feeling watching your boys out there in these situations. Here is Harty. He comes in now to bowl to Joseph, and Joseph is coming forward. He's defending, drops it into the ground for Silly Point to walk away towards the left.
I could remember my debut game against Barbados at Kensington. I was sent out as night watchman. The new ball was just taken. Carl Lupu got out, and I reached Chandrapal at the wicket, and he was forcing me, Roddy, I know you can bat.
Here is Harty. He comes in, bowls to Joseph, and Joseph is coming forward. He's wrapped on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before not out, says umpire Bassarat. That was pretty indeed. He survives. The over comes to an end. 135 for the loss of 9.
Yes,
who was the bowler there
appeal. The bowler was Otis Gibson.
Otis Gibson. He was a very good fast bowler.
It was Otis Gibson at one end and Patterson Thompson at the other end with a new ball. I
did
survive the afternoon on 10 not out, mind you.
Well, that's good. You had any boundaries in that?
2.
2 boundaries. Yeah. So we're looking at Roderick Lovell. Just go through. He played 2 first-class matches. He scored 16 runs. Well, that innings, he said he was 10 not out. He had a highest of 10. It could very well be that. And he averaged 16 as well. And in the bowling department, he picked up 4 wickets, a best of 1 for 19.
And mind you, all 4 are opening batsmen.
All 4 were opening batsmen, so you're an opening batsman specialist, breaking the
Yeah.
partnership.
There was never a partnership whilst the bowling.
Never a partnership.
I could
I
name
like
them.
that
There
one.
were
You hit me under the belt.
Sharon Campbell, Adrian Griffith, Darren Ganga, Anil Baliram.
Oh, here is Salman bowls to Permaul. He's coming forward. He's defending. Plays up on the offside of the field. There is no run. And Permaul has done the right thing. He's not afraid to come on the front foot. A little bit surprised here that Jamaica didn't put the silly point in as well. We've been saying that all along. Even the presence of the fielder there will have added responsibility on the batsman. Permaul, this time, he doesn't come on the back foot, but he wasn't stretching long forward, just going across and defending. There is no run. Here is Salman. I hope that Permaul survived this over, because John Ramsing will take us through to the end. Comes in, bowls to Permaul. He's coming forward, beaten outside the line of the off stump. That was well bowled.
Yes, that one was straight, came on straight. Permaul was playing for a turn. That one just went straight on and beat out, probing outside the edge. Permaul got on the front foot, missed it, went through to the keeper. No harm done. Survived for our next delivery.
Yes, so here is Salman once again. It comes up and bowls to Permaul, and Permaul is coming forward. He's opening the face. He gets it down towards fine third man. Backward point from the boundary comes across, and Permaul gets 2 more. He will now move on to double figures. He's on to 10, 137 for the loss of 9. And the Jaguars, they're looking for a further 45 runs for victory. The possibility is there, but in the circumstances, it's highly improbable. You never know what can transpire.
Well, that's true. A game of glorious uncertainty.
Yes. Here is Salman bowls to Permaul, and he's getting on the back foot this time. Not real going back, though, inside the crease. And taking on the pad. A question asked of umpire Dayton Butler. He's not going to have none of that as the ball goes away into the offside field. There is no run. And there's always that great feeling when you know you have a chance for victory, especially the Scorpions, taking into consideration how they have battled in this game. They have never shown an attitude that they're going to die. They always fight for it, work their way into the onside. Yes, says Permaul. They come through. They get the single. And with that single, Permaul will move on to 11. The over has been completed. He keeps the strike. 138 for the loss of 9. They're looking for 44 runs. No, 43 runs for victory. More from you, Roddy. And to take either the Scorpions to victory, or will the Jaguars survive? It will be John Ramsing.
A good job so far by Versamy Permaul, protecting the last man in Kian Joseph from most of the strike. He's farming it well. And what is mostly important, he's picking up at least about 3 runs per over. So whilst doing that, he's also chipping away at the Scorpions total. So there's still some fight in the Jaguars, John.
Good afternoon to you, Roddy. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. And Permaul trying to be the hero here this afternoon. And he has his partner with him, his partner in crime. They share an apartment when they're not in Berbice, in Demerara. So they know a lot about each other. Good communication, good relationship between Keon Joseph, the number 11, and Versamy Permaul, who's on 11 at the moment. 138 for the loss of 9. The Guyana Jaguars set a target of 182 to win. They need a 44 runs. Here is Harty round the wicket to Permaul. Permaul plays it down towards the fine leg. He's not going to take the single. It would have been an easy single, but because he's trying to take as much strike as possible, protecting the number 11, Keon Joseph, he's not going to take that. Not want to expose Joseph too early, and he remains in his crease. 11, and he's been there for quite some time now, Permaul. He had a good knock in the first innings, 35, and he picked up 10 wickets in the match so far. He's having a dream match, Permaul. Once again on the line of leg stump, turning to the onside, feel that long leg, just walking towards that ball to retrieve, because Permaul is not going to run. Joseph remains in his crease at a non-striker's end, and that's all that's going to happen to that delivery. So the field is set very deep, just a solitary slip, fielder at backward point. There's a sweeper on the offside, there's a mid-wicket, and there's a long off. That's the offside field for you. Long leg, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. So this one is down the leg side once again, and Harty not putting any pressure at all on Permaul. Perhaps hoping that Permaul can take a single quite early in the over. Not happening at the moment. 44 to get. Jaguars last pair at the crease. Flight to delivery this time on the line of middle stump and is driven down towards long on. This time Permaul takes a single and he's going to farm the strike. Well, not quite because 2 deliveries still to go in the over. But Permaul is looking very composed at the moment.
Yes, and not just composed, John. He's also using his wealth of experience out in the middle. He's not showing any sign of panic. He's just decided that he's going to face most of the deliveries within the overs, and he has done pretty well so far with that.
The way Keon Joseph has been batting, he's been surviving. He has just 1 run this season so far. He's batted some 6 times. And the way Niall Smith has been playing with the bat as well, I think Joseph might get a promotion in the next game.
That may be a toss-up for the two of them.
They might be fighting for number 11. So here is Harty. This time bowling to the number 11 and Joseph. And Joseph gets a flighted delivery, hit on the pad. And that one from this vantage point, heading down the leg side. And the Scorpions, they're appealing for all it's worth. They have a right to appeal. And that one clearly heading on the leg side. Well bowled, but Joseph playing with his nerves really survives.
Yes, and what probably would have been in his favor too, that the bowler Harty bowls from wide, so the angle will naturally take it down the leg side. That delivery was delivered from wide.
Beautiful weather so far, so nothing to worry about other than the ball in front of you, Joseph, and he gets this delivery on the line of off stump and stands tall, defends, end of the over. So another over completed, a single taken from Permaul in that over. So he moves on to 12 Permaul. He's going to take strike at the start of the next over. The Guyana Jaguars 139 for 9, still needing 43 to win. Do you think how close do you think it's going to get? Let's see if you're a betting man.
No, I don't know. Usually bet by bet.
One wicket victory?
That would be good for the Jaguars, but as the way it is now on the wicket playing, I know they will give a fight. Permaul will be bat sensible. I think he will negotiate these last 25 minutes that is remaining. But I think the Scorpion, they will have other ideas, but it will come down. It will come down fighting. It can happen anytime, the way things are going. But nevertheless, the battle still continues.
We will hear from our match referee to tell us exactly what the position, if they're going to take the extra time, or how much time they're going to take. We've gone past the 4:30 cutoff point, and I'm seeing 0 overs remaining on the board as well. So we're into that extra time this afternoon. But let's see how long we're going to go on. Here is Salmon looking for his 8th wicket, and this time it's hitting the fielder under the bat, that Paul Palmer, as Permaul looking to turn it into the onside for runs. And did it carry to hand?
It seems so, and if it did, it went very quickly.
Yes, I got that impression as well. So just wanted some expert advice from the expert. So here is Salmon, and here is Permaul down the track. It's in the air. Fielder coming around, does not collect because the ball dropping in no man's land. One was running back, one was running in, and the ball dropping just in the middle of the two of them. And Permaul takes a single. A little bit of lapse in concentration, one may say, because I think it's because he was dropped on the previous delivery, and now he's looking to get some runs. He got a single from all. He moves on to 13. Number 11, Keon Joseph, who's yet to get off the mark, is going to take strike. It's 140 for a loss of 9 wickets, 42 to get.
Yes, a rush of blood there from Permaul, looking to go over long off, but in doing so, get the thicker outside part of the outside edge of the bat, thick outside edge. The ball went into there, and luckily for him, dropped between the long off coming in and the extra cover running back, and he survived.
So it's going to be Joseph getting off the mark as his ball is played off the outer part of the bat down to third man, and they're going to come back for the second. So Joseph has his highest score of this season. He's now on to 2. He's off the mark, quite importantly, but 2 runs taken away from that target. They now want to 142, which means they need 40 to get. They need 40.
Yes, they keep chipping away. I think I haven't seen any panic as yet from the Scorpions in the field. They're still keeping the composure. They know it can happen anytime, and they have Salmon who depends on now he's having a word with the skipper, probably coming up with some plan for Keon Joseph.
So it's been confirmed from match referee Colin Stewart that the Scorpions have taken they've asked for an extra 30 minutes in which to pick up the final wicket. If they don't, by that time, we'll be heading into day number 4, bright and early tomorrow morning, right after church here at Providence. Let's see if that's going to happen. So here is Salmon, bowls to Keon Joseph, and he's forward in defense. But the strange thing about Keon Joseph, he started his career as an opening batsman at the under 15 level. He was born in Linden, then went to West Berbice, where he played all of his cricket. Here he is. Away it's a bowling of Salmon. Salmon bowls to him on the line of middle and off, and he's defending competently to end the over. The score remains on 142 for the loss of 9 wickets. Joseph is on 2, and Permaul 13. 40 runs required from the Guyana Jaguars.
And Joseph seems to be growing in confidence there from the way we played those 2 final deliveries there. He would have in his defense there. And John, history would have told that Joseph is not a big scorer of runs. He don't accumulate many runs, but he was always there featuring partnership where he just defends a lot. So he's technically good in defending, but in scoring, that's not really his forte.
Well, all the Guyana Jaguars will need for him to do is to be a good partner to Versame Permaul, play the ball on its merit, and let Permaul do the scoring at the other end. He got 2, and that's very valuable runs. Harty is going to continue, and there's a slip, a short mid-wicket, extra cover, and a backward point, all in the circle. Other than that, all other fielders are right in the boundary. So Permaul gets it into the onside, will not take a single. Of the inner part of the bat it goes. So here is Harty again at the top of his mark. Runs away from us now. A skip and 3 strides, and he bowls to Permaul. Stretches forward in defense and plays it back up the track. Permaul looks very good when playing the forward defensive stroke as well. So Harty, 1 wicket under his belt so far, 1 for 31. He's now in his 10th over. He got the wicket of Anthony Bramble for 36. So here is Harty again to Permaul. Drives back up the track of the front foot. Harty collects in his follow through. So 3 deliveries completed in the over. Let's see when there will be an adjustment in the field. Here is Harty again as the shadows lengthen across the Providence sward, and Permaul on drives down towards long on, and we'll get a single. Gordon from long on comes off the boundary and does the fielding. Permaul moves on by 1 to 14. Joseph will just have to survive 2 deliveries. The score now on to 143 for a loss of 9, 39 still to get.
Yes, and the Harty continued to toil away, and Permaul could so just resolutely pushing that one down and gets it. And this is easy going. I mean, these things can go a long way in terms of them getting the remaining 39 runs.
Harty flighted delivery to Joseph, and Joseph defends the ball as well pitched up, stretching forward in defense. So there's a silly mid on, silly mid off, solitary slip. There's a man at short extra cover, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and that short fine leg, all safe in 1. And this one is beating the bat of the batsman, or was he playing in the line? Because we want to give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say he was playing in the line and allowed that ball to go through to Dennis Smith. Over is completed. Harty will not add to his wickets column. And Joseph survives. He's on 2. Permaul 14, 143 now for the loss of 9 wickets. Like I said, still 39 to get. All to play for really in the afternoon session. We're not playing overs at the moment. We're playing runs and we're playing time because the Jaguars need to bat out and the Jamaica Scorpions just need a wicket.
Yes, and what we may see, we might see a pacer coming down from the top end very soon. I think the captain will decide that he may need to give Dorval Green over 2. To see what can happen there. And it won't hurt in doing that. You still need to find a wicket, but you don't want the batsman to grow in confidence, just have 2 same bowlers bowling to them at the same time. But there's a bowling change as we speak now at the north, at the southern end, at the far end, the Players Pavilion end, where Jamie Marchant is coming. And a well-deserved rest for Pete Salmon, who did the bulk of the bowling and was justly rewarded with some 7 or 6 wickets.
Salmon replaced now, and it's going to be Jamie Marchant to pick up the attack. Salmon, 23 overs, 7 for 56. How well did he bowl?
Well, the wicket columns will say that.
That's right. 7 for 56, and he's going to be replaced by Jamie Marchant, who sent down 5 overs before this. 1 maiden, 1 for 11. right arm off break bowler, Jamie Merchant, operating from the southern end of the ground. Here he is, passes umpire Butler, bowls to the right-handed Versami Permaul, and Permaul swings this one away down towards deep mid-wicket, and the fielder on the boundary, Bonner, comes off the boundary, collects, but casually sends it back into, that's Dorval Green in fact, sends it back to the skipper at short mid-wicket because the batsmen, they're not going to take any run. It's too early in the over, Permaul is saying. So here is Merchant again in his 6th over, looking for that very important scalp. Any wicket will do. Here he is, passes the umpire, Butler, bowls down the leg side to Permaul. Permaul whips it off the pad down to long leg and will not take the single again. Singles are there for the taking, but Permaul not exposing the number 11. He wants the bat as long as possible, take the bulk of the strike, and to do the bulk of the scoring. 39 required. That perhaps can take about 43 overs, because they'll have a few maidens in between if the Jaguars will get there, and we can be having a lunch finish tomorrow. Here is Merchant to Permaul, and Permaul is back in his crease, defends, and there's no pressure on Permaul at all. It's like if he's batting in the nets here at Providence, and no pressure on him at all. We've seen 9 wickets going down. We'll run through the Guyana Jaguars' second innings in a short while. So here is Jamie Merchant, bowls right arm off break as the shadows lengthen across Providence. This one is down the track. Permaul hitting back over the head of the bowler. Safe shot, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Went down the track, cut to the pitch of the delivery, over the head of the bowler, and he takes the score now on to 147. That's a very important blow. He moves on to 18, but more importantly, brings the runs required down to 35.
Good positive batting there from Permaul. He was always looking for that shot, and I was just thinking, looking at him, but the ease he plays the ball with, and the bowlers, the need to have him, especially spinners, play more on the front foot. He's comfortable just playing when he plays off the wicket on the back foot.
6 victims like before, 1 bowled so far, and this time it's Merchant and Permaul looking for a single as the ball hitting him halfway up the bat, and he's not able to get the single because the ball went trickling down to Gordon at that short extra cover region, and he will not get the single he needed to get off strike. So Merchant, in his first over of a new spell from the southern end of the ground, walks in, then gathers some momentum and does not deliver this time, and and Permaul was not going to be outfoxed either. He was just waiting in his crease for that delivery to come to plate on its merit. So 1 slip in Blackwood going down, keeper already down. Here is Merchant to Permaul. Permaul drives, looking to get it to perhaps long on, and the ball peels off the outer part of the bat. Good work in the outfield at short extra cover from Gordon. Over is completed, so Joseph will have to take strike at the start of the next over. The Guyana Jaguars at the moment 147 for 9. Permaul is on 18. Joseph is on 2. 35 required for victory.
Yes, I think this is what the Scorpion had wanted, to Joseph start facing from the very first delivery, and I think they're succeeding in doing that so far. So it's important now to see what he will do facing up first, and so far he has shown a good level head in terms of defending. And the Scorpions, they will have other ideas to try to keep him down at the strikers end as long as possible, as there's another bowling chain. Bonner is coming on, will be bowling.
To the attack. He had 7 deliveries in the first innings, picked up 1 wicket for 2 runs, looking to have a leg spin option for the right-handed batsman. So we've seen the fall of Hemraj, 13, Tej Chandapal, 12, Johnson, 19, Vishal Singh, no score, Barnwell, 12, Reefer, 13, Bramble, 36, Sinclair, 13, Niall Smith, no score. So all teens and zeros for the Guyana Jaguars in their second innings. They were asked to get 182 for victory. At the moment, it's a number 9 and number 11 at the crease. Permaul is on 18, Joseph is on 2, 147 for 9. And Bonner is going to have his first bowl in this second innings. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Keon Joseph. Here is Joseph. Lots of first-class experience. Comes in. Bonner bowls short to Joseph, and he's back and defends straight up the track. In fact, I've seen Keon Joseph going to practice at Everest, where the Guyana Jaguars, they have their sessions on a daily basis, and all he goes to the practice with is his bowling boots. Now, that's a make-up story. Down the leg side this time from Bonner, and he's going to get a single at least. Let's see if the single is going to stand or it's going to be a leg by. It's going to be leg by signal by umpire Zahid Bassarat from Trinidad. That's a popular name in Trinidad in cricket, Bassarat. So one more to the Guyana Jaguars, 148 now for 9, and the target required is just 34 more. Lots of time. Time is not a factor at all. So in your playing days, how many bats you had as a fast bowler, Roddy?
Well, in my time, I just probably, if I had 2 bats at one time, that's enough. I really had 1 bat.
I know sometimes we had half of a bat because most of it beaten, the rubber torn. Times have changed so much in cricket these days. Here is Bonner, right arm leg break, bowls to Veerasammy Permaul, drives square of the wicket down towards the fielder that's sweeping on the cover boundary, and they will not look to get back Joseph on strike, so he remains in his crease. Veerasammy Permaul, 18. 148 for the loss of 9. So Blackwood is at slip. There's a fielder in a second slip gully position for the ball that is spinning away from the right-hander. This time it spins away from the right-hander and into the gloves of the keeper, the Grenadian Dennis Smith. Grenada is going to be the venue for the Guyana Jaguars' next game when they go on to challenge the Volcanoes in St. George's, Grenada. So 2 fielders close to the bat and the wicket-keeper. There's a backward point. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary. Extra cover, long off. Man at fine leg right back on the boundary. Deep mid wicket and long on. Permaul punches this one down off the back foot down towards long on. And we'll get a single. We'll take the single this time and will not look for the second. He's happy to be at a non-strikers then, giving Joseph the rest of the over, perhaps just 1 ball. 149 now is the total for the Guyana Jaguars, but 9 wickets down. So while Permaul is making batting look a bit easier, he has number 11 with him. So any mistake is going to be the end of the game. So here is Bonner down the leg side to Joseph, and Joseph looking for the leg by and sent back by Veerasammy Permaul. Perhaps the right decision, because had that single been taken, Joseph would have been taken strike at the start of the new over. As the over comes to an end, the Jaguars still need 33 more for victory as we get towards the end of day number 3 with just 9 minutes to go on the clock. It's a battle of survival now for the Guyana Jaguars, and perhaps look at the situation, but all of the afternoon that is available to them in terms of time, and give it away in the very first ball next morning.
That's the nature of the game, I guess. That's the nature of the game. But it's a good little partnership developing, 10th wicket partnership between Permaul and Joseph. But there's still some way to go. There's still a lot work to be done batting-wise. I know the Scorpions, they probably feel that they're probably feeling that they have this one in the bag, but they still have to contend with getting the other wicket and just can't relax and get complacent. And before you may be scrambling to defend 10 runs, and there the confidence will be with the batting side. So I think they may need to try to, well, from their standpoint, to finish it off as quickly as possible.
The top score for the Jaguars in the second innings, Anthony Bramble, 36 from 31 deliveries with 6 fours. He batted very well to get to 36, but was in a hurry. Small target, he wanted to really stamp his authority, did not survive, and in the end, did not take his team home to victory. Here is Merchant looking to bowl, and the ball slipped out of his hand and into the chest of umpire Butler. Butler, strong man, still sturdy looking, takes it like a boxer and just fends it off like a football player, in fact. And this time, Merchant gets it right and bowls to Permaul. Permaul forward in defense, back up the track. So, still a lot of, we were saying all day today, and perhaps late yesterday afternoon, that we're heading for an exciting finish. And an exciting finish is what we're going to get. Here is Merchant, southern end of the ground, passes umpire Butler. Quicker delivery to Permaul. Permaul again stands tall in defense, and the ball goes in front of first slip. Blackwood walks around to his left, and thinking perhaps, what do we need to do to break this partnership and to celebrate the victory with a day to spare? The Jamaica Scorpions need a day off. They need to visit some of the sites in Guyana on a Sunday. They need to go on the seawall in Georgetown. They need to go to the Georgetown Zoo. Here is Permaul to delivery outside the off stump. and he stabs it down, runs it down to slip again. So, when last have you been to the Georgetown Zoo, Mr. Lavelle?
That's some question you ask me. I don't think
The
there's
Georgetown
much in
Zoo
the
is
zoo.
in Georgetown, you know.
Yeah, you know, I pass there almost every day.
All right, so the Jamaican
John, you know the funny thing, John, there ain't much around to see in the zoo, you know. I can remember one day I took my children there and we walked around and there was a few monkeys. The zoo used to be full of monkeys. There were a few monkeys. I think I saw cows and donkeys in the zoo. So it
not a lot to be seen at the zoo. Well, the 150 is up on the board for the Guyana Jaguars. Do we have any Jaguars in the Georgetown Zoo?
Yeah, there are a couple that's there walking around there.
So here is Jamie Merchant looking to perhaps wrap it up early to get some time to see what's there in the zoo to see. 150 on the board. The Jaguars need 32. Keon Joseph is on strike. Here he is, awaits Merchant slip, and a man in front of his face has steady mid off. And the steady mid on is there looking for the single, turns it to the onside, and Permaul calls him through very quickly for the single. Merchant there not putting any pressure on the number 11, just pulling it on the line of the foot, and Joseph turning it off the hips, and we get an easy single. So 151 now, so it's rotation in the strike in this over.
Yes,
Perhaps Permaul getting a little bit more confident that his batsman at number 11
yes,
can actually do it.
And it's a good 21-run partnership so far has been developed.
Yeah. So, good partnership. Let's see how far it's going to take the Guyana Jaguars. Here is Merchant again. Quicker delivery down the leg side and fired into the pad. And it goes to this region of the square leg umpire. And they were looking for a single. It's not on. Two fielders got there very quickly. And that's the end of the over. So another over completed. Score remains at 151 for the loss of 9 wickets. Number 9 and number 10 are decreased. The last pair is at decrease. Joseph is on 3. Permaul is on 20. And they're looking very good, like you said, as a 21-run partnership for the 11th wicket, for the 10th wicket. And still 2-1 to get. Game on, Roddy?
Yes. Well, from the way what I'm seeing here, if being the Jamaican Scorpion captain, I think I would have give Dorval Green over now. It seemed that Keon Joseph was at strike, and the way we bowl on this wicket, I think he probably would have been the obvious choice now for to have an over or two.
So it's going to be leg spin of Nkrumah Bonner to continue. Dorval Green 5 overs, none for 18. Nicholson Gordon 3 overs, none for 18 as well. So the seamers not getting the reward, so I guess that's why they're looking to spin. Here is Bonner to Joseph, and Joseph drives towards mid-off. Very competent cover drive, you would say, and he cannot score. Score remains on 151 for 9. Down towards the bottom of day number 3. Here is Bonner, gets a no ball to Joseph. So one more to extras, one more to the Guyana Jaguars as the ball beats the outer edge of the bat as Joseph is looking for a cover drive. So no ball is going to help the Jaguars' cause.
Yes, every run counts.
Every run counts indeed. 152 on the board, 30 needed. And there's a mid-pitch conference between Joseph and Permaul. They're saying to each other, look, we just have 3 minutes on the clock. Let's see how much deliveries we can take in this over in that 3 minutes. Let's take the rest of this time and watch this over. Here is Joseph. Stretches forward, and the ball comes off the inner part of the bat down towards very short fine leg. And the fielder at steady mid-on runs around to collect. Joseph remains on 3. His bat looks brand new. Keon Joseph. I wonder how many times it has been used this season and for how long. Here is Bonner, good delivery, pitching on middle and off and spinning away from the right-hander as he stretched forward. Keon Joseph, well bowled.
Yes, excellent delivery there. One that draw the right-hander Joseph forward. It pitches, as you rightfully said, on middle and off and went across the batsman.
Perfect leg spinning delivery. This time short, very similar, but too short to threaten the number 11 in Keon Joseph, former Guyana opening batsman on the 15 level. So he's not going to be tempted into any rash stroke so far. Here he is, gets another no ball, inside edge as well found. The chase is on, the fielder are in, Williams, the substitute, is on the field and he's running down towards fine leg. Joseph comes back and collects 2, so 3 more to the Guyana Jaguars. 1 for the no ball and 2 off the bat of Keon Joseph. So Joseph moves on to 5, and the Guyana Jaguars 155 for the loss of 9, and bringing down that required runs to 27 in fact. So it's getting very dicey. Spectators in the stands, they're coming closer to the front, obviously shouting their words of advice: yes, no, do this, do that. And they always have specialists and experts in the stands. Here is Bonner to Joseph, and Joseph is forward and cannot score, but his intent is to survive. He has done that. The shadows from the green stand stretching almost onto the pitch now, and the chant from the Jamaica Scorpions going up as well as Bonner runs in. Short ball, look at the swing it away, made no contact. That's a gift. And perhaps had he connected that one, he perhaps would have sent that one out of the National Stadium in the vicinity of the Georgetown Zoo as he overcomes to an end. 155 for the loss of 9. Joseph remains on 5 as the batsmen and the fielders walk away. That stumps on day number 3. The Guyana Jaguars have survived, and they need afforded 27 runs for victory. They have done well in the last maybe half hour or so to really keep the Jamaica Scorpions out. They have survived. Joseph is on 5, 20 to Permaul, 155 for 9, 27 runs away from victory. The last half hour belongs to the Guyana Jaguars.
Yes, they survived well. I think this is due largely to the experience of Versami Permaul, who would have shepherded Keon Joseph throughout the last half of the day's play, just give him a few deliveries and wait until he would have grown in stature, and you see the confidence in Joseph coming down to the fore. As I've said before, he's not a great accumulator of runs, but he knows how to survive, and he would have shown that. And it's a good fight. And coming into the 4th day, I mean, it's very interesting with just 27 more runs needed and 1 wicket at hand. John, we can safely say that the game, within the first half hour, the game should probably be over.
So let's recap what happened. The Guyana Jaguars bowled out the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings earlier today in the second session of the day's play for 184. Which means they set themselves a target of 182 to win for the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings. John Campbell, captain, 31. Furadin, 19. Nicholson Gordon, the night watch, 1-1. And Jeremy Blackwood, no score. Paul Palmer, 15. And Kumabono, not out, 57. 1. Dennis Smith, Derval Green, 19. Pete Salmon, he got a duck, the second duck of his debut match. Jamie Merchant, 26. Patrick Harty, no score. Bowling for the Guyana Jaguars. Reefer, 2 for 19. Niall Smith, none for 38. Kevin Sinclair, 2 for 56. Keon Joseph, none for 7. And Versami Permaul, 6 for 50 in the second innings for the Jamaica Scorpions. So, asked to get 182, the Guyana Jaguars began with Chandapal, Hemraj, and Tej Ryan Chandapal. Hemraj was first to go. Caught at slip of the bowling of Salmon for 13, followed by Chandapal, leg before to Salmon for 12. Next to goes Leon Johnson, the captain of the Jaguar side, leg before to Merchant for 19, followed by Vishal Singh, leg before to Salmon, no score. Christopher Barnwell came and hit a 6 before he was dismissed, leg before to Salmon for 12. Then Anthony Bramble played a few shots from 31 deliveries. He ended in 36 before he was leg before to Harty, hitting 6 fours in the process. It was 6 for 109 at that time. Raymond Reefer batted for quite some time, hitting 1 boundary in 13. He was bowled by Salmon to give Salmon his fifth wicket of the inning, on debut performance from him. Then Kevin Sinclair looked good in brief moments before he was caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper Smith off the bowling of Salmon to give him his 6th wicket for 13. And then the next delivery, Niall Smith, leg before to Salmon without scoring. At that time, it was 130 for 9. The Guyana Jaguars seemed dead and buried until Keon Joseph joined forces with Versami Permaul, and they were asked to survive until 5 p.m. They had done so, taking the score to 155 without further loss. Permaul on 20, Keon Joseph on 5, 27 runs away from victory. And that really has inspired the Guyana Jaguars, we would say, because they're putting this game into a 4th day.
Yes, and when you looked at how Versami Permaul went around sheltering Keon Joseph. You could have seen he using his experience there. He could have said that, let me take the fight immediately, but he didn't do that. He had a few lapses in concentration where he could have gotten out, but nevertheless, he still showed that they need to fight down to the end and still make a game of it. But large and generally, this was a game that full of ebbs and flows. John, the Jamaican Scorpion being bundled out for 187. The Jaguars replied with 190. Scorpion 184 in the second. And so it's generally low scoring. In the all realm of things, it is a low scoring game. And when you looked at the way the wickets being played, and most of the wickets was out LBW, tentatively batsmen playing back, and a wicket where you should have been looking to play front foot most of the times. So all in all, the batsmanship during this game, a lot's left to be desired.
And the bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings, they were asked to defend that 182 target, and they started with Salmon like they did in the first innings. 23 overs, 4 maidens, 7 for 56. Nicholson Gordon just 3 overs before he was pulled out of the attack. None for 18. Derval Green 5 overs, none for 18. Jamie Merchant 7 overs, 1 for 17. Patrick Harty 10 overs, 1 for 32. And then Kumabona just 2 overs and did not pick up a wicket. So that's the position. Stumps on day number 3. The Guyana Jaguars and the Jamaica Scorpions taking the game into a 4th day. The Guyana Jaguars, they're at 155 for 9, looking to get 182 to win. They have Versamy Permaul on 20, Keon Joseph on 5, and they're looking to get a further 27 runs. The Jamaica Scorpions, they need 1 wicket. On behalf of Roderick Lovell, Indrajit Prasad, Clyde Butts, and our visitors today, Sean Devers, and our scorer, Ravishwar Latif, my name is John Ramsing, with an invitation for you to join us tomorrow at 9:30 when we'll bring you the conclusion of this intriguing match here at Providence. Until then, it's goodbye.